Loading data. Load successful. Please select your identity. So you thought this was just a voice she'd heard in a dream. But when she woke up, she realized her entire world had changed beyond recognition. Not only had her home vanished, but the bustling streets and towering skyscrapers she was used to were all gone, replaced by endless stretches of wasteland overgrown with unfamiliar weeds. She looked down at herself. Her light blue pajamas had turned into a plain, rough linen shirt and pants. At that moment, only one thought filled her mind. Had she transmigrated? Before she could process what was happening, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in her ear. Greetings, residents of planet C6666. I am the execution system for this round of world digitization. An hour and a half later, Jiang Yan, Song Haidao, and Sun Jingtao returned to the surface. It was completely dark outside. Zhao Yugong and the others had brought back a lot of pine branches. The sled and all the supplies on it had been moved indoors. The glass shards on the ground had been swept clean. Kong Wu and Qin Lang had somehow found some broken bricks and built a makeshift stove behind the windbreak pillars. The supplies in the cafeteria and dorm are all looted, and the wooden doors are gone, but we found this. Song Qian held up a big black pot, a spatula, and half a bag of salt and chicken bouillon. We should be able to have a good meal tonight. There's actually salt. Lin Xiaoyue's tired eyes lit up as if she'd seen gold. Since we've settled in smoothly today, why don't we eat that musk ox tonight? Some beef will do everyone good. Zhao Yugong grinned and instinctively looked at Song Haitao and Jiang Yan. No one in the group was officially the leader, but whenever there was a decision, everyone subconsciously sought their opinions. Song Haitao smiled and nodded. No problem. We have enough food for now, but I suggest we save some. Still, let's all eat our fill tonight. All right, I'll go butcher the ox. Zhao Yugong happily grabbed his axe and headed for the frozen musk ox. Lin Xiaoyue pulled out her scalpel, delighted. Honey, I'll help you. Su Dai was startled. Dr. Lin, you don't need a scalpel to butcher an ox, do you? I'll handle the hide, Lin Xiaoyue replied with a smile. Zhao Yugong paused. We'll need to boil some water first to get the ice off the ox. I'll take care of the water, Kong Wu volunteered, picking up the big pot and heading out. Sun Jingtao followed with the emergency lamp. I'll go with you. We can't let any black snow get in. Before long, Sun Jingtao and Kong Wu came back, huffing and puffing as they carried a big iron pot full of melted snow. Inside, the fire was already burning, crackling as sparks flew everywhere. The pine trees Zhao Yugong and the others had chopped were rich in resin and easy to burn, but after getting damp in the snow, they produced a lot of thick smoke when lit. Kong Wu and Su Dai, who were tending the fire, had faces and hands blackened by the smoke. The rest of the group wasn't idle either. They started sorting supplies and preparing their sleeping arrangements for the night. Soon, the water in the pot began to boil. Kong Wu found a small basin and used it to scoop up hot water, pouring it over the musk ox whose fur was completely frozen stiff. After emptying 2 large pots of water, most of the ice and snow on the musk ox's fur had melted away. With her previous experience skinning the python, Lin Xiaoyue quickly managed to cut off the entire musk ox hide in one piece. As she peeled off a section, Zhao Yugong would take it from her. The fur side was impressively clean, with not a trace of blood. Dr. Lin, you've got real skills. Kong Wu couldn't help but give her a thumbs up, then picked up the wet, bloody hide and headed outside. The remaining bloodstains needed to be scrubbed off with snow, and then the hide had to be air-dried before it could be processed further. By the time Kong Wu came back inside, eyebrows and eyelashes dusted with white snow, holding the hide, Zhao Yugong and his wife had already finished butchering and dividing up the musk ox, which was as big as an elephant. The second pot of water inside was also boiling, steam rising thickly. Everyone's tired from the journey today. Let's have some ox leg tonight. Eat what you need to recover, Zhao Yugong said with a chuckle, tossing big chunks of beef into the pot. Only then did everyone notice that his fingers were swollen and red from the cold. Captain Zhao, you've worked hard. Put some frostbite ointment on later, Qin Lang said, pulling out half a tube of ointment from his pocket and handing it over. Zhao Yugong pushed it back. It's just a small thing, nothing serious. Shall we have some? He was about to stir the beef with a spatula when Sun Jingtao took over. If you warm up frostbitten hands, they'll itch like crazy. Let me do it. Zhao Yugong thought that made sense. All right. Su Dai glanced around and didn't see Jiang Yan. Hey, honey, where's Jiang Yan? Kong Wu turned to look, surprised, then grinned. Yiqing's not here either. They went downstairs to get the sleeping area ready, Sun Jingtao said, picking up a packet of hot pot base from the floor, his face full of pride. But before she left, Jiang Yan gave me this. Oh wow! So we don't have to eat plain boiled beef tonight? Su Dai was instantly overjoyed. Nope, not tonight, Lin Xiaoyue said, having just finished cleaning the blood off her hands. She walked over and joined in. Not only that, we can even have spicy beef noodles. Since she'd led the packing of the remaining supplies from Area AS, she knew exactly what was left and what could be used. Soon, she dug out a 10-pack of instant noodles from the supply box. Divided among everyone, it meant only half a pack per person. But for everyone here, just having a bite of hot food, a sip of hot soup, and even a piece of spicy, flavorful beef was already a huge blessing. Kong Wu stared at the meat in the pot, which hadn't even changed color yet, and swallowed hard. Brother Song deserves a medal for finding this big iron pot. Tomorrow we can have iron pot stewed goose. Everyone burst out laughing at that. Downstairs, Jiang Yan took out the snow wolf pelts she'd stored in her space. Yiqing quickly spread the huge, heavy pelts out in 2 areas. After discussing with Song Haitao, Jiang Yan decided they'd stay in the seed vault again tonight. But this time, they arranged for people to take turns keeping watch. This way, everyone could get enough rest in rotation. After laying down the last snow wolf pelt, Jiang Yan was about to head upstairs when Yiqing called her. Jiang Yan, did Shui Miao Miao know you back when you were in Anming? Yiqing had known about Shui Miao Miao's notorious reputation for a long time. He'd even learned later that his own parents' deaths were secretly connected to Shui Miao Miao. Given Jiang Yan's status as a high-profile influencer and rich second generation before the apocalypse, it was hard to believe Shui Miao Miao wouldn't have taken an interest. Jiang Yan didn't know why he was suddenly asking this, so she just replied, I don't think so. Of course, in her previous life she'd met that scumbag, but only Mo Jingqing knew she was a reborn. There was no need to tell Yiqing for now. Yiqing's fingers curled slightly. Just be careful when you're alone. Jiang Yan? That man asked if you were Jiang Yan from Anming. I suspect Shui Miao Miao has had his eye on you for a long time. Yiqing continued, do you remember the Anming Sky Hotel? If I'm not mistaken, that was one of Shui Miao Miao's major bases. Even though we didn't destroy it directly, we were still involved. And that gang led by Ma Lingbiao, who we killed at Qianshui Bay, they were all his men. Jiang Yan narrowed her eyes, agreeing with his analysis. Even without her past life, just based on what had happened in this one, Shui Miao Miao would likely have targeted them. Especially since she'd taken the gold and the Black Taisui statue from the Sky Hotel. But it would still take him some time to find her. Now that Mo Zhongqing and Mo Shuifeng had switched sides, what happened at the Sky Hotel would probably come to light soon. Still, she was looking for Shui Miao Miao anyway. But before she could kill him, she needed to finish her cooperation with Mo Jingqing. She knew the difference between personal grudges and the greater good. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan smiled. Honestly, I wish he'd just come straight to us. But have you thought about this? Your situation is unique, and so is mine. Someone like him might have other abilities too. If he was just a reborn with a ruthless streak, I don't think he could have survived this long in the apocalypse. Yiqing implied that Shui Miao Miao might have powers similar to or different from Jiang Yan's. And not just storage abilities. Not to mention his control over mutant animals and humans. Jiang Yan nodded. I know. Even if it's just me, I'm not afraid of him, let alone with all of you here, she said, noticing the worry in Yiqing's eyes and trying to reassure him. That's exactly what I wanted to say. Just be extra careful when you're alone, Yiqing emphasized again. Jiang Yan sensed something was off. Are you leaving? Yes. When? Yiqing looked at her, silent for a moment. Tomorrow morning. Now that everyone had moved to the observatory, it was a solid base. At least until the extreme cold passed, everyone should be safe. Even if some bad guys showed up, they wouldn't be a real threat. Song Qian and the others could handle it. Yiqing wanted to use this window, while their enemies were off guard, to strike first and take out Shui Miao Miao. Jiang Yan was surprised by his decision, but quickly guessed his intentions. You're going after Shui Miao Miao? Yiqing hadn't expected her to figure it out so fast, but he didn't deny it. Yes. Jiang Yan, but do you know where he is? Yiqing clenched his fists, determined. I'll find him. His body was immune to the cold, and he moved through the snow as if it were nothing. This kind of extreme cold could stop others, but not him. No rush, Jiang Yan smiled. Instead of looking for a needle in a haystack, wouldn't it be better to wait for him to come to us? Even if Yiqing found out where Shui Miao Miao was, he couldn't act recklessly. If it were someone else, they could hide and observe. But with Yiqing's nearly 2-meter-tall frame and evolved appearance, he'd stand out anywhere. But if the extreme cold ends, then you and Brother Tao. Yiqing hesitated. Jiang Yan knew what he was worried about. Don't worry, I have my own plan. Yiqing wanted to say more, but Su Dai's voice called from the stairs. Jiang Yan, Xiaoyue, dinner's ready. Come on, let's go up, Jiang Yan smiled, stepping forward. Yiqing took a deep breath, watching Jiang Yan's tall, slender figure. He felt uneasy about just leaving like this. That night, everyone ate their fill and slept soundly. The next morning, Jiang Yan clearly felt the temperature had dropped even further. The snow outside was also lighter than the day before. Zhao Yugong had taken a group out early to chop more pine trees. The rest divided up the leftover beef soup from last night, washed the pot, and started boiling water again. According to the calendar, tomorrow's New Year's Eve. We should freshen up a bit, Su Dai said with a smile, pulling a pair of scissors from her backpack. New Year's Eve, Jiang Yan paused for a moment, glancing out the window. She hadn't expected that in less than half a year since the apocalypse began, the world outside would have changed so drastically. Su Dai saw her staring blankly outside and walked over with a pair of scissors, smiling. Jiang Yan, do you want a haircut? Jiang Yan nodded and found a small stool to sit on. Ever since the heat wave hit, Su Dai had been cutting hair at home for herself and son Jingtao. Her skills weren't exactly professional, but the results were passable. The others gathered around as well. Daijia, give us a trim too. After months of practice, Su Dai finally had a chance to put her skills to use and was instantly delighted. All right, everyone line up. Once we're done with haircuts, let's all wash up. If we don't, we'll be marinated through soon, Lin Xiaoyue called from the supplies pile, digging out a few bars of soap and a nail clipper. These soaps and the nail clipper were things Jiang Yan had left for them when she left the AS district. Back then, water wasn't scarce, but firewood was, so aside from Song Qian, Yiqing, and a few others who dared to jump into an ice hole for a freezing bath, the rest had just toughed it out until now. Now, with an endless supply of pine wood and snow water outside, bathing was no longer a problem. How is it, Jiang Yan? Not bad, right? Su Dai finished Jiang Yan's haircut and somehow produced a palm-sized mirror, handing it over. Jiang Yan glanced at her reflection and smiled. You could give the base's hairdresser a run for their money. As soon as she spoke, everyone's gaze landed on her face and hair. Yanjia, your hair is amazing. It's not just her hair, look at her skin. Everyone was surprised, envious, and a little puzzled. Compared to their own frizzy hair, Jiang Yan's was like a waterfall of black silk, clean, fluffy, and glossy, as if she'd just had it professionally treated. And her skin showed no signs of damage from the harsh environment outside. It was so delicate, it looked as if a breath could break it. Previously, everyone had been too busy surviving and fighting, and the lighting in the AS district wasn't great, so it hadn't been so obvious. But today, with good lighting and everyone more relaxed, the difference was clear. Jiang Yan just smiled at their compliments, neither confirming nor denying anything. Su Dai seemed to have guessed something, but naturally didn't say it out loud. She simply changed the subject. Next, Jiang Yan stood up and looked around. Song Qian and Zhao Yugong had gone out to chop wood. Yiqing and Qin Lang were out setting traps for hunting. As for Song Haitao and the others, they were downstairs in the seed vault, focused on planning their next steps. Su Dai, I'm going out for a bit. I'll be back soon. She picked up her backpack and let Su Dai know. Be careful out there, Su Dai and the others quickly said. They weren't too worried, after all. She'd made it to Yunding Tower alone through a meteor shower and black blizzard, and returned unscathed. Everyone knew what she was capable of. Jiang Yan nodded, put on her snow goggles, and headed out. As her figure disappeared into the distance, Soldier A spoke up cautiously, "Do you think Yan Jie could be?" "What?" Everyone's eyes turned to him. "A bionic robot built with the latest technology?" Soldier A said. After all this time in the apocalypse, with nowhere to bathe, she was always spotless. And her unfathomable combat skills, her immunity to the cold, her flawless looks and figure. No matter how you looked at it, she seemed like she'd been designed in a lab. Most importantly, after all the high-tech stuff they'd seen, mostly in the field of biotech, their imaginations had run wild. A robot that could pass for human? Other than a bionic robot, they couldn't think of any other explanation. And robots don't have emotions. Jiang Yan always seemed cool and aloof, rarely showing any emotion. Listening to their speculation, Su Dai couldn't help but laugh. Don't be ridiculous. Jiang Yan used to be a web celebrity in Aming City. I was even her fan. Soldier B piped up, that's totally possible. They need a model for the robot, right? Maybe the scientist was her fan too. Then if she's a robot, where's the real Jiang Yan? Soldier C asked. And does Dr. Song know? Have you ever seen a robot eat human food? Su Dai countered. Everyone shook their heads. No, can't say we have. But Yan Jie doesn't really eat our food much. That's why she's so thin, Su Dai said. She'd look even better if she put on a little weight. Footsteps sounded, and a few soldiers turned to see Mo Shiryao coming up the stairs. They immediately fell silent. Miss Mo. Mo Shiryao swept her gaze over the group, her eyes lingering on the soldiers, her tone commanding. I don't want to hear any more rumors about Jiang Yan, especially when we're back at base or anywhere else. Otherwise, she said, her hand moving toward her tactical waist pack. She had a pistol, and the others had submachine guns. But as the little sister of Mo Jingjing, the base leader, her authority was undeniable. Yes, Miss Mo, everyone replied quickly. Soldier A, who'd started the topic, tried to explain, Miss Mo, I didn't mean anything by it. Mo Shiryao raised an eyebrow, her voice turning cold. Don't you know walls have ears? Don't you know about confidentiality? Don't tell me you've already forgotten everything just because you've been away from base for a little while. Soldier A looked thoroughly embarrassed. Miss Mo, I know I was wrong. We really were careless. Lin Xiaoyue, who hadn't joined in the gossip, added, yeah, Jiang Yan's helped us so much. The base and the country will need her in the future. We have to protect her. Everyone nodded. Su Dai realized as well and shot Mo Shiryao an approving look. Shiryao, do you want a haircut? Sure. Mo Shiryao automatically went to the back of the line. Miss Mo, you can go first if you want, the others offered. She gave them a cool glance. I'll wait my turn. The soldiers and Lin Xiaoyue were stunned. If they remembered correctly, back at the base, Mo Shiryao wasn't exactly arrogant, but her status was definitely special. Waiting in line, behind ordinary soldiers? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan, who had left the building, had no idea any of this was happening. She just felt her ears burning a little. Mama, where are we going? Hua Bao, perched on her shoulder, looked around at the snowy landscape and asked. Let's go treasure hunting, Jiang Yan said. With a thought, she pulled a color-printed map from her storage space, then took out a pair of binoculars and scanned the surroundings. Not far away, through the lens, she could see a snow-covered hill dotted with sparse, withered trees and irregular mounds of snow. That hill was a bit lower than the one where the Dongshan Observatory stood. It looked close, but in reality, it would still take some walking to get there. Treasure hunting? At the mention, Hua Bao's little eyes sparkled and it asked eagerly, Mama, are we going to look for gold? Seeing its greedy little face, Jiang Yan couldn't help but laugh. No, we're not. Only then did Hua Bao's attention shift to the colorful map in Jiang Yan's hand. Noticing the words Zhongshan Mountain Summit Museum near the observatory, it looked puzzled for a second. Mama, there's actually a museum here? It's the only private mountaintop museum in the country. But now it's all covered in snow and ice. Jiang Yan put away the map and binoculars and started walking slowly toward the hill. Before long, Jiang Yan felt she'd reached the edge of the museum. The mountaintop museum was built in an ancient style, 7 stories tall, with a tiled roof and wooden doors and windows. She wondered if the snow had collapsed it. Mama, should I go check it out first? Go ahead. With permission, Hua Bao darted off. 12 vines shot out like 12 drills, probing into the snow from different directions. Jiang Yan didn't stay idle either. She took out a safety helmet with a headlamp from her space and put it on, then pulled out an ice drill. Mama, there's a roof under here, and it's caved in. There's ice below too. Should we go down this way? Hua Bao quickly reported back. Okay. Jiang Yan nodded and walked over with the ice drill. To keep her from accidentally stepping on a collapsed spot, Hua Bao retracted one vine and carefully wrapped it around her for safety. When Jiang Yan reached the spot Hua Bao indicated, she saw that the powdery snow had already been swept away by the vines, revealing a patch of translucent ice. Beneath the ice, she could just make out broken wooden frames, bricks, and a dark hole. Sure enough, the ancient-style building had been crushed by the snow and ice. She just didn't know how much of it had collapsed. With that thought, Jiang Yan started drilling quickly. Once she'd made a hole about 1 meter wide, she gave it a gentle kick. The cylindrical block of ice fell with a thud into the darkness below. Jiang Yan shone her flashlight inside. Luckily, only a small area had collapsed. Wow! So many ancient paintings and calligraphy. Hua Bao had already snaked its vines inside ahead of her. Mama, should we go in? As she spoke, Jiang Yan carefully climbed down through the collapsed spot. Once inside, she realized that quite a bit of the 7th floor had been crushed by snow and ice. Hua Bao looked at the battered ceiling and pouted. Mama, with such shoddy construction, these paintings probably aren't worth much, right? Jiang Yan smiled and glanced at the long-dead security cameras. They're not super valuable, but not worthless either. As for Hua Bao's comment about shoddy construction, Jiang Yan didn't quite agree. Dongshan was in the north, but even in the coldest years, temperatures only dropped to -10 or 20 degrees Celsius. It snowed, but blizzards were rare. After snow fell, gravity would compress it into layers of ice. But before the apocalypse, staff would clear the snow daily, so there was never enough buildup to collapse buildings. The safety of this ancient-style building had relied more on pre-apocalypse surveillance and infrared alarms. But after the apocalypse, all those high-tech systems stopped working. If not for the fierce natural disasters and the museum's remote location, the wooden frames and paintings would have long since been burned as firewood by survivors. As Jiang Yan took down a painting, Hua Bao imitated her and quickly removed all the paintings from the walls. Mama, here you go. The moment the paintings were handed to Jiang Yan, they vanished into her storage space. All the paintings exposed on the upper floor were quickly stored away. Mama, should we go downstairs? Jiang Yan led Hua Bao down to the next floor. This level was the antique furniture section. There were Ming and Qing dynasty pieces, wood carvings, rosewood, Mongwali, golden thread Nanmu, Seton agarwood. Jiang Yan was a bit stunned. Before the apocalypse, these wooden pieces would have been far more valuable than the paintings upstairs by unknown artists. She quickly stored away the furniture and continued down, only to notice that the stairwell was completely blocked by snow and ice. Mama, should we keep going? Hua Bao stretched out a vine to probe, but found no gaps. Jiang Yan took out a wooden mallet and tapped the ice, then stood up with some regret. No, we can't go further. Everything below is frozen solid. According to the layout, the lower floors were the ceramics and bronze galleries. Should we go back now? Hua Bao sounded a little reluctant. Jiang Yan checked the time, they'd only been out for less than 2 hours. But entering her storage space from here was clearly less safe than doing so from the observatory building. Let's head back for now. The girl and the flower climbed out through the hole. A gust of wind whipped snowflakes into their faces, making Jiang Yan shiver instinctively. Back at the observatory, Jiang Yan spotted Song Qian and Qin Ling from afar. The two were leading the group in stacking freshly cut pine logs in a corner of the building. Su Dai was giving one of the warriors a haircut. It looked like only the last one was left. Since she was using scissors, it wasn't like women's haircuts where you could just snip it straight across. The warrior's head bobbed up and down. Lin Xiaoyue took a bag from Zhao Yugong, her face full of delight as she turned to chat with Su Dai. By the iron pot, steam was rising as water boiled. Nearby, a big bonfire blazed. Several warriors with freshly washed, still damp hair sat around it, warming themselves. The whole scene was cheerful and lively. Watching this, Jiang Yan was momentarily lost in memories of the past. Jiang Yan, you're back? Lin Xiaoyue finished her conversation with Su Dai, turned, and spotted Jiang Yan smiling at the door. Guess what good stuff old Zhao found for us, she said excitedly, waving the heavy cloth bag in her hand. Something to eat? Jiang Yan collected herself and entered the room. Su Dai paused her work and grinned. No, it's something that grows on trees. It's really good for women's beauty and skin. I remember you even did a special segment on it once in your beauty tips. Grows on trees? Edible? Good for beauty. Jiang Yan was momentarily puzzled, then a light bulb went off in her mind. Peach resin. Su Dai nodded with a smile, swallowing her saliva. I heard from Dr. Lin that we still have some sugar and aviation jam in our supplies. Later, we can make some sweet soup to drink. That stuff is great for beauty and skincare. Beauty and skincare? A nearby soldier couldn't help but laugh. Sister Dai, at this point, we're lucky just to have enough to eat. Beauty and skincare, those were things from another life. Su Dai shot him a glare, full of confidence. With Jiang Yan and Yi Qing around, you're still worried about going hungry? Jiang Yan had some mysterious stockpiles, and Yi Qing was a skilled hunter. Plus, there was a vast forest of dead trees nearby and endless snow. By now, they were practically the wealthy elite of the apocalypse. From the bottom of her heart, Su Dai felt that Song Haidao's suggestion to move everyone to the observatory had been the wisest decision possible. If they'd stayed in the old AS sector, even if they didn't starve, they'd have frozen to death sooner or later. Even if they managed to catch those giant mutant fish there, eating raw, fishy sashimi every day would have wrecked their stomachs. Another soldier chimed in, Sister Dai, it's always good to prepare for a rainy day. Of course I know that, Su Dai pouted, about to argue, but Jiang Yan raised a hand with a smile to stop her. Have you noticed? The temperature's starting to rise. A little. Water's freezing more slowly than it did a few days ago, but it's not a huge difference yet. Song Haitao came up the stairs with a few elders. Seeing Jiang Yan, he nodded kindly and continued, we just ran some more calculations. If the temperature keeps rising tomorrow, there's a good chance this extreme cold will soon be over. By extreme cold, they meant temperatures of -40 degrees Celsius or below. Once it warmed up to above -40, traveling and using cold weapons would both become possible again. Their chances of making it back to the Yaoben base would improve a lot. But that also meant that the hostile forces trapped elsewhere by the cold would start to stir as well. Hearing this, Su Dai's hands sped up as she trimmed a soldier's hair. Wow! Doctor, does that mean we won't be stuck here much longer? She was really hoping to get back to Yaoben base soon. At least there, she and Sun Jingta had their own room, which made both work and daily life so much easier. But after what happened in the AS sector, no one really knew what the situation at the base was like now. Yes, Song Haida replied, though his face grew more serious. Jiang Yan noticed. Doctor, are you worried about something? Sister Yan, you know how it is. Once the disaster simulator starts, it doesn't stop. The end of one disaster always means the start of another. Based on the calculations Dr. Song and Dr. Zheng just did downstairs, there's a good chance we'll get hit with extreme freezing rain or hail next, Sun Ziqing, who was standing beside Song Haitao, spoke up. Before the apocalypse, freezing rain and hail were rarely anything to fear. But now, everything was different. Who knew if the hail would be the size of goose eggs, or even ostrich eggs? And they had no idea when the next disaster would hit. If they were caught halfway by a hailstorm, with nowhere to take shelter, they'd be in real trouble. It's fine. Freezing rain is better than freezing hands and feet. Besides, we've survived earthquakes, nuclear blasts, and meteor strikes. I believe our luck will hold. Su Dai hadn't thought that far ahead, but she said it breezily. Only then did she notice Lin Xiaoyue nearby, her eyes already red. Dr. Lin, what's wrong? Su Dai asked, puzzled. Jiang Yan handed her a pack of tissues. Dr. Lin, don't worry. Mian Mian will be fine. And the Yaoben base should be okay too. Su Dai. Lin Xiaoyue didn't take the tissues, instead wiping her tears with her sleeve. Thank you, but you keep the tissues. Tissues, another luxury in the apocalypse. All right, it's New Year's Eve today. We'll be fine. Sun Jingtao and Qin Lang, having just finished stacking pine wood, came over to smooth things over. Sorry. Lin Xiaoyue wasn't usually the weepy type. She quickly wiped her tears and went to tend the fire. Jiang Yi, who'd followed Song Haitao upstairs, rubbed his hands and glanced at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, do we have enough fuel for the snowmobiles to get back to Yaoben base? Jiang Yan wasn't sure why he was asking. Yes, we do. With the temperature so low, the two snowmobiles were currently running on ethanol gasoline. But if it warmed up, they could switch to aviation or regular gasoline. Satisfied, Jiang Yi turned to Sun Jingtao and the others. How about we modify the sleds while we're here? You mean, add a canopy to the sleds? Sun Jingtao caught on immediately. Jiang Yi nodded. Exactly. If we have to travel far, we'll need to bring this wood anyway. If we use it as a canopy, it'll give us cover overhead, and if anything happens, we can take it apart for fuel. By travel far, he really just meant the trip from the observatory back to Yaoben base. It wasn't that far. But with uncertain directions and terrain, no one really knew how long it would take. Su Dai said, if it comes to it, we can just wait here for the rescue team. Didn't Mo Shiryao say the base has a deputy leader named Qin something? Once the cold passes and they can get out, they'll definitely come looking for us first. She'd finished cutting everyone's hair today. Seeing everyone looking sharp and energized, she felt a real sense of accomplishment. Her spirits were higher than ever. Jiang Yu suddenly looked at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, what do you think? Before Jiang Yan could answer, the sound of footsteps came from behind. Yi Qing's back. Everyone turned to see Yiqing, covered in white snow, dragging what looked like a small elephant-sized canine animal behind him. Wow! Xiaoyu really brought something back. Amazing! With new food, everyone was excited. I think Yiqing deserves the title of Best Hunter of the Apocalypse, hands down. One soldier joked, then got up with another to help. Yiqing, let us give you a hand. Yiqing waved them off. No need. It's not heavy. Xiaoyue's got the build and the vibe of a manga protagonist, Su Dai said, the most excited of them all. Unexpectedly, Yiqing dropped the huge canine in the snow outside, instead of bringing it inside as usual. He strode into the house, took off his snow goggles, and only then did everyone notice his serious expression. Xiaoyu, did you catch a mutant wolf? No. It's a mutant hound. Yiqing shook his head, then glanced at Song Haitao and Jiang Yan. That hound has a marking from Yaoben base. Yaoben base. Zhang Yongyang was stunned. Our hounds at Yaoben base were never this big. Yiqing said, that's because it's undergone a second mutation. And if I'm right about the markings, it came from Musin base. Everyone was shocked. A second mutation from Musin base? That meant this hound from Yaoben base had been through an S&P or similar laboratory. Jiang Yan stepped outside and glanced at the mutated hunting dog. Sure enough, she saw a branding iron mark labeled MS on the dog's hind leg. The letters MS looked specially designed, with an artistic flair. I heard eating dog meat helps keep you warm. Should we give it a try tonight? Jiang Yi came over and suggested. The rest of the group fell silent. A few of the soldiers, in particular, had once patrolled with hunting dogs back at the base. To them, Hunting dogs weren't just ordinary animals, they were comrades in a sense. But now, in the apocalypse, they naturally wouldn't choose to go hungry. Still, they needed a moment to adjust emotionally. Jiang Yan, on the other hand, didn't think too much about it. She simply said, "I suggest we leave the dog outside for the night first." Yiqing nodded in agreement. "You're worried it might self-destruct like those mutated snow wolves?" "Exactly." As soon as Jiang Yan finished speaking, the snow outside suddenly grew heavier. Song Haidao frowned. "Looks like another blizzard is coming. Let's all head inside." Everyone went in and started preparing lunch. To call it preparing was a stretch. They just added some snow water and food to the leftover beef stew from the day before. Jiang Yi borrowed an axe from Zhao Yugong and went off to do some handiwork. By the time lunch was ready, he had already split a pile of neat firewood and made over a dozen simple stools. All the stools were made with mortise and tenon joints, not a single nail used. Of course, there weren't any nails to use anyway. Kong Wu, who hadn't been too fond of Jiang Yi before, couldn't help but praise him now. "Jiang Yi, I didn't know you had this skill. Just a hobby before the apocalypse, fishing and woodworking." Jiang Yi smiled, but a hint of sadness flashed across his face. "Back then, my DIY workshop was fully equipped." At the start of the apocalypse, he'd tried to bring all his tools with him, but whether it was hammers or axes, they were all precious now. Most had been stolen. "There's not enough time today. Tomorrow, I'll make a couple of simple tables for everyone." With that, Jiang Yi handed the axe back to Zhao Yugong. That night, everyone spent their first New Year's Eve since the apocalypse began. The fire crackled, sending up sparks. Su Dai insisted on staying up for the new year, and Sun Jingtao kept her company. Lin Xiaoyue and Zhao Yugong missed their daughter far away at the Yaoben base. They weren't sleepy at all and sat by the fire, chatting idly. The rest, used to sleeping at sunset, managed to stay up until 9 or 10 before yawning and heading to bed. As usual, Jiang Yan slipped into her space when no one was looking. After washing up, still wide awake, she took out her tablet and started watching a New Year's gala from the previous year. Halfway through, Hua Bao, who was next door munching on gold bars, suddenly shouted in delight, "Mom! Look! The space has leveled up again." Jiang Yan quickly pulled open the blackout curtains in her bedroom and looked toward the little stream. Sure enough, the progress bar for the space upgrade was flashing with dazzling golden light. The stream below had become wider and deeper. Looking into the distance, she saw that the black soil area, once filled with vegetables, fruits, flowers, and trees, had doubled in size. At the edge of the grassy field, a patch of green forest had appeared. The trees were tall and straight, their leaves lush, but Jiang Yan didn't recognize any of them. What surprised her most, though, was that the spiritual spring, which had always been shrouded in mist, was now completely visible. Could it be that the spring had finally manifested physically? Jiang Yan's heart began to race. She couldn't wait. She jumped out of bed and strode over to the spring. As usual, she reached out and touched the wall at the edge of the spring. The cool stone made Jiang Yan's pupils contract sharply. "Hua Bao, come here. We have a real spiritual spring now." Before, whenever she touched the wall around the spring, her fingers would pass right through as if it were empty air. Spiritual spring? Hua Bao, looking confused, hopped out the window in a flash. Jiang Yan summoned a cup with a thought, her heart pounding as she dipped it into the clear spring water. "This should be drinkable, right?" Jiang Yan hesitated, looking at the water in the cup. "Hua Bao, help me catch a chicken." Even though she was pretty sure it was safe, she didn't dare be the guinea pig herself. The chickens, ducks, and geese in the space were dozing under the fruit trees. Hua Bao stretched out a vine and instantly snatched up a rooster. Jiang Yan handed over the cup. The rooster took a sip, tilted its head back, and swallowed. She kept feeding it, and the rooster drank 4 or 5 more sips before turning its head away. "Keep an eye on it. If anything strange happens, let me know." As soon as Jiang Yan finished speaking, she noticed the rooster in Hua Bao's vine seemed to be changing. Its eyes were brighter, its comb redder, and its feathers glossier. It even seemed stronger, flapping its wings as if trying to break free. Am I imagining things? Jiang Yan was stunned. Hua Bao also noticed the rooster looked better. Mom, I don't think so. Suddenly, Hua Bao wrinkled its nose and held the rooster farther away. This rooster smells a bit worse than before. Smells? Jiang Yan leaned in and sniffed. When she saw a thin oily film on the rooster's comb, her eyes lit up. She summoned a cotton swab and wiped the rooster's comb. Mom, what are you doing? Hua Bao asked, puzzled. Looking at the oily substance on the swab, Jiang Yan was overjoyed. Just as I thought. Those novels weren't lying. This spiritual spring really does cleanse and refine the body. Jiang Yan didn't sleep a wink that night. The next morning, the rooster was asleep in a cage woven from Hua Bao's vines. Hua Bao, let it go. At her command, Hua Bao quickly withdrew its vines. The rooster woke up, strutted off toward the orchard, then flapped its wings and flew up to a high branch, crowing loudly. Wow, Mom, this spring water is amazing. Normally, that rooster could never fly so high, said Hua Bao, who knew the poultry well. Jiang Yan took a deep breath, went back to the spring, filled a cup, and took a small sip. She hadn't expected it. The spring water was cool, sweet, and far better than any mineral water she'd ever tasted. She filled another cup and drank it all in one go. Then something magical happened. As the water entered her body, Jiang Yan felt lighter, as if a weight had been lifted. It was a wonderful feeling. Soon, tiny black impurities began to seep from the pores on her arms. Jiang Yan could smell a faint odor coming from her own body. Jiang Yan entered the bathroom and scrubbed herself from head to toe 2 or 3 times. Only when she saw no more black oil stains washing off her skin did she dry her hair and leave the space. Turning a corner, she happened to run into Yiqing and Song Qian. Yiqing greeted her morning. Song Qian said, Jiang Yan, why don't you rest a bit longer? It was only around 8 in the morning. The hallway was still dim, and outside, dawn was just beginning to break. Jiang Yan smiled. I couldn't sleep anymore. We're going to check on that hound from yesterday. Wanna come? Yiqing's gaze lingered on Jiang Yan's face, and he subconsciously sniffed the air. Ever since his senses had been enhanced, he wasn't quite at Jiang Yan's level, but he was still much sharper than Song Qian, who was just an ordinary person. The hallway was dark, but he could clearly sense that Jiang Yan's appearance seemed different from yesterday. If he had to pinpoint it, she looked even more refined. Also, there was a faint fragrance coming from her. It wasn't perfume, nor was it the scent of shampoo or body wash. It was a very natural and fresh aroma. This scent inexplicably lifted his spirits and made him feel at ease. The oppressive feeling brought on by the dim hallway instantly vanished. Yiqing was a bit puzzled, but he didn't ask. The 3 of them headed upstairs one after another. Kong Wu, who was on duty for the shift, was dozing by the fire at the door, clutching his submachine gun. Hearing footsteps, he snapped his eyes open, instantly alert and staring toward the stairs. Seeing the 3 of them, Kong Wu grinned. Morning, guys. Go get some rest, we'll take over, Yiqing said, glancing out the window. He immediately noticed white snow seeping in through the gaps in the wooden barricade. Their entry and exit point was the window where the glass had shattered earlier. After yesterday's blizzard hit again, the fierce wind and snow had poured into the house. Fortunately, after lunch yesterday, Jiang Yu had made a wooden step under the window before it got dark and also put up a wooden barricade to block the window. It looked like the snow outside had piled up even more overnight. Kong Wu stretched, rubbed his eyes, and stood up. It's fine, I just napped for a bit. I'm awake now. You guys heading out? He asked. Yeah. Yiqing stepped onto the wooden platform and peered outside through a gap in the barricade. The snow is about a meter deep now, but the blizzard stopped. A meter? Kong Wu exclaimed. If we take down the barricade now, won't all that snow come pouring in? It shouldn't, Yiqing replied. He braced himself against the barricade and gave it a hard push, then removed it. A pile of snow, compressed together, revealed a 1-meter-wide snow platform outside the window. Xiaoyue, I'm jealous of your strength, Song Qian said, taking the engineer's shovel from his back and carving a few steps into the snowy platform. Yiqing just smiled faintly and said nothing. If we get a few more blizzards like last night, we'll be buried alive in here, Kong Wu muttered, glancing outside. Song Qian laughed. It won't come to that. Worst case, we just moved to a higher floor. There were still several floors above them in the building. But without exception, they had all been looted clean. Yiqing and Song Qian stepped outside, with Jiang Yan and Kong Wu following. The hound that Yiqing had thrown outside yesterday was now completely buried under the snow. Song Qian frowned. Xiaoyue, I remember that hound was as big as a baby elephant. With more than a meter of snow, it shouldn't be completely covered, right? Even if it was covered, there should be a bump or something. But now the area looked perfectly flat, which was suspicious. Let's dig and see, Yiqing said, taking out the engineer's shovel. The two of them began digging carefully. Kong Wu didn't have a shovel on him, so he turned back and brought out the iron pot he'd cleaned last night. This snow is fresh, we can use it. I'll go make some hot water for everyone. With that, he scooped half a pot of white snow and carried it inside. Morning, Xiao Kong. Morning, Dr. Lin, Captain Zhao. Feels like it's not as cold as yesterday. Yeah, looks like the doctor was right, the extreme cold is almost over. Inside, Lin Xiaoyue and Zhao Yoging's cheerful voices drifted out. Meanwhile, Song Qian and Yiqing dug for a while before stopping at the same time. This hound was injected with the nanovirus too. Jiang Yan walked over and stared at the transparent crystals in the snow pit, stunned. It seemed that from now on, any mutant animals hunted outside couldn't be eaten right away. What's this? Her gaze landed on a few strands of black material beside the snow pit. Only then did Yiqing and Song Qian notice that among the white snow, there were wisps of bubbly black material. As they spoke, Jiang Yan reached into her backpack and pulled out a longsword made from special AS stone alloy. She gently poked at it with the tip of her sword, and some carbonized material fell off. Yiqing picked up a piece of the black stuff and rubbed it between his fingers. The snow here is green, and these black bits should be the hound's skin. Though he was wearing gloves, he was still very careful. This skin must have been corroded and dehydrated by strong acid, then carbonized, which is why it's black. Skin? Carbonized by strong acid? Song Qian and Jiang Yan's chemistry knowledge had long since been forgotten. Jiang Yan was surprised. But I remember when those mutant snow wolves self-dissolved before, there was no fur or skin left at all. Could it be that this hound didn't have as much nanovirus in its body, so the acid wasn't strong enough to dissolve all the skin and fur? Yiqing frowned. That's possible. Just as he finished speaking, a blood-curdling scream came from inside, followed by the sound of a cup falling to the floor. The three of them froze for a second, then instinctively rushed back inside. Xiao Kong, what happened? Lin Xiaoyue and Zhao Yugong stared in shock at Kong Wu, who suddenly had blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Lin Xiaoyue hurried to grab the first aid kit, while Zhao Yugong rushed to support the staggering Kong Wu. Xiao Kong, are you poisoned? Sit down, don't move. Kong Wu had been boiling water just now. When bubbles started rising from the bottom of the pot, he thought it meant the water was hot. Thirsty, he scooped half a cup and drank it, then this happened. Fighting through the agony that felt like his organs were being torn apart, Kong Wu rasped, "The water, there's something wrong with it." The moment he drank the water, it felt as if molten lava was burning its way from his lips to his tongue, down his throat, and into his stomach. Wherever the lava touched, it rapidly corroded and dissolved the tissue. The searing pain radiated from his organs in an instant. The water's bad. Lin Xiaoyue glanced at the steaming, bubbling water in the iron pot, then at Kong Wu, who was still bleeding from the mouth, and immediately understood. She dropped the first aid kit, grabbed a box of cold water stored by the fire, and rushed over. "Quick, drink this water. Then spit out as much as you can." Zhao Yugong was confused. "Honey, this water?" The room was so cold that any stored water would freeze quickly. So, to ensure they always had drinking water, they kept a few iron boxes of leftover water by the fire. "This water is from yesterday. We used it to make soup and it was fine." The water Kong Wu just drank was boiled from fresh snow this morning. As Lin Xiaoyue spoke, she poured the water from the box into Kong Wu's mouth, which was already full of blood. Kong Wu forced himself to endure the excruciating pain and spat out some of the remaining snow water, but most of it had already been swallowed into his stomach. He could feel, with heart-wrenching clarity, that every part of his body the snow water had touched was rotting and breaking down bit by bit. Song Qian and Jiang Yan jumped into the house. When they saw Kong Wu, whose mouth and the floor were covered in blood and whose forehead was beaded with sweat, they were both anxious and shocked. Kong Wu. His lips must have been the first to touch the snow water. Not only were they bleeding and festering, but some areas had already started to turn black. Is this snow water acidic? Yiqing glanced at the iron pot, which was still bubbling, then thought of the carbonized wolf dog pelts they'd seen outside. His eyes were full of disbelief. As soon as he spoke, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Lin Xiaoyue said, "It must be. If it just touches the skin, it's not too bad. You can wash and dilute the acid with running water. But now that Xiao Kong has swallowed it, this..." Even with the most advanced gastric lavage machines, it would be too late, let alone in this post-apocalyptic world where they had nothing. Although Lin Xiaoyue had grown somewhat cold and indifferent after the apocalypse, as a doctor, she was used to saving lives. After spending time with Kong Wu recently, she had come to see this cheerful, energetic young soldier as a little brother. Now, seeing Kong Wu bleeding from every organ, and knowing there was nothing she could do except give him water to dilute the acid, her eyes suddenly reddened. Although Jiang Yan had bought a bunch of supplies for her space, she was at a loss in this situation. "Dr. Lin, is there anything Kong Wu can take?" Lin Xiaoyue snapped back to herself. Jiang Yan did seem to have some medicine. But the hemostatic drugs she was thinking of were uncommon, and she wasn't sure if Jiang Yan would have them. Still, she said, omeprazole in enteric-coated capsules, sucralfate suspension, or Yunnan bio capsules. Any one of those. Xiaoyi, help me check the medicine box. I remember there's some amoxicillin in there. I'll look. Jiang Yan memorized what Lin Xiaoyue said, quickly put down her backpack, and pretended to search through it. With a thought, she took out a bottle of Yunnan bio capsules from her space. Lin Xiaoyue was a bit surprised at how Jiang Yan seemed to produce the medicine like a magic trick, but now wasn't the time to think about that. She quickly reached out to take it. Jiang Yan, do you have clindamycin gel or metronidazole ointment? She took out the capsules and fed them to Kong Wu, who was in so much pain he was half unconscious. These medicines were originally used to treat gastrointestinal bleeding after heavy drinking, but they'd have to make do for now. As for the other two, they were for external wounds. Jiang Yan quickly produced a tube of clindamycin gel, along with a bottle of iodine and a bag of medical cotton swabs. I've got them. I'll do it. Song Qian, frowning deeply, took the supplies, dipped a cotton swab in iodine, and carefully cleaned the wounds around Kong Wu's lips before applying the gel. Kong Wu looked at the others, wanting to speak, but even swallowing his own saliva felt like being seared by a red-hot iron. His heart felt as if it was being doused again and again with scalding molten metal. The pain was unbearable. It wasn't ordinary pain. He felt like he was about to pass out from the agony. Song Qian could clearly see what was happening, and his eyes instantly reddened. The two of them had been through life and death together since Anming, partners for a long time. Not to mention that, as comrades in arms, there were some feelings that words couldn't express. He reached out and tightly gripped Kong Wu's hand, his gentle tone carrying both command and pleading. Kong Wu, don't you dare fall asleep. He was afraid that if Kong Wu fell asleep, he'd never wake up again. Kong Wu blinked weakly. Yes, Captain. There was a lot of noise upstairs, and it was about time for everyone to get up. Song Haitao and Su Dai came upstairs as well. Song Haitao and the other elders were all shocked. They hurried over to Kong Wu. Xiao Kong. Sun Jingtao and a few other soldiers thought Kong Wu was under attack. They grabbed their guns and jumped out the window. Soon, seeing that it was empty outside, they returned, looking embarrassed. Dr. Song, everyone, don't crowd too close, Song Qian said softly, his eyes full of pain as he glanced at the others. Oh, right, we need to keep the air flowing for Xiao Kong. Song Haitao quickly pulled everyone back. He took a deep breath and asked solemnly, "Xiao Song, what happened?" "Kong Wu." Su Dai was completely confused, tears streaming down her face. "Xiaoyue, what happened to him? What's going on?" Sun Jingtao couldn't help but squat down in front of Kong Wu. Seeing him on the verge of death, he clenched his fists tightly, not knowing what to do. "The snow water that accumulated last night is the problem." Yiqing frowned, lifting the nearly boiling iron pot off the charcoal fire with his bare hands. The iron pot, thanks to the snow water and the high heat, was already pitted and mottled. It was obvious it had been corroded by the snow water. If even an iron pot was like this, one could only imagine what would happen to Kong Wu's flesh and blood. Su Dai habitually looked for Jiang Yan, but after scanning the room, she realized Jiang Yan was missing. "Huh? Where's Sister Yan?" Mo Xiao frowned. If she wasn't mistaken, Jiang Yan had just quietly gone downstairs. Yiqing finally noticed Jiang Yan was gone and was about to suggest looking for her when Jiang Yan reappeared from around the corner. She was holding a small translucent bottle and walked over to Kong Wu, crouching down. "Dr. Lin, this is the life-saving potion Chief Mo gave me earlier." She had just gone into her space, found a small bottle, and filled it with some spiritual spring water. To be honest, this spiritual spring water had a cleansing and strengthening effect for her. But for someone in Kong Wu's condition, she wasn't sure if it would help at all. Still, seeing his state now, at least the spring water wouldn't have any side effects. It was worth a try. Also, since things from her space might not be suitable for Kong Wu, she only filled half the bottle with the spring water and mixed the rest with mineral water. As soon as everyone heard the words life-saving potion and saw that it was Jiang Yan who brought it out, their eyes lit up. Lin Xiaoyue was anxious, but she was the type who became even more clear-headed when saving lives. She took the bottle, glanced at the clear liquid inside, and a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. "Life-saving potion?" Jiang Yan nodded. "Yes. I don't know if it'll work for Kong Wu's situation, but it's worth a try." As soon as Kong Wu heard it was a life-saving potion, and that Mo Jingqing had given it to Jiang Yan specifically, his eyes snapped open, even though he was half unconscious. He wanted to refuse. But even the slightest movement made his mouth, throat, and all his organs feel like they were being shredded by a spiked electric drill. He couldn't utter a single word. "Kong Wu." Sun Jingtao immediately noticed the frothy blood bubbling from the corner of Kong Wu's mouth. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoyue didn't care that the life-saving potion in her hand was being used like mineral water. "Su Dai, could you please get me a spoon and a bowl?" "Yes, Dr. Lin." Su Dai wiped her tears and hurriedly turned to fetch the only small spoon and bowl, passing them over. "Dr. Lin, your..." Song Qian watched as Lin Xiaoyue calmly unscrewed the bottle and poured out a small amount of the potion, looking a bit puzzled. "We can't feed him directly from the bottle." "If Kong Wu can't swallow, the potion will be contaminated," Lin Xiaoyue explained, carefully scooping up a spoonful and trying to feed it to Kong Wu. Unfortunately, Kong Wu's throat was damaged and he'd lost the ability to swallow. Most of the potion, mixed with blood and decaying flesh, was reflexively spat out. Song Qian glanced at Sun Jingtao beside him. "Old Sun, help me hold Xiao Kong." "All right." Sun Jingtao reached out to support Kong Wu, just as Song Qian gritted his teeth and, steeling himself, grabbed Kong Wu's jaw to force his mouth open, tilting his head back slightly. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoyue quickly spooned several more doses of the potion into his mouth. Those standing close broke out in a cold sweat. All they could see inside Kong Wu's mouth were bloody holes. Even his tongue was starting to turn black. Lin Xiaoyue's eyelids kept twitching, but when she saw the potion trickling down his throat, her heart, which had been in her throat, finally eased a little. She wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but she felt that wherever the potion touched, the decaying flesh seemed to separate quickly, as if fresh new tissue was slowly growing. Very soon, the three of them managed to get the entire bottle of potion into him. Kong Wu's mouth was full of blood, and with Song Qian holding him like this, it looked almost like torture. But he knew Song Qian was only trying to help. As the so-called life-saving potion entered his mouth, Kong Wu's half-closed, dazed eyes suddenly snapped open. He felt as if a gentle, warm current was flowing through his body, which had been burned and torn apart. That current softly soothed every damaged cell. The densely packed areas of pain seemed to be shrinking bit by bit. But he still couldn't speak. Jiang Yan, watching from the side, was secretly shocked. She could actually sense that wherever the spiritual spring water passed, new cells were rapidly dividing and reconstructing. Zhang Yongyang could clearly see that Kong Wu's condition had improved significantly. This potion looks very effective. Jiang Yan, do you have any more of this? Song Qian couldn't help but look at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan didn't try to hide it. I do. But let's see how it works first. We can give him more later. Although she'd tested it on the rooster in her space before, Jiang Yan didn't want the effect to be too strong, in case there were side effects. Song Qian hadn't expected Jiang Yan to agree so readily, and he actually felt a little guilty inside. I know this potion was given to you by Chief Mo, it's extremely precious. But I swear, in this life. He was interrupted by Jiang Yan. Brother Song, let's not talk about this. All right. Song Qian frowned, clenching his fists quietly. Kong Wu couldn't be moved too much, so a soldier had already brought up a snow wolf pelt from downstairs. Jiang Yi, seeing he couldn't help much, borrowed an axe from Zhao Yugong and, with another soldier, carried a pile of pine wood upstairs. Soon, the two of them brought down a mortise antennon wooden bed. Even with the snow wolf pelt, the floor's still too cold. Thank you, Song Qian said sincerely, glancing at Jiang Yi. No problem. They built a fire next to the wooden bed, then carefully moved Kong Wu onto it. After drinking the potion, Kong Wu suddenly spat out a mouthful of foul blood. He was clearly much better now, and some color was returning to his pale face. Seeing the ulcerated wound on his lips starting to scab over, Song Qian finally relaxed. Shao Kong, get some rest. Kong Wu's eyes were red as he looked at everyone, full of regret and apology. If he hadn't been so impatient to drink the water, no one would have had to worry so much, and they wouldn't have had to use the life-saving potion Mo gave to Jiang Yan. Song Qian seemed to see right through him and said directly, Shao Kong, don't overthink it. Just close your eyes and rest. Kong Wu blinked weakly, his eyes growing even redder. Song Qian clenched his fist. That's an order. Only then did Kong Wu close his eyes immediately. Jiang Ya. Thank you. Lin Xiaoyue breathed a sigh of relief and handed the half-transparent bottle back to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was about to take it when Mo Shiryao reached out and took it first. Jiang Yan, can I take a look? Of course. We'd like to see it too. Song Haitao and the others were also very curious about this life-saving potion. As senior members of the Yao Ben base's research team, they knew a thing or two about many of the base's top secrets. But this life-saving potion, they'd never even heard of it. Mo Shiryao looked at the plain, translucent bottle in her hand, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Thinking of her second brother Mo Jingsheng's sudden disappearance, she felt a little unsettled. Back at the base, thanks to the Mo family's background, she'd always had the best of everything. Mo Jingsheng had even made sure she was specially supplied with certain weapons and crucial life-saving medicines. But the rarest thing she'd ever received was just the antifreeze serum. Unfortunately, when she was kidnapped by her grandfather and eldest brother, she hadn't had time to bring any of those supplies with her. But this life-saving potion in Jiang Yan's hand, she'd never seen it, nor had she ever heard Mo Jingsheng mention it. She passed the bottle to Song Haitao and the others, her gaze lingering on Jiang Yan's fair, delicate face. In terms of looks and figure, whether before or after the apocalypse, Jiang Yan was undeniably a great beauty. And her combat skills and marksmanship were top-notch. There was something mysterious about her, and Mo Shiryao couldn't quite put her finger on it, but she could sense it. But was that really the reason her brother treated Jiang Yan so differently, even better than his own sister? After all, her brother wasn't the type to be blinded by beauty. Mo Shiryao was truly puzzled. She knew Jiang Yan had saved her, and she shouldn't be so petty. But she still felt a little upset. Especially since Jiang Yan said she still had more of the life-saving potion. That meant it wasn't a one-of-a-kind item, so why hadn't her brother left any for her? Jiang Yan's senses were sharp, and she naturally noticed Mo Shiyao's gaze. Shiao, what's wrong? She looked up, meeting her eyes calmly. Jiang Yan, did my brother really give you this potion? Mo Shiao took a breath, her tone tinged with unwillingness. Jiang Yan had already guessed that Mo Shiao would ask this and couldn't help but smile. Of course. Getting Mo Jingxing to act as a shield wasn't a bad thing. Even if, after returning to the base in the future, Mo Shiao went to confirm with him, she wasn't afraid. Mo Jingxing was a smart person, he'd probably help her keep the secret. And if he didn't, it wasn't a big deal either. Oh. A trace of disappointment flashed in Mo Shiao's eyes. He gave it to you back at the base? And then, Jiang Yan nodded, instinctively wanting to reach up and touch her nose. Halfway there, she realized this was a tell she had when lying, so she quickly changed course, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. To Mo Shiao, this little gesture was full of charm. Her gaze froze for a moment, lips pressed tightly together. She said no more. Just now, with that gesture and expression, even as a woman, Mo Shiao felt inexplicably drawn to Jiang Yan, let alone her brother, who'd been single for years. Doctor, what should we do now? Seeing that Kong Wu had finally fallen asleep, Song Qian stood up. Song Haitao glanced at the iron pot, now modeled inside. There's definitely something wrong with this water. Now I'm worried that even the ice and snow buried underneath have been contaminated. Doctor, the ice and snow below should be fine. Yiqing told everyone about the wolf dog's self-dissolving and its fur carbonizing. Other than Song Qian and Jiang Yan, everyone else gasped in shock. Zhang Yongliang rubbed his fingers, analyzing, so these mutant animals injected with the nanovirus probably start self-dissolving from the internal organs, releasing heat from the inside out. And as the animal's corpse gives off heat, it melts the ice and snow covering it. That snow becomes highly corrosive and dehydrates and carbonizes the animal's skin even before the virus in the organs can. Everyone knows carbon is one of the most stable substances in nature, which is why it remains after the self-dissolving process, right? Everyone, so. Song Haitao picked up the thread, so this corrosive snow doesn't do anything at low temperatures, and unlike water, it doesn't seep down. All right, Song Qian, take some people and dig up some of the older ice and snow. But when you bring it back, test a small amount with raw meat first. It was a hassle to test with raw meat every time before boiling water. But for everyone's safety, it had to be done. Okay, doctor. Song Qian picked Sun Jingtao and Zhao Yuang, and they headed out with entrenching tools. Yiqing looked at Song Haitao. Doctor, should I pour out the water in the pot? The temperature was so low that the pot of boiling water, just taken off the fire, was already starting to freeze. Song Haitao was about to say yes when Jiang Yan walked over. Wait. She rummaged through her backpack and pulled out a small bag of paper strips. Everyone. pH test strips? Zhang Yongliang and a few of the older folks recognized them at a glance. The others were incredulous. You actually have those? Who would carry pH test strips around in the apocalypse? It was beyond outrageous. Even knowing Jiang Yan was unusual, this was just too niche. Yeah. Jiang Yan had already torn one off and dipped half of it into the water. Jiang Yan, how do you even have something like that? Su Dai voiced everyone's confusion. I found it during a $0 shopping spree in the school lab once. Didn't know if it'd be useful, so I kept it, Jiang Yan replied smoothly. Everyone was shocked again. Whoa. But this time, it wasn't her words that shocked them, it was the test strip in her hand, which turned a vivid orange the instant it touched the water in the pot. Most people had long forgotten their textbook knowledge. But this color was alarming, and everyone had a bad feeling. Big pH is alkaline, small pH is acidic. This is way too acidic. Su Dai had been a poor student, but formulas like this were burned into her brain. Jiang Yan checked the color chart. The acidity is at least 4. The lowest mark on the chart was 4, but it might be even lower. Otherwise, Kongwu wouldn't have been so badly hurt. Everyone sucked in a breath. And the lower the temperature, the higher the pH should be. For it to be this acidic at such a low temperature, with a pH of 4. Zhang Yongliang sighed, leaning in to whisper to Song Haidao, "Old Song, it looks like in this climate war, we really are powerless to fight back." Before the apocalypse, acid rain was caused by human pollution, massive emissions of acidic substances into the atmosphere. Now, with industrial production long gone, these blizzards still contained so much acid, and at such high concentrations. It was unbelievable. Song Haidao shot him a glare. "Didn't we win with millet and rifles before?" Zhang Yongyang said, "Old Song, that was then, this is now. I know you don't want to discourage the group, but this is the reality. And now, it's clearly a contest of technology. Whoever has the better science wins. But when it comes to tech and bio-research, the other side has no bottom line or principles, while he shook his head, falling silent. All they could do was experiment on plants and animals in the lab. But the enemy was using all of humanity, even the entire planet, as experimental material. The others weren't thinking as far ahead, but their faces were heavy. They'd thought they wouldn't have to worry about food and water, but now. "I'll go pour out the water," Yiqing said, getting up and carrying the pot outside. He dumped the water, dug a new pit in the snow, and filled the pot with snow from a theoretically uncontaminated layer below, carefully wiping the pot clean. The iron pot looked ugly now, but there was nothing better to cook with, so they'd have to make do. After he'd filled it halfway with ice, Song Qian, Sun Jingtao, and the others returned. Unlike the fresh powder on top, the snow below had long since compacted into ice under pressure. They'd just hacked off a few blocks and carried them back. As the ice melted over the fire, Jiang Yan tested it again with a strip. This time, the strip didn't change color. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yiqing helped Sun Jingtao and the others bring in the ice blocks, sniffing the air. "Do you guys smell anything?" "Smell?" Everyone looked at each other, then instinctively glanced at the pot. Sun Jingtao, Song Qian, and Zhao Yugong nodded. "There's a bit of a stink." Normally, nobody would notice a faint smell. Everyone was basically pickled by now. But yesterday was New Year's Eve, and almost everyone had gotten a haircut and washed up. So the smell in the room was obvious. Plus, Song Qian and the others had just come in from outside, making them more sensitive to the indoor air. The three of them sniffed around like puppies for a while, until Yiqing went straight over to Kongwu. "It's coming from Kongwu." Everyone hurried over and saw, at a glance, that Kongwu's face and exposed neck were beading with oily, blackish-brown sweat. Tiny, dense, and smelly. Like chicken manure or rotten eggs. Could that life-saving potion have helped him expel the harmful acids from his body? Lin Xiaoyue was the first to crouch down, checking Kongwu's eyelids and pulse. Kong's condition looks better than before. The wound on his lip is already starting to heal. Jiang Yan feigned surprise. "Wow, I really didn't expect this life-saving potion to be so miraculous." Everyone else looked equally shocked. A warrior asked in confusion, "Didn't Brother Kong drink water that was clear, colorless, and tasteless? Why is his sweat coming out all black and smelly?" Song Qian narrowed his eyes slightly. "I think it's just like Dr. Lin said, it's detoxification." The warrior was surprised. "Detox? But wasn't that water acidic?" "That probably means there was an acid-base neutralization reaction," Su Dai said, rubbing her chin as she analyzed. Everyone suddenly understood. These stains sticking to his body aren't just smelly, they'll also clog his pores and stop the rest of the toxins from coming out. "I'll help Kongwu clean up first," Song Qian said, glancing at Jiang Yan and Mo Shiryao. The group immediately caught on. "I'm going to take a walk outside," Jiang Yan said, not waiting for Mo Shiryao and the others, and headed straight out the door. It was still more than -60 degrees outside, slightly better than before, but Su Dai and Mo Shiryao couldn't stand the cold and had to go down to the seed vault. As for Lin Xiaoyue, she was a doctor. She'd seen plenty of corpses and naked bodies over the years, but out of courtesy, she still went down one floor. Afraid Kongwu would be cold after taking off his clothes, Yiqing built a fire nearby. Song Qian and Sun Jingtao carefully undressed Kongwu halfway. Yiqing found a towel, scooped some hot water from a pot, and added some crushed ice. The three of them worked together to gently wipe down Kongwu's body. Jiang Yan stepped outside, feeling a bit bored. She looked at the scattered meteorites poking out of the snow not far away and suddenly had an idea. Hua Bao, how about we go treasure hunting? Treasure hunting? Hua Bao's eyes spun as it looked around. Apart from the distant black pine forest, everything in sight was white. Mom, is there a museum buried under the snow? Or, are you going tomb raiding? It glanced at the black pine forest, its imagination running wild. From what it had learned on the computer, there were often tombs in forests like that. Of course not. Jiang Yan laughed, put on her snow goggles, and trudged off into the snow. When she reached a spot where the others could barely see her, she stopped in front of a 3-meter-wide meteorite, patted it, and said, "Let's get started, Bao." Hua Bao. Hua Bao asked, "Mom, are you going to put this into your space?" Jiang Yan, yes. She suddenly realized that these meteorites were huge and heavy. Maybe they could be used as primitive weapons in the future. Hua Bao. But when the meteorites first fell, the snow was covered with them. Why didn't you collect them then? I didn't think of it at the time. Jiang Yan chuckled. Oh, okay. Hua Bao pouted, enlarged its body, and sent its vines toward the meteorite, quickly burrowing into the ice below. It was more like pulling than digging. Once its vines had wrapped tightly around the meteorite embedded in the snow, a gentle tug was all it took to loosen it. With the ice no longer holding it down, Jiang Yan just had to touch the meteorite lightly to store it in her space. Soon, the once smooth, rolling snowfield was dotted with little craters, like the surface of the moon. An hour later, Jiang Yan figured Kong Wu's cleaning should be done by now, so she turned back. When Yiqing saw her, her tightly furrowed brow finally relaxed. Jiang Yan, you're back? Jiang Yan took off her snow goggles and looked at Kong Wu. Is he any better? Much better. He's not sweating black anymore, Yiqing replied, handing a bowl of warm water to Lin Xiaoyue. Lin Xiaoyue took it and carefully spoon-fed it to Kong Wu. I find it strange, she said after feeding him, laying Kong Wu back on the snow wolf pelt to rest. She turned to Jiang Yan and said, his stomach and intestines were damaged, so in theory, his digestive and absorptive functions should be gone. But that potion was absorbed so quickly and circulated throughout his body. Medicine like that is extremely rare. Jiang Yan thought for a moment. I guess when they developed this potion, they must have considered situations like his. That makes sense. Lin Xiaoyue didn't dwell on it. Jiang Yan suddenly thought of something. By the way, if his digestive system isn't working, does giving him amoxicillin orally do anything? It works, Lin Xiaoyue said, a little embarrassed, leaning in to whisper. Song Qian and the others gave it to him rectally. Jiang Yan was momentarily stunned. Huh. Lin Xiaoyue said, it sounds odd, but it's actually been done in clinical practice, and it works. Jiang Yan, oh. Useless knowledge, but now she had more of it. Mom, I feel something strange. The transparent Hua Bao sniffed around Kong Wu, then suddenly spoke up. What is it? After you drank the spring water, you always smelled nice all over, but this guy doesn't have any scent at all. Jiang Yan sniffed herself, but maybe her nose had gotten used to it. She didn't notice anything. As for Hua Bao saying she had a fragrance and Kong Wu didn't, she guessed it was because she was the owner of the space. Time flew by, and a month passed. Since the blizzard on New Year's Eve, there hadn't been any more acid snow. The temperature gradually rose, from -60 to around -40. It was still cold, but at least everyone could adapt. Song Haitao and the others were preparing to return to the Yaoben base. Kong Wu still couldn't speak and slept a lot, but after several doses of the spring water from Jiang Yan, the sores at the corners of his mouth were healing. His mouth and throat were also improving, and he was starting to swallow again. Jiang Yan volunteered for several night shifts. At night, when it was just her and Kong Wu, she had Hua Bao guard the stairs, then tossed the anesthetized Kong Wu into her space a few times. With the spring water and the space's healing effects, Kong Wu recovered quickly. Jiang Yan herself kept drinking the spring water. She felt the spring water improved her body even faster than the space's healing alone. She seemed more resistant to the cold. After confirming these effects, she sometimes secretly added a bit of spring water to the bone broth. Everyone noticed they didn't feel as cold as before. But no one thought much of it, they just assumed it was because the outside temperature had risen. Only Zhang Yongliang and a few of the older men noticed a big difference. They'd had various chronic conditions before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, medicine became scarce. Even though they were pillars of the base, they still faced a shortage of special medications. They'd just been toughing it out, but after staying at the observatory for a while, their health seemed to improve. The pain from their conditions eased a lot. One of the elders, recalling the mutated animals after the disaster, wondered aloud, could we be mutating too? Hard to say. Maybe it's just our imagination. We'll have to wait until we get back to the base for tests, another said. Still, after resting up here at the observatory, I feel like my old bones are a lot more flexible. One day, after lunch, Song Haitao gathered everyone and said, in a few days, once Kong Wu recovers a bit more, we'll head back to the base. Any objections? I agree. No problem. Everyone raised their hands eagerly at the prospect of returning. Just then, a strange jia 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 laugh came from behind them. Everyone turned in shock, only to see Kong Wu, who had been lying quietly with his eyes closed, sitting up, propping himself up with one hand and smiling at them. Kong Wu, was that sound from you? Everyone was both shocked and delighted. Kong Wu hadn't spoken since drinking the acid snow. They'd all thought that even if his body recovered, he'd probably be mute. Jiang Yan was shocked too, because that jia 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 laugh sounded exactly like Hua Bao. As she was puzzling over it, Hua Bao jumped onto her shoulder in a huff. Mom, Kong Wu stole my line. Jiang Yan's eyelid twitched nervously. Please let that not be a hallucination. Kik, Kong Wu let out another eerie laugh as he looked at everyone. Jiang Yan. Su Dai rubbed her arm, the hairs standing on end, a chill creeping over her. Kong Wu, could he be possessed or something? Kong Wu opened his mouth, staring blankly at Jiang Yan, but said nothing. Kong Wu, is there something you want to say? Song Qian strode over to him, but just as he reached Kong Wu, the latter closed his eyes and collapsed, falling into a deep sleep. Song Qian quickly squatted down, cradling Kong Wu's head and carefully laying him back on the bed. Everyone looked at each other, their gazes finally settling on Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, that life-saving potion, are you sure there aren't any side effects? Jiang Yan shook her head. There shouldn't be. As everyone puzzled over the situation, Kong Wu's eyes suddenly opened and he looked around. When he spotted Jiang Yan, his eyes lit up. Yan! Jia! His voice was hoarse and a little slurred, but it was the first time Kong Wu had spoken since his ordeal. Everyone was shocked and excited. Kong Wu, you can talk again. Jiang Yan walked over with a gentle smile. Kong Wu, we're all here with you. Kong Wu's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed. Kong Wu, don't talk just yet. Song Qian turned to Lin Xiaoyue. Dr. Lin, could you please check on him? Of course. Lin Xiaoyue came over, checked his pupils and pulse as usual, then looked at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, could I borrow your flashlight? Thanks. Here. Jiang Yan handed it over. Lin Xiaoyue took out her last medical swab and turned on the flashlight. Kong Wu, open your mouth slowly. Like this, Kong Wu slowly opened his mouth. Yi Qing and Sun Jingtao crowded over. How is it? Lin Xiaoyue took a deep breath, saying nothing. Su Dai tugged at Sun Jingtao's sleeve, her face full of worry. Kong Wu isn't still the same, is he? Sun Jingtao shook his head, lips pressed together in silence. Lin Xiaoyue looked at the saliva-soaked swab and her brows relaxed. Kong Wu, try swallowing. The room fell silent, with only Lin Xiaoyue instructing Kong Wu through some responses. Jiang Yan watched Kong Wu. For some reason, she could sense through the spiritual spring water that his body was basically healed. She could even faintly sense the conditions of others who drunk diluted spiritual spring water, though not as clearly as with Kong Wu. But with Dr. Lin there, she didn't say anything. Lin Xiaoyue continued, Kong Wu, can you move your body now? Stand up slowly. Raise your hand. Close your eyes. Stand on one leg, switch legs. Lie down. Take off your socks. The others didn't understand why Lin Xiaoyue was having Kong Wu do all these odd movements after checking his mouth, but they didn't ask, not wanting to distract her. After a while, Lin Xiaoyue let out a sigh of relief. All right, that's enough. Song Qian looked at her anxiously. Well, Dr. Lin? Yes, how is he, Dr. Lin? Everyone looked at her. Lin Xiaoyue was still reeling from shock. She took a deep breath. Jiang Yan, this life-saving potion is nothing short of a medical miracle. Everyone. Jiang Yan thought, of course it is, but kept a calm face. How so? Zhao Yugong grew anxious. Honey, don't keep us guessing. What's the situation? Kong Wu's not only healed on the outside, but his mouth and throat are completely back to normal. It's as if nothing ever happened. Lin Xiaoyue marveled. At lunch, let's try giving him some meat broth and see how his stomach handles it. But I suspect his digestive system is fine too. A soldier asked, so why did you tickle his feet and have him stand on one leg with his eyes closed? Lin Xiaoyue explained, he's been fainting suddenly lately. I was worried there might be an issue with his central nervous system. Thankfully, everything checks out. Song Haito nodded. We'll do a more detailed examination back at base with proper equipment. Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. Su Dai clung to Sun Jingtao's arm, exclaiming, Kong Wu survived a great ordeal. He's sure to have good fortune ahead. Song Haito suddenly thought of something. When we get back to base, we need to ask Xiao Mo if there's any more of that life-saving potion, see if we can make more. Zhang Yongliang pursed his lips. Old song, that might be a stretch. Mo Shiao had always been a bit sensitive about Jiang Yan's life-saving potion. Now, hearing this, her curiosity was piqued. Uncle Zhang, what do you mean by a stretch? Such a good thing. Xiao Mo never mentioned it before, and none of us have ever heard of it. That means it's probably, very likely, something from outside. Zhang Yongliang paused, and something this miraculous is probably very hard to produce. You all know about the yew tree, right? The special drug paclitaxel for breast cancer is extracted from mature yew trees. Yew grows slowly, and it takes 3 mature trees to get just 1 gram of the drug. It's like liquid gold. So I figure, the life-saving potion Xiao Mo gave Jiang Yan is probably similar. There was something else Zhang Yongliang didn't say aloud. When we get back, who knows if we'll even see Mo Jingqing again. Or, to be pessimistic, whether we'll even make it back to Yaoben base safely, or if the base is still the same as before. Zhang Yongliang's reasoning made sense, and everyone agreed. That's true. Jiang Yan listened to all their analysis and just smiled slightly, not joining in. A few more days passed, and the temperature kept rising. Since Kong Wu spoke last time, he hadn't made that creepy kikik laugh again. He was able to talk for longer and longer periods, and his speech was getting clearer. However, he often looked at Jiang Yan with a sincere gaze. There was nothing romantic in that look, more like respect and loyalty. Jiang Yan didn't understand why Kong Wu was like this, so she just pretended not to notice. Yiqing and Song Qian also picked up on it. Finally, Song Qian couldn't take it anymore. That night, while everyone else was asleep and he was on watch, he got straight to the point. Kid, just because Jiang Yan used her life-saving potion on you, don't get any funny ideas. Sun Jingtao, who was on watch with him, chimed in, Kong Wu, you're not thinking of offering yourself to her, are you? Hearing this, Kong Wu got flustered. No, definitely not. He said firmly, Jiang Yan is my sister in this life, my real sister. Song Qian. Sun Jingtao. I don't want to offer my body. If Jiang Yan ever needs me in the future, I'll offer my life, no hesitation. Song Qian. Sun Jingtao. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was already April. The temperature had risen to -38°C. Blizzards still swept through from time to time, but at least everyone no longer had to stay cooped up in their rooms all day. Early in the morning, Zhao Yugong and Sun Jingtao had taken a few soldiers out to chop down pine trees. Su Dai and Lin Xiaoyue, finally able to relax a little, called Kong Wu and the others over to build snowmen nearby. Laughter and chatter filled the air, and the warm, joyful atmosphere almost felt like the New Year celebrations before the apocalypse. Song Haita watched the distance through his binoculars for a while, then turned to Jiang Yan, Song Qian, and the others. Now that Kong was fully recovered and the weather's suitable, why don't we set out tomorrow? Not only had Kongwu recovered, he was even more agile and stronger than before. Every time he looked at Jiang Yan, his eyes sparkled with admiration. Everyone was used to it by now. Still, they suspected Kongwu's improved condition might be due to some special hormones in the life-saving potion he'd received. Jiang Yan guessed that his changed attitude toward her probably had something to do with the spiritual spring water from her space. She'd asked Huabao about it, but Huabao didn't know either. She didn't dwell on it. It seemed that many of the space's functions could only be discovered and summarized through experience. Nearby, having heard Song Haidao's words, Song Qian nodded. No problem, doctor. Jiang Yan added, I'll go fill up the snowmobile with gas in a bit. We're leaving tomorrow, one of the soldiers asked, rubbing his hands a little reluctantly. Doctor, can I ask something? Song Haito nodded. Go ahead. The soldier said, we have food and water now, and we've been safe here for 2 months. Why not wait until it gets even warmer before heading back? Wouldn't it be easier and more convenient then? Song Haida replied, once we're able to move out, so will everyone else. By everyone else, he mostly meant hostile forces. The soldier persisted, but we have Sister Yen and Yiqing, plus Song and Zhao and all of us soldiers, and a ton of weapons. With their current lineup, in this resource-scarce post-apocalyptic world, they were practically a luxury team. He'd seen with his own eyes back in Area AS how Jiang Yan had saved everyone from the jaws of a snow wolf. In his mind, Jiang Yan could probably take on an entire company by herself. Song Haidao shot him a look and didn't elaborate. He only said, there's always someone stronger out there. Remember, in a fight, never overestimate your opponent, but never underestimate them either. The soldier fell silent. Besides, Song Haidao continued, after the last acid snow, the weather has been stable for a while. Can you predict what the next disaster will be? The soldier shook his head. No. Exactly. That's why we need to get back to the base. That's our territory, and only there can we adapt to whatever comes. Song Haidao's tone was earnest, and he glanced at the other elders. He himself had a military background. When he flew fighter jets, his physical fitness was top-notch. Although his body had suffered some effects after going to space, compared to ordinary people, he was still far superior. But people like Zhang Yongyang were just regular elderly folks. Some had chronic conditions that would only worsen with age. Only back at the base could they get timely help if problems arose. More importantly, this group of scientists could only truly contribute their expertise at the well-equipped Yaoben base. Here, they were more like idle old people waiting out their days. Without their work, not just him, but Zhang Yongliang and the others had all aged noticeably in the past 2 months. Doctor, the young soldier wanted to say more, but Song Haidao silenced him with a look. Xiaolu, life here is freer than at the base, but can you really stay here forever? Remember, without a country, there's no home. It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go back. During their time outside, the soldiers hadn't had to train or go on missions, and had gotten used to a more relaxed lifestyle. Song Haidao's words hit home, and the young soldier lowered his head in shame. I understand, doctor. Song Qian gave him a playful punch. All that training for nothing, huh? The young soldier hunched his shoulders. Sorry, Captain Song. Jiang Yan gazed into the distance, her brow suddenly furrowing. From the direction of the pine forest, she could faintly hear sounds of a struggle. Had Captain Zhao and the others run into trouble? No one else seemed to notice. Just as Jiang Yan was about to go check, she saw small dark figures appear in the distance. She took out her binoculars for a look. It was Zhao Yugong and his group. Besides Yiqing and Sun Jingtao, there were several unfamiliar faces. Everyone wore snow goggles, with their faces and necks wrapped tightly, making it impossible to see their expressions. But judging from the animated gestures of the strangers, they were probably people Zhao Yogang's group knew. There were a few more people following behind, as well as 2 massive musk oxen. Jiang Yan said quietly, Doctor, there are strangers coming. Strangers. Song Qian immediately picked up his binoculars, but soon breathed a sigh of relief. They should be from Yaoben base. But why are there so few of them? Nearby, Kong Wu, Su Dai, and the others, who had been building snowmen, immediately dropped their snowballs and hurried over when they heard people from Yaoben base had arrived. Sister Yan, let me have a look. Jiang Yan handed him the binoculars. Kong Wu focused on the musk oxen at the back of the group. Whoa, did they ride musk oxen here? Awesome. Let me see too. Su Dai and Lin Xiaoyue took turns with the binoculars. Song Haido pondered for a second, then turned and went inside. Xiao Jiang, Xiao Song, come in for a moment. Inside, a few elders were chatting by the fire. Even though the temperature had risen to the -30s, they still didn't dare stay outside for long. Seeing Song Haido come in with a serious expression, bringing Jiang Yan and Song Qian, they couldn't help but ask, Old Song, what's wrong? Some people are coming, looks like a few from Yaoben base. But I have a bad feeling about this, Song Haido said, looking at Jiang Yan and Song Qian. I'll take Old Zhang and the others down to the seed vault to lay low for a bit. You too, test them out first. Understood, Doctor, Song Qian replied. All right, Jiang Yan nodded. But since they're coming back with Zhao Yoging's group, if you go down now, won't it be a bit? She meant, if these really were people from Yaoben base, they'd probably already know who was at the observatory from casual conversation. Xiao Zhao isn't some green rookie. He knows how to handle these things, Song Haido said, ushering the elders downstairs. The seed vault below not only had lighting and warmth, but also some roasted meat and water. They'd be fine down there for a few days. All right, Doctor. Don't worry, Jiang Yan said, and she and Song Qian left the house. Zhao Yugong and the others were already approaching. Jiang Yan quickly briefed Su Dai, Lin Xiaoyue, and the others. So you mean they might be bad guys? Oh man, I thought we were finally seeing reinforcements. Su Dai pouted, her earlier excitement vanishing. Jiang Yan shot her a look. Not necessarily. But it never hurts to be careful. It's good to be cautious, Lin Xiaoyue agreed, sighing. Then, acting as if nothing had happened, she went back to building snowmen. The snowman had just been finished when Zhao Yugong and Sun Jingtao arrived, dragging a pile of pine branches and leading a group of people toward them. Today, they hadn't used snowmobiles, just good old manpower to pull a few sleds. But there were only a few branches on the sleds they dragged. The other two sleds, loaded with branches, were being pulled by a musk ox. On the back of the other musk ox was a large bundle of goods, which, unsurprisingly, belonged to those unfamiliar faces. Jiang Yan. Song Qian. Guess who we ran into? As they approached, Zhao Yugong patted the burly man beside him, introducing him with delight. The base sent people to look for us. Let me introduce you. This is Zhang Weijia. As he finished, Zhang Weijia pushed his snow goggles up onto his head and tugged down his mink scarf, revealing a square, bearded face. He looked at Jiang Yan and Song Qian, straightened up, saluted Song Qian, then glanced at the rest of the group with a simple, honest smile. Hello, everyone. We finally found you. The others followed suit, taking off their snow goggles. Only then did Jiang Yan notice that there was a tall, good-looking girl among them. The girl had a heroic air between her brows, walked with a straight back. She was clearly a female soldier. Looking at her, Jiang Yan's guard inexplicably eased a little. I met Zhang Weijia once back at the base, Zhao Yugong chuckled, then continued. I'll let Brother Zhang introduce the rest. Zhang Weijia smiled and introduced them one by one. This is He Tianyu. This is Xian. They both joined Yaoben base not too long ago. At this, Jiang Yan raised her eyebrows and glanced at He Tianyu and Xian. The weather outside had been bitterly cold recently, and yet these two had managed to find Yaoben base. Their abilities were clearly not to be underestimated. Zhang Weijia then introduced the remaining men. Unlike the heroic aura of He Tianyu and Xian, it was obvious these men were not regular soldiers. But Jiang Yan and her group had spent enough time at Yaoben base to know it was different from the others. At other bases, ordinary people had to go out and scavenge for supplies, handing them in daily in exchange for the right to live and eat at the base. But Yaben base had a complete internal supply chain, was buried deep underground, and was not only secretive, but also very inconvenient to get in and out of. So, most of the supply runs and foraging were handled entirely by the soldiers. Ordinary civilians were actually the best protected group. However, since there weren't enough soldiers, they did accept some non-military personnel to help with searches and such. Jiang Yan and the others were aware of this. These men were most likely such auxiliary members. After the introductions, Zhang Weijie walked over to Jiang Yan and offered his hand. "Miss Jiang, I've heard so much about you." Jiang Yan shook his hand lightly. "Hello." Everyone was wearing thick leather gloves, so she didn't mind. "Why don't we go inside first?" Song Qian suggested, noticing the ice clinging to their clothes. "Good idea." Zhang Weijie nodded, glancing at the two musk oxen. "Is there somewhere to tie up the oxen?" "I'll do it," Kongwu jumped in. "Leave it to me." He was clearly excited to see the musk oxen. So was Su Dai. Never mind that these were live musk oxen, they hadn't seen any living animals in ages. They unloaded the sled from the musk ox and took down the supplies from the other's back. "Should we give the oxen some water?" Lin Xiaoyue asked. "Yes. No worries, I'll have old Jean handle it in a bit." "Thanks for the reminder," Zhang Weijie replied politely. Zhao Yugong chuckled and pointed at Lin Xiaoyue. "Brother Zhang, that's my wife, Lin Xiaoyue." "Oh, nice to meet you, sister-in-law." Zhang Weijie quickly apologized. "We should all get to know each other properly later." As he spoke, he glanced at Kongwu and Su Dai, who were standing beside Lin Xiaoyue. Seeing his gaze linger on Su Dai, Song Qian reminded him, "Come on, let's go inside and warm up by the fire." All right. Their hats, scarves, and shoulders were all dusted with white frost. After stomping the snow and ice off at the door, they followed Song Qian up the wooden stairs into the house. Inside, it was noticeably warmer. Once inside, Su Dai fetched some hot water from a pot hanging over the fire and took out a few pinewood cups, ladling water and handing them out. "Here, have some hot water to warm up." These wooden cups had been made by Jiang Yi recently. He hadn't just hollowed out tree trunks to make cups, but also made chopsticks, bowls, and a bunch of little stools with mortise and tenon joints. They looked decent, but since he lacked proper tools, they were a bit rough. Still, aside from Jiang Yan and the soldiers with their tactical packs, Song Haitao and the others didn't have bowls or chopsticks. These simple, rough wooden wares were a big step up from eating with their hands like cavemen. Zhang Weijie took a sip of the hot water, fragrant with pine, and exclaimed, "We've got a real craftsman in the group?" He smiled as he looked around at everyone. "Yeah, a young man who's really handy," Zhao Yugong replied, knowing Jiang Yu was an IT whiz, but there was no need to get into that now. "Is he here?" "No, he's sleeping downstairs." Everyone had planned to set out for the base tomorrow, so today's training and lessons had been cancelled. Jiang Yu had gone downstairs for a nap after lunch. Mo Shiryao had also been downstairs all day, not coming up. Zhang Weijie gave an "oh," then his gaze landed on the wooden bed in the corner, covered in snow wolf pelts. "That white fur looks thick and warm, seems familiar." Kongwu hadn't slept on it since he'd recovered, but the makeshift bed was still there. "Kongwu, just coming in," explained boisterously Snow Wolf. "We ran into a mutated snow wolf." "Mutated snow wolf?" Zhang Weijie and his group were visibly shocked. "Yeah, you have no idea." At the time, Kongwu was about to launch into a dramatic retelling of the snow wolf attack and Jiang Yan and Yi Qing's battle with it, when Lin Xiaoyue tugged his arm. "Kong, can you help me feed the oxen?" Kongwu scratched his head. "Sure." Seeing the two leave, Zhang Weijie stood up and looked out the window. This place is easy to defend and hard to attack, but it's far from Dongshan City. For you to find it as a refuge, impressive. "It's all right," Song Qian replied, having been quietly observing their expressions. Sensing there was more to the comment, he got straight to the point. "By the way, did you come straight from the base? What made you think to come here?" "Yes, straight from the base," Zhang Weijie said, finishing his cup of water before continuing. "After the AS sector suddenly broke off on its own, we received orders." But the temperatures outside were so low that several teams in thermal suits were sent out, and all came back empty-handed. Jiang Xiaoyue sighed. So the base had to suspend the search until the weather warmed up a bit. By the way, Dr. Song Haitao and the others, aren't they with you? Hearing Jiang Xiaoyue's question, Song Qian, Sun Jingtao, and the others immediately became alert, their gazes instinctively turning to Zhao Yugong. According to the secrecy protocols of the Yaoben base, the fact that the AS zone had separated from the base was likely only known to the upper echelons and a handful of personnel. To ordinary people in the base, the tremors and external collapse caused by the AS zone's departure would have seemed like nothing more than a significant underground earthquake. It wasn't much of a secret that Song Haitao and the others were in the AS zone. After all, Jiang Xiaoyue's group had been sent from the base to find them, so they'd naturally have a list of people in the AS zone. But shouldn't they have been surprised to see such a massive, special metal structure just fall to the ground like that? Yet, none of them had shown the slightest shock, as if they'd expected everyone to be living here just fine. Unless, on the way here, Zhao Yugong had already filled them in on what happened. Or perhaps Jiang Xiaoyue's group had already known most of their whereabouts. Catching the questioning look from Song Qian and Sun Jingtao, Zhao Yugong was momentarily confused, but quickly caught on. Jiang Xiaoyue and I, well, we had a fight back when we were both on patrol at the base. Guess you could say we became friends after that. When they showed up just now, we thought they were from the Blazing Flame base or somewhere else, almost got into another fight. We were so busy catching up on the way here, I didn't even get a chance to introduce everyone or explain the situation. Song Qian understood instantly. Zhao Yugong trusted Jiang Xiaoyue and his group, but not completely. Yeah, that's just me being impatient. Jiang Xiaoyue quickly picked up on the cue, chuckling awkwardly. He turned to a burly man standing by the door and said, "Old Liu, go grab some food and bring it in. We'll eat and talk." "Sure thing, Brother Jia," the man replied and left. Soon, he returned carrying a leather bag. As he passed by Yiqing and Jiang Yan, both of them frowned slightly. The room was filled with pine branches and the scent of burning pine was strong. But as the burly man walked past, a faint, nauseating odor emanated from him. It was the smell that lingered on someone who had eaten two-legged sheep for a long time. Outside, with the wind blowing and the open space, it wasn't noticeable. Jiang Yan knew that, just like other bases, Yaoben base had many outsiders seeking refuge, a mixed crowd. Before entering the base, it wasn't uncommon for people to have eaten two-legged sheep. But once inside, almost no one continued to eat it. At worst, people would eat dried rats or worms. So the smell on Old Liu now. Jiang Xiaoyue took the leather bag, pulled out some military rations and said, "These are what we brought from the base. Everyone have some." Seeing the rations marked with the Yaoben base logo, Song Qian and Zhao Yugong both felt a bit guilty for being so suspicious. But their reason and experience told them to stay on guard. Song Qian took one of the rock-hard biscuits and took a bite. "By the way, how long did it take you to get here from Yaoben base? I want to figure out how long it'll take us to get back." Zhao Yugong added, "Did you mark the route on your way here? And is it just your group?" Jiang Xiaoyue didn't hide anything. "There are over 50 teams, fanning out in a 360-degree sweep. Our team was assigned to head toward the observatory. This is one of the few high points in Dongshan, and we can use it to contact Musen base for help." Speaking of which, Jiang Xiaoyue paused. "Have you tried using the observatory equipment to contact Musen base?" "How would we do that?" Song Qian feigned ignorance. It was Song Haitao who had mentioned using the observatory equipment to contact Musen base. People at their level in the base wouldn't know about that. Even though Zhao Yugong knew Jiang Xiaoyue, Song Qian didn't know him at all. Which meant his rank wasn't anything special. A flicker of suspicion flashed in Jiang Xiaoyue's eyes. He stood up and pointed outside. "It's in that white tower over there, the radio telescope." Just then, another burly man hurried over from a distance. He looked grave as he entered the room and whispered a few words into Jiang Xiaoyue's ear. Jiang Xiaoyue's expression didn't change, but his eyebrows and lips twitched reflexively. Everyone in the room noticed the subtle change. Song Qian deliberately pressed further, "Brother Zhang, You mentioned contacting Musen Base with the equipment. How exactly? It's nothing, I must have remembered wrong. Jiang Xiaoyue forced another laugh. By the way, about Dr. Song and the others. Before he could finish, Song Qian cut in. Brother Zhang, what's the situation at the base now? They didn't know how much Jiang Xiaoyue's group knew about Mo Jingqing's sudden disappearance or Mo Shuifeng and Mo Zhongqing's betrayal, so they probed cautiously. It's the same as usual. But recently, there was a pretty big virus outbreak in the base. Jiang Xiaoyue paused to choose his words. A virus? Yeah, but this virus seemed man-made. In zones of through F, the lower the level, the more the old, weak, sick, and disabled were infected. It's almost like the base was carrying out some kind of targeted population purge. Everyone was stunned. Deliberately releasing a virus for a targeted purge, something like that happening at Yaoben base, was as shocking as a kind-hearted, morally upright person suddenly going on a murderous rampage. It made no sense. Sun Jingtao jumped up. Are you sure? Yaoben base, a targeted purge. That's just what I heard. We were out on a mission at the time. When we got back, there seemed to be a lot fewer people in the lower-level residential zones. Jiang Xiaoyue finished, then looked at Song Qian and the others, studying their reactions. The current leader at the base is Deputy Chief Qin. I heard Chief Mo has been missing for quite a while. At this point, Song Qian and the others couldn't keep up the act. We've heard about that too. So he still hasn't returned. No one knows where they went. Jiang Xiaoyue gave Song Qian's group a meaningful look and smiled. After the AS zone split off from the base, I thought you guys would know. Zhao Yugong replied earnestly, we don't. We hardly ever had contact with the chief. He was just a patrol squad leader at the base. Not a high rank, not a low one. If it weren't for his connection to Jiang Yan, he wouldn't have gotten involved in the AS zone situation at all. It all happened so suddenly. We really don't know. Song Qian shook his head. Before the apocalypse, all communication would have been a matter of encrypted calls or messages. After the apocalypse, sometimes they could use walkie-talkies. But those could easily be intercepted by the enemy. So anything important was discussed face-to-face. Miss Jiang and young Qin Lang, you two don't know either? Jiang Xiaoyue suddenly turned to Jiang Yan and Qin Lang, who were both frowning in thought. Suddenly being called out in front of so many people, Qin Lang's expression darkened with displeasure. I don't know. For one, the whereabouts of the base leader weren't something a subordinate like him should be questioning. Even if he did know, there's no way he'd reveal it in front of everyone. Besides, the way Jiang Xiaoyue spoke made it sound like he was deliberately hiding something from Song Qian and the others. Soldiers usually interacted in a straightforward manner, and this made Qin Lang inexplicably dislike him. Jiang Xiaoyue, unfazed by being brushed off, turned his gaze directly to Jiang Yan. Miss Jiang, what about you? In fact, ever since he'd run into Jiang Yan outside, his eyes hadn't left her. He'd just been careful to hide it, keeping his intentions under wraps. All that earlier small talk with Song Qian and the others had just been a prelude. I don't know either. But I do have something I'd like you to take a look at, see if you recognize it. As Jiang Yan spoke, she took off her backpack, rummaged inside, and pulled out a small black card, handing it to Jiang Xiaoyue. Song Qian and Yiqing looked puzzled, not understanding what Jiang Yan was giving him or why she'd suddenly produced such a card. It was daytime, but the lighting inside the house was mediocre. Jiang Xiaoyue let out an "oh" and reached out to take it. The moment he saw it clearly, his pupils contracted sharply and his fingers tightened around the card, but his expression quickly returned to normal. This looks a bit like a base ID card. Seeing Jiang Yan remain silent, he flipped the card over, running his finger along the edge. This MS abbreviation, could it be Musen Base? And this ZXX looks like someone's initials. Musen Base's ID card? Song Qian and the others were all shocked. Jiang Yan had never mentioned or shown them such a card before. But after working with her for so long, Song Qian and Sun Jingtao more or less understood her intentions. Zhao Yugong, slower on the uptake, asked in confusion, Jiang Yan, how did you get a Musen Base ID card? Jiang Yan replied calmly, I picked it up. She'd found this card back at Yunding Tower, tucked inside the lining of that Jiang Xiaoyue's sleeping bag. The card was quite high-end. Not only did it have the base's logo and name abbreviation, but there was also a small raised bump in the middle, likely housing a chip. If you ignored the design and chip placement, the card looked a lot like the work badge she'd found in Xiongqing belonging to Shui Qianmeixiue. So she suspected this ID card was more than just for entering and exiting the base or storing points. Most likely, it could also open certain restricted access rooms. Taking it out for Jiang Xiaoyue to see was just a test. This card may have some special uses. Miss Jiang, you'd better keep it safe. Jiang Xiaoyue rubbed his finger over the chip's bump, then handed the card back to Jiang Yan. I heard Musen Base is built on a mountain. How much do you know about it? Jiang Yan glanced at him coolly, her tone unhurried. Ahem. After the apocalypse, the 5 major bases, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, were the first to be established. Everyone knows a bit about them, but only the names really. As for the rest, I'm just as in the dark as you are. But lately, a lot of unofficial small bases have been popping up everywhere. If you pass by any of those, best be careful. Especially you, Miss Jiang and Jiang Xiaoyue looked over at Su Dai and Lin Xiaoyue, these 2 ladies as well. It's best to steer clear of those places. Su Dai was indeed a beauty and still quite young. Lin Xiaoyue, not so much. But at a glance, you could tell she had a bit of a married woman vibe. As Jiang Yan listened, she pondered silently. This man was hard to read. Hiding his real intentions, she couldn't make a judgment just yet. The group chatted a bit more about matters inside the base. Jiang Yan found the air in the room stuffy and the conversation dull, so she simply stepped outside. Yiqing and Su Dai soon followed her out. I'm going to check out the White House, Yiqing said, then hurried off toward the tower-shaped building. Jiang Yan, I feel dizzy just listening to their conversation, Su Dai muttered, hugging her down jacket and stamping her feet against the cold. Jiang Yan snapped off an icicle hanging from the window ledge and idly examined it in her hand. That's normal. After the apocalypse, information was almost always fragmented. Everyone only knew bits and pieces. To see or deduce the bigger picture from those fragments, you had to rely on yourself. Su Dai pouted. I feel like those guys aren't good people, but I don't get why Brother Song and the others are still talking to them so seriously. And Sun Jingtao, he never used to be this slow. It must be because that Shiqin is pretty, humph. I'm still here and he dares to flirt with someone else. Alright, Tao isn't like that, Jiang Yan said with a laugh, her gaze pausing on a nearby muskox. The muskox was carrying a huge supply rack on its back. But Jiang Xiaoyue and his group didn't seem to have any intention of unloading it. If even Su Dai could sense something was off about Jiang Xiaoyue's group, there's no way Song Qian and the others, former special recon soldiers, wouldn't notice. For now, it was best to wait and see. After all, everyone was setting off for Yao Ben base tomorrow as Jiang Xiaoyue and his group surely knew that. If they were planning anything, it would most likely happen tonight. If they did nothing, then using their help to safely escort Song Haitao and the others back to base wouldn't be a bad thing either. Jiang Yan, if Old Sun really does something, you have to stand up for me, Su Dai said, linking arms with Jiang Yan as she spoke, seeing how calm and unbothered Jiang Yan looked. Jiang Yan was actually a few years younger than her. But Su Dai had long since come to see her as her pillar of support. Jiang Yan didn't try to persuade her otherwise, just smiled. All right, I'll stand up for you. Should we go back in? Su Dai glanced uneasily at the house. At that moment, the usually quiet Shiqin was talking to the others inside. Whatever she said, it had everyone laughing. Okay. The 2 of them headed back in, one after the other. At the same time, footsteps sounded at the stairwell, and Mo Shiyao and Jiang Yi appeared in the room. Miss Mo. Seeing Mo Shiyao, Jiang Xiaoyue's eyes widened and he shot to his feet, snapping a salute. He Tianyu and Shiqin weren't as quick to react. They exchanged a glance, then quickly stood up as well. Miss Mo. Back at the base, Mo Shiyao had always been a proud, aloof young lady. It was only after spending time with Jiang Yan and the others that her personality had softened and become more reserved. Now, faced with unfamiliar people, her cold side immediately surfaced. Sit. Jiang Weijie completely ignored her indifference. Instead, his eyes lit up with excitement. I didn't expect to see you here, Miss Mo. That means Dr. Song and the others must be here too. Before Mo Shiryao could answer, Jiang Weijie spoke up. We brought some medication for hypertension, hyperlipidemia, and diabetes. Not much, but maybe it'll help them. The old doctors had suffered from these conditions even before the apocalypse. After the world fell, their diets became even less balanced. Though they were now skin and bones, their illnesses showed no sign of improvement. When Jiang Yan left Zone AS earlier, she had quietly taken some medicine for them from her space. However, she hadn't bought much of these types of medication during her previous supply runs. Later, after Jiang Yan obtained the spiritual spring, she would occasionally sneak some spring water into everyone's food, which did help ease their discomfort quite a bit. Mo Shiryao didn't answer immediately. She looked at Song Qian, and when he nodded slightly, she finally said, They're here. But their health isn't great, so they're resting downstairs. While they were chatting just now, Sun Jingtao had gone downstairs to update Song Haitao and the others about the situation upstairs. Now that Song Qian was speaking, Jiang Yan guessed the decision must have come from Song Haitao. Hearing this, Jiang Weijie's tightly clenched fists finally relaxed. I'm just glad they're here. Shiqin glanced at him and asked, Brother Jia, should I go get the medicine? Jiang Weijie nodded. Yes. By the way, about the base, Mo Shiryao, having learned they'd come from the Yaoben base, asked briefly about the situation there. Jiang Weijie quickly told her what he knew. What he said was more or less the same as what Song Qian and the others had discussed earlier. After listening, Mo Shiryao's eyes reddened slightly. She indirectly inquired about Qinziping. Unfortunately, Jiang Weijie said he didn't report directly to Qinziping, so he didn't know much. When he said this, Song Qian and Jiang Yan exchanged a glance, but didn't press further. Not long after, Yiqing returned, covered in snow. Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan looked up, saw he had something to say, and went outside with him. Yiqing glanced around the room, then said quietly, The bodies downstairs have been cleaned up. Jiang Yan, buried. Yiqing, no. They were all tied up together and left behind the door. Jiang Yan. Yiqing, if I'm not mistaken, tomorrow they'll probably leave someone behind with a musk ox to haul those bodies away. Jiang Yan suddenly understood. You mean those are food too? It had been dozens of degrees below zero outside for a long time. Though those bodies had been dead for quite a while, they were still well preserved. Yiqing nodded. Jiang Yan. Be careful during your night shift, she reminded him. Tonight, according to the schedule, Yiqing and Kong Wu were on watch. Earlier, while they were chatting, Jiang Weijie and He Tianyu had insisted on volunteering for the night shift as well. Song Qian had agreed without hesitation. Yiqing, all right. Jiang Weijie turned and saw the two chatting at the door. He teased, Miss Jiang Yu and Yiqing are the cutest height difference, He Tianyu finished for him. Jiang Weijie smiled, a trace of mischief flashing at the corner of his lips. Everyone instinctively glanced over at the pair, all sharing a knowing smile. Standing next to the tall and sturdy Yiqing, Jiang Yan looked petite and delicate. They made a striking couple, handsome man, beautiful woman, pleasing to the eye. Night fell quickly. Song Haitao and the others came upstairs. But they needed help from a few young soldiers to get up. They'd had some spiritual spring water before, and their health had improved greatly. But now the old men all looked weak and frail. Of course, Song Qian and the others knew this was just a ruse. They trusted Jiang Weijie and his group, but until they safely returned to Yaoben base, they couldn't let their guard down. Qin Lang asked, Doctor, the sleds are down. Should we load the supplies now or wait until early morning? Although the temperature outside had risen, the days weren't much longer. Everyone had to get everything ready under cover of darkness and set out at first light. After shaking hands warmly with Jiang Weijie and his group, Song Haitao said, early morning. The house they were staying in was originally an astronomy museum, so it was quite spacious. But now, with the addition of Jiang Weijie's group, it suddenly felt crowded. After dinner, some of the elders went back to rest as usual. Song Haida stayed by the fire, chatting idly with Jiang Weijie and the others. A pot of water was bubbling over the fire. Jiang Weijie sipped from his cup and asked, "Doctor, when that acid snow fell, you all didn't accidentally ingest any, did you?" Song Haida smiled. "No. Kong Wu's accidental poisoning and miraculous recovery thanks to Jiang Yan's medicine had become a closely guarded secret." Jiang Weijie was incredulous. "You were really lucky. Back then, so many of us, our tongues, mouths, stomachs, all got eaten away. A lot of people died." "It wasn't easy," Song Haida sighed. Jiang Weijie changed the subject. "Later, when the temperature rises and the world turns to ocean, all that acid snow buried under the drifts will melt. Who knows what'll happen then?" Song Haito nodded. "Yes, but the water is manageable. The real problem is the land. When the acid snow melts, what little land is left will be acidified too. That's going to be a huge challenge for both agriculture and survival." "Doctor, how can the water be manageable?" Jiang Weijie suddenly pressed. "Not just in our country, think of all the good stuff buried under the ice and snow around the world. When the world turns to ocean, it'll all be lost underwater." Song Haida poked the fire with a stick. Seeing he didn't respond, Jiang Weijie persisted. "Doctor, do you think we'll give up searching for what's under the water just because of the acid snow? Do what we can, leave the rest to fate." Song Haida shot him a cold glance, stood up, and grabbed a torch made of bundled pine branches. "This old man's getting sleepy. You all keep watch, I'm going to rest." "All right, good night, Doctor," Jiang Weijie said quickly. Watching Song Haido's figure disappear at the stairwell, Jiang Weijie turned to Yi Qing and Kong Wu, who were on watch. "You two have been working hard. Why don't you get some sleep? I'll wake you in an hour." Kong Wu smiled. "No need. I'm wide awake." Yi Qing, on the other hand, nodded, sat cross-legged with his submachine gun in his arms, and closed his eyes. Midnight came quickly. Seeing Kong Wu nodding off like a pecking chick, Jiang Weijie exchanged a look with He Tianyu. "Brother Jia, I'm going to take a leak," He Tianyu whispered as he got up. "All right." As soon as Jiang Weijie finished speaking, Yi Qing, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly cracked one eye open. A moment later, a gunshot rang out in the distance, bang. And a colorful signal flare shot up into the sky. Kong Wu, who had been fast asleep, suddenly jolted awake, his eyes full of alertness, as he glanced at Jiang Weijie. "Brother Jia, did you just hear something?" Yi Qing opened his eyes too. Sounded like a starting pistol. With that, he got up and strode outside. After a signal flare is fired, it slowly drifts down, carried by a parachute. By the time he got there, the flare's light had already dimmed, but he could still make out a faint glow. "It's a signal flare." He turned around, his gaze probing as he looked at Jiang Weijie. "In the middle of the night, what are you firing a signal flare for?" A signal flare can be seen from up to 33 kilometers away. Judging by the distance between the Yaoben base and the observatory, that should be out of range. Of course, maybe it wasn't meant for Yaoben base. But if there's a relay point in between, then the signal could still get through. Jiang Weijie cursed inwardly, but quickly changed his expression, putting on a cheerful smile. It was an agreement with the base earlier. After midnight, if everything is safe and we've found you, we'd fire a signal flare as a response. Yi Qing shot him a cold look. "Then why didn't you tell the doctor or Brother Song and the others?" "Ahem, my bad, I forgot." Jiang Weijie rubbed his nose, looking a bit guilty. "Oh really?" Yi Qing didn't push further. Of course." Jiang Weijie laughed awkwardly, poured 2 cups of hot water, and handed them over. Yi Qing took the cup, dropping the subject. "It's our turn to keep watch now. You two go get some rest." Jiang Weijie glanced outside. "All right. I'll wait for Xiaohe." Before long, He Tianyu came back, his breath white in the cold air. Seeing Yi Qing and Kong Wu wide awake and glaring, his eyes widened and he nearly tripped. "Why are you two up?" Kong Wu snorted. "Thanks to you." He Tianyu looked at Jiang Weijie's annoyed face, then at Yi Qing's cold expression, confused. All right, did you get the water? Jiang Weijie broke the awkward silence. He Tianyu grumbled, yeah, nearly froze my hands off. Let's go. Yi and Kong will keep watch now, we'll go rest. Jiang Weijie said, dragging He Tianyu away. At the stairwell, he smacked He Tianyu on the head. Didn't I tell you to go farther away? He Tianyu protested, Brother Jia, I already went pretty far. It's pitch black out there, the snow's deep, I was scared I wouldn't make it back. Who'd have thought they could still hear us from that far? Jiang Weijie snorted. Did you forget? Yi Qing's an evolved human, his hearing and sight are way above normal. He Tianyu's gentle demeanor from the day was gone, replaced by a ruthless look. If you ask me, since Song Haitao and the others are downstairs, why don't we just toss a bomb down and be done with it? Are you stupid? Those old geezers, plus Jiang Yan and Mo Shiyao, they're all big fish. If you kill them all, what are you going to hand in corpses? He Tianyu clenched his fists. Then let's capture them alive. Jiang Weijie nearly burst into tears from frustration. There's so few of us, we'd be throwing eggs at a rock. You think you can take them? After Mo Shuifeng and Mo Zhangqing defected, some of their people at Yaoben base had managed to escape over time. Of course, most people still followed the country and the authorities, and didn't switch sides just because leadership changed, they stayed put. And Jiang Weijie was one of the core members who had defected from the base. It was just his bad luck that so few people from Yaoben base had switched sides. He was only left with He Tianyu and Shi Qin. Otherwise, with a blockhead like this, he'd never have kept him around. All we can do now is wait for reinforcements. Hopefully, they'll arrive before we set out tomorrow. The two muttered a few more words, then quietly made their way downstairs in the dark. Upstairs, once Jiang Weijie and He Tianyu's footsteps faded, Kong Wu got up and checked the stairwell. Only after confirming did he return to sit beside Yi Qing, puzzled. Yi Qing, shouldn't we tell Captain Song and the others about this? Not for now. But aren't their intentions obvious now? Not quite. Kong Wu paced back and forth, still worried. Yi Qing patted his shoulder reassuringly. Relax, Kong Wu. Brother Song and the others are already prepared. Kong Wu looked bewildered. Yi Qing explained patiently. It's obvious Jiang Weijie was telling the truth about sending out a search team to find Dr. Song and us. But the problem is, now that they've found us, how do they bring us back? So they're definitely going to contact reinforcements. The observatory here is easy to defend and hard to attack, and there's cover. Rather than risk running into the enemy on the road, it's better to let the enemy come to us. Maybe we can even use their strength against them. Also, it's unlikely they'll confront us directly at first. Most likely, they'll try to blend in and only turn on us after they've got Dr. Song and the others under control. If I'm not mistaken, Zhao Yugong has been suspicious of them ever since they met. Yi Qing finished, then got up to add some pine branches to the fire. Kong Wu was surprised. Honestly, Yi Qing, you're younger than me, but you see things so clearly. Yi Qing smiled. It was Jiang Yan who analyzed it for me earlier. Wow, so my sister's the original mastermind. Kong Wu clicked his tongue, then finally caught on. So, we're casting a long line to catch a big fish? Something like that. But it's not that long, just one night. Yi Qing said, pulling a chocolate bar from his pocket and handing it over. Eat up. When dawn comes, we might have a tough fight ahead. Kong Wu was stunned for a second. Isn't this the chocolate Sister Yan gave you earlier? How do you still have it? Yi Qing rubbed his nose. I saved it. Didn't eat it. Jiang Yan had given it to him when they were chatting outside earlier. All right, get some sleep while you can. I'll keep watch. Yi Qing said, then walked over to the stairwell, listening intently. Apart from a few snores, he didn't hear much else. He stepped outside, took out his binoculars, and scanned the surroundings. Sure enough, he spotted a faint glow of fire not too far away. Just then, footsteps rustled at the stairwell. Kong Wu was about to pretend to sleep when Song Qian and Jiang Yan appeared at the top of the stairs. Brother Song, Sister Yan, what brings you up here? Kong Wu had barely finished speaking when Qin Lang and Sun Jingtao followed them up. After them came Song Haitao and Mo Shiyao. The rest of the elders weren't there. Kong Wu was both surprised and delighted. You're all here. What about Jiang Xiaoyue and the others? Qin Ling grinned. They got hit with Sister Yan's heavy-duty tranquilizer gun. Won't be waking up anytime soon. Once everyone had settled in, Song Haidao's eyes shone with determination. Tomorrow morning, we'll deliberately delay our departure. We'll see what happens when their reinforcements arrive. One of the soldiers looked stunned and asked in confusion, Doctor, if the reinforcements the enemy brings are really strong, won't we be like fish in a barrel? The others echoed anxiously, yeah, exactly. It's freezing cold out there right now. If we run into enemy reinforcements outside, we'll be at an even bigger disadvantage, Song Haidao said grimly. He swept his gaze over the group, pausing on Jiang Yan's face. Xiaojiang, what do you think? Everyone knew that all the weapons from the AS district's armory were with Jiang Yan. There was even a tank in the armory, but something that heavy wasn't suitable for moving through snow. Right, a crafty rabbit always has 3 burrows. There are plenty of buildings around here. At the very least, they can serve as temporary cover, Jiang Yan said as she pulled a roughly sketched map from her pocket, drawn in pencil. This is a layout of the observatory complex from before the apocalypse. We're here right now. She took out a flashlight, shone it on the map, and began giving orders. There's a hidden vantage point here. Song Qian, you'll be in charge of sniping and reconnaissance. Song Qian nodded. All right. A soldier voiced a concern. Just Brother Song by himself? Jiang Yan replied, Song Qian used to be our top sharpshooter in Anming. Song Qian. He was secretly a bit surprised. This was the first time he'd heard Jiang Yan describe him that way. But how did she know? In the end, he didn't ask. Now wasn't the time for idle chatter. Qin Ling, you'll take this secondary high point, Jiang Yan continued, pointing to another spot. Zhao Yugong grew anxious. What about me? Jiang Yan smiled. You're familiar with Jiang Xiaoyue and the others. You'll keep up the act with them. Tomorrow, we'll prepare for 2 scenarios. 1. If the enemy brings only a few people and we can handle them ourselves, then Dr. Song, you all just stay hidden. Once we've dealt with the reinforcements, we'll immediately head back to the Yaben base. 2. If the enemy brings a lot of people and they're strong, then you'll need to evacuate right away. Of course, there's also a third possibility. Jiang Yan paused. Everyone, what is it? Song Haidao picked up the thread. Maybe Xiao Jiang and Xiao Song are just overthinking it. Jiang Xiaoyue and the others might actually be on our side. But honestly, that seems unlikely. Kong Wu said boisterously, I think it's probably the third one. Otherwise, if they really were the bad guys, all this posturing would be pointless. After the apocalypse, old Zhang and I were captured many times. They wouldn't kill us, but the methods they used to force us to cooperate. Song Haidao trailed off, taking a deep breath. When the apocalypse first hit, some people went crazy hoarding supplies. But those who had the advantage from the start set their sights on scientists who could change the future. Especially those with expertise in biology, aviation, medicine, biochemistry, and so on. Most scientists have strong morals and beliefs. But a few, whether willingly or under duress, ended up working for the wrong side. That's why so many mutated animals and humans ended up escaping from labs. What Song Haidao didn't say was that, if it weren't for Yiqing and Jiang Yan, the enemy's methods might have been even more brutal. Jiang Yan continued, if it's the second scenario, then Brother Tao, you and Shirya will be responsible for evacuating the doctors. She'd already picked out the evacuation spot. It was another building, away from the current one. That building was low, almost completely buried in snow. Not only was it inconspicuous, but it was also close to the mountaintop museum she'd explored before. If the enemy came in force, moving people there wouldn't arouse suspicion right away. Sun Jingtao and Mo Shiryao exchanged glances and nodded. All right. Once everything was arranged and everyone had double-checked their roles, Jiang Yan found an excuse to send Yiqing to fetch the weapons she'd stashed in a corner earlier. For the regular soldiers, it was mostly swapping out magazines and picking up a few smoke grenades or explosives. Honestly, most people felt Jiang Yan and Song Qian were making a mountain out of a molehill with all these precautions, but since they hadn't been on a real battlefield in ages, they were a bit excited. As for bulletproof vests, Jiang Yan had already quietly made sure everyone got one back in the AS district. Now, at least everyone had one on. Su Dai watched the soldiers checking their weapons and felt like she was still dreaming. Just yesterday, everyone was eating, sleeping, playing house, and now, overnight, everything had changed. Sun Jingtao noticed her confusion and explained, "We're just preparing for the worst. Maybe nothing will happen tomorrow." Su Dai looked at the self-defense knife she'd been given. "But I've never seen everyone this tense before." "That's because before, it was so cold outside no one could survive out there. Now it's different. We can handle the temperature and move freely, and so can others." "Oh." Seeing that everything was set, Song Haida said, "All right, it's 3 hours until 5 o'clock. Everyone, go rest up a bit." The group filed downstairs, and the once crowded room was suddenly empty and quiet. Jiang Yan also went downstairs, but instead of heading to the seed vault, she stopped on one of the floors. She left Huaba outside to stand guard, then went straight into her space. 5 a.m. came quickly. The powerful anesthetic Jiang Yan had injected into Zhang Weijia's group only lasted about 4 hours. When they woke up, their heads were still foggy. Fortunately, looking around, they saw that except for one old scientist who was awake and rubbing his leg, everyone else was still fast asleep. Zhang Weijia greeted him quietly, "Morning, Dr. Lang." "Morning." The old doctor rubbing his leg was Lang Yufei, a leading figure in AI applications before the apocalypse. He was one of the top scientists in the group. Short and slight, with a reserved and calm personality, he didn't stand out much among the research team. Zhang Weijia ran a hand through his hair and walked over, asking with concern, "Is your leg all right?" Ling Yufei paused. It was frostbitten before. The old injury must be acting up. Zhang Weijia rummaged in his backpack and pulled out a small bottle of ginger powder. "I don't have any medicine, but I do have some ginger powder. Want to try rubbing some on?" Ling Yufei accepted it without fuss. "Thank you." The others slowly began to wake up as well. Some rubbed their bleary eyes, some yawned, and others grumbled out of habit. "What time is it?" "Just 5 o'clock. Dr. Song, my leg's a bit uncomfortable. Maybe you all should go up first." Lang Yufei poured some ginger powder into his palm, added a bit of water, and started rubbing it into his calf. Song Haida rubbed his own head. "My head's a bit fuzzy too. Maybe I caught a chill outside yesterday." The other old men didn't look too good either. "Doctor, why are you all feeling unwell?" Sun Ziqing let out a surprised "huh," then slapped his own forehead. "I get it. It's probably because the temperature went up yesterday, and you all insisted on going out to see the snow." Zhang Weijia listened to him, glanced at the group of elderly, weak, and sickly people, and secretly chuckled, though his face remained composed. He turned to Song Qian, who was checking his backpack, and suggested, "Captain Song, should we load the supplies first this morning?" Song Qian tightened his tactical gloves. "Yes," Zhang Weijia said. "How about letting the doctors rest downstairs? We can load the supplies and call them up when we're ready to leave. They're getting on in years, and we got up so early, it's not easy for them," He Tianyu chimed in. Song Qian pondered for a second before agreeing. "All right, that's fine. Doctors, you all should rest downstairs," Song Qian said, patting Sun Jingtao on the shoulder. "Old Sun, why don't you stay down here too? That way, if we need anything upstairs, you can help out right away." Sun Jingtao replied, "All right." Su Dai glanced at Song Qian, then grabbed Sun Jingtao's arm. "Honey, I want to go with you. It's just moving heavy stuff anyway, and Xiao Xia and the others will help." Zhang Weijia couldn't help but laugh. "I'll handle your share for you." "Thank you, Brother Jia." Su Dai quickly replied sweetly. Without further delay, everyone except for Sun Jingtao, his wife, and the remaining elderly scientists headed upstairs in the dark. Upstairs, Yiqing and Kong Wu were already awake, waiting for the others. "Where's Jiang Yan?" Zhang Weijia suddenly realized he hadn't seen her among either group. Yiqing replied coolly, "She went to, you know." No one asked further. As for packing supplies, their stock was already much depleted compared to before. Mostly, they just had to bundle up the pine wood, pots, pans, and remaining food onto the sleds. During their time at the observatory, they'd never lacked firewood. However, since pine produces a lot of smoke, Lin Xiaoyue and Su Dai had used the game they'd hunted earlier to make a lot of smoked and dried meat. They still had over 100 jin, about 50 kilograms, of that food left. The rest was divided up so everyone could carry a little for emergencies. As the soldiers grunted and hauled the red sleds down from upstairs, Jiang Xiaoyue and He Tianyu were both surprised. These sleds, aren't they from the Musen base? How did you get them? Fate, Yiqing replied coldly, ignoring Jiang Xiaoyue's probing look and changing the subject. Brother Jia, the temperature's gone up a lot lately. I bet there are more people and animals out foraging. Are you sure your markers are still there? Jiang Xiaoyue patted his chest confidently. Don't worry. Even if the markers are gone, I can still get you all back to base safely. Good. Yiqing finished, then handed out several torches. These torches had been handmade by Sun Jingtao and the others from pine branches. The hollowed-out tops were stuffed with wood shavings, and since pine branches are full of resin, they lit up quickly after a minute over the fire. Let's go. Some people took the torches for light, while others started moving supplies. Despite the cold and slippery sleds, and everyone's frozen hands and feet, they worked together in an orderly fashion, albeit slowly. What should have taken half an hour ended up taking almost an hour. Jiang Xiaoyue's men fed the 2 musk oxen some water and dry wood shavings. Finally, the sky began to lighten. Fine snowflakes drifted down from above. Yiqing and Song Qian exchanged glances, then looked into the distance at the same time. Hopefully, their worries were unfounded, and the signal flare He Tianyu fired last night would bring allies, not enemies. Once everything was loaded, Jiang Xiaoyue's eyes widened at the 2 snowmobiles. You even have these? He reached out to touch the front of one, swallowing hard. Can I drive one later? A nearby soldier snorted under his breath and muttered to another. He's practically drooling over the idea. Sorry, no, Yiqing shook his head, then asked, besides, don't we have reinforcements coming? They should have even better transport, right? They wouldn't come all this way on foot, would they? At Yaoben Base, there were plenty of snow vehicles, snowmobiles, and sleds. Oh, right, I almost forgot. Jiang Xiaoyue laughed awkwardly, took out his binoculars, and looked into the distance. Why aren't they here yet? Could it be they didn't see the signal last night? He Tianyu walked over. Should I fire another flare while it's still dark? Jiang Xiaoyue frowned. How many do we have left? 1, He Tianyu replied, lowering his voice. If I fire it from here, the location will be more accurate. All right. Bang. Whoosh. Another red flare shot into the sky. Everyone watched it anxiously. Another 10 minutes passed, but the binoculars still showed nothing but silence. Everyone was freezing at the door. After leaving 2 people on guard, the rest went back inside. Should we just go ourselves? Song Qian glanced at Jiang Xiaoyue, testing the waters. Jiang Xiaoyue frowned. Let's wait a bit longer. Fine, you wait. I'll go take a look around. Song Qian called Qin Lang to go out with him. Jiang Xiaoyue's gaze lingered on the sniper rifles slung over their shoulders, but he said nothing. A few more minutes passed. Finally, He Tianyu, who was on guard, saw another flare through the binoculars. Brother Jia, there's a response. They're probably only 3 kilometers away. Great. Jiang Xiaoyue's eyes lit up. He turned to Zhao Yugong. Brother Zhao, in a bit, you can go call Dr. Song and the others up. Zhao Yugong, okay. Jiang Xiaoyue looked around again, frowning. Where's Miss Jiang? Shiqin gave him a look. Brother Jia, I don't think Miss Jiang is staying in the downstairs seed vault. Lin Xiaoyue explained, she has OCD, likes peace and quiet, and doesn't like crowds. That's why she's been living upstairs alone. Ever since the AS zone, Jiang Yan had never stayed with the others. She didn't like crowds, that much they knew. As for the OCD, that was just Lin Xiaoyue's guess. After all, with a bunch of guys together, snoring, teeth grinding, farting, those things were inevitable. Even though the men's and women's areas were separated, and it was the apocalypse, people weren't that picky anymore. But just because she and Su Dai could tolerate it didn't mean Jiang Yan could. Emo Xiao actually couldn't stand it either, but she didn't have a choice. Jiang Yan, on the other hand, clearly did. Should I go call her? It's so cold, and she's up there alone. Qin glanced at Zheng Weijie and was about to head upstairs. Before Lin Xiaoyue could stop her, Jiang Yan, fully geared up, walked out of the stairwell. Seeing her, Qin smiled politely. Good morning, Miss Jiang. Zheng Weijie's furrowed brow instantly relaxed. Morning, Jiang Yan replied lazily, looking like she hadn't quite woken up yet. Jiang Yan, are you okay? Lin Xiaoyue noticed she seemed a bit off compared to usual and couldn't help but ask with concern. Jiang Yan instinctively put a hand over her lower abdomen and sighed. Ugh, there are always a few days like this every month, and today just happens to be one of them. Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for everyone present to hear. Or rather, just enough for Zhang Weijie and He Tianyu to hear. Yiqing had also noticed something was wrong with her and wanted to ask out of concern, but after hearing this, his ears turned red and he fell silent. Lin Xiaoyue let out an "oh" and said, I was wondering why you came down so late. I've got some brown sugar in my backpack. Since we're not leaving right away, I'll make you a cup of brown sugar water. She spoke warmly and was about to get up, but Jiang Yan quickly grabbed her. Thank you, Dr. Lin, but I just need to rest for a bit. As she spoke, she shot Lin Xiaoyue a subtle look. She really was on her period today, but it wasn't nearly as bad as she made it sound. After all, with her space and spiritual spring water, things like menstrual pain or cold womb were nothing to worry about. Lin Xiaoyue immediately understood Jiang Yan was deliberately acting weak in front of the others, so she played along. All right, then you should rest. Zheng Weijie listened to their conversation and, not knowing what to say, could only add, Yes, Miss Jiang, just rest inside. Jiang Yan nodded and sat by the fire, holding her stomach. Okay. Jia, I'll leave things outside to you guys. As she finished, she also exchanged a look with Yiqing and Zhao Yugong. Zhao Yugong was confused for a second, but Yiqing understood. Don't worry, Zheng Weijie said, then smugly led He Tianyu and Qin outside. Zhao Yugong and Kong Wu quickly followed. Outside, the 4 strong men Zheng Weijie had brought were standing guard, 3 at the door, and the last one was nowhere to be seen. Jiang Yan, take care of yourself, Yiqing said, giving her a look before heading out. Are you really okay? Lin Xiaoyue sat down next to Jiang Yan and asked in a low voice. I'm fine. Jiang Yan smiled, took off her gloves, and held her hands over the fire. She seemed to be warming herself, but in reality, she was focusing her attention, using her mind to sense the positions of Song Qian, Song Haitao, and the others. Yes, this was something Jiang Yan had recently discovered. Anyone who had drunk the spiritual spring water seemed to have a tiny tracking device implanted in their body. As long as she focused, she could sense the locations of anyone who had drunk the water within a certain range. It was like a limited-range 3D map, with different dots appearing. The brightness of each dot varied depending on how much spiritual spring water the person had drunk and their distance from her. Kong Wu had drunk the most, and since he was just outside the door, his dot was the brightest. Song Qian and Qin Lang, who were hidden at a vantage point outside, were a bit dimmer. Song Haitao and the others, who were in the underground seed vault, had drunk less and were farther away, so their dots were the faintest. But Jiang Yan clearly sensed that a small cluster of dots was starting to move upward. There was also one dot moving faster, but she couldn't tell who it was. She and Lin Xiaoyue appeared to be resting by the fire, but in reality, their attention was focused on what was happening outside. For a moment, the only sound in the room was the crackling of the fire. Then Zhao Yugong suddenly said, weren't they supposed to be about 3 kilometers away? Why can't we see anyone? Zhang Weijie replied, maybe they've started climbing the mountain. Climbing the mountain, in this case, meant starting from halfway up, so it wasn't far. He Tianyu suggested, why don't we fire a shot into the air and see if they respond? Are you stupid? We're on the mountaintop. If the gunshot triggers an avalanche and buries everyone below, what then? Jiang Xiaoyue smacked him. Hearing this, Jiang Yan's frown eased a bit. She hadn't considered that loud noises could trigger an avalanche. But the next second, her brow furrowed again. She seemed to faintly hear the sounds of a fierce gunfight, though it wasn't very clear. Jiang Yan, what's wrong? Lin Xiaoyue noticed her expression and thought she was feeling unwell again. I'm fine. Jiang Yan leaned in and whispered, you stay here by the fire. I'm going to take a look outside. Okay. Once outside, Jiang Yan could hear the gunfire a bit more clearly. However, Zhang Weijie and Zhao Yugong, who were scanning the area below with binoculars, didn't seem to notice anything. Yiqing saw her come out and walked over, quietly saying, something's not right. Yiqing, can you help me take down that ice chain over there? Jiang Yan pointed to another building in the distance. That building was just behind the White Tower, but a bit closer to the foot of the mountain. Sure. The two of them walked off to the side. Once they were far enough away, Yiqing said, Jiang Yan, I think I heard gunshots. His senses weren't as sharp as Jiang Yan's, so he wasn't completely sure. Jiang Yan nodded. I heard it too. Even if there was a gunfight below, they couldn't tell if it was friend or foe. Naturally, they couldn't just leave everyone and go check it out. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan said, let's just wait and see for now. Okay. Yiqing raised his hand and took down the ice chain, which was more than 2 meters high, and handed it to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan looked at it, then tossed it aside. Meanwhile, Zhang Weijie hadn't taken his eyes off the two of them since they left. Seeing Jiang Yan toss the ice chain, he sneered. The missing strongman came over and whispered in his ear, Jieji, all the doors and windows are tightly shut except for one broken window on the roof, but it's pretty high up. As long as we guard the door, we're good. Zhang Weijie nodded and handed the binoculars to He Tianyu. They're moving slower than snails. I'm going cross-eyed watching. You take over for a bit. He glanced over at Yiqing and Jiang Yan as usual. The two of them had their backs turned, so all he could see was Yiqing handing Jiang Yan a few more ice chains, which she looked at and then tossed aside. Zhang Weijie snorted. Such children. Shiqing watched their backs warily. Jieji, are they plotting something over there? What are you thinking? Zhang Weijie glanced at Zhao Yugong and Kong Wu, who were busy checking the sleds, then looked at Lin Xiaoyue, who was staring blankly at the fire inside, and sneered. Looks like we overestimated them. No, it's not us who overestimated them, it's the higher-ups. Once reinforcements arrive, rounding them up will be a piece of cake. On the other side, Jiang Yan held the ice chain, focused, and listened for a while before saying, the gunfire has stopped. It sounds like there's a snowmobile coming our way. Snowmobile? Yiqing was startled. I didn't see any vehicles ahead. Could they be coming from the side? Not only hadn't they seen any vehicles, they hadn't seen any people either. But that was normal, they were on the mountaintop, after all. It was impossible to see everything happening halfway down the mountain. Unknowingly, the sky had brightened a bit more. Jiang Yan glanced up at the sky. I feel like, unless something unexpected happens, we'll be seeing the sun soon. Ever since they'd left Anming, none of them had seen sunlight. She felt like her whole body was about to grow mold. Yiqing took off his snow goggles and looked up as well, the corners of his lips lifting. Your intuition is probably spot on. Miss Jiang, aren't you coming back yet? Zhang Weijie called out from a distance when he saw the two had finally stopped fiddling with their crampons. Jiang Yan shot him a cool glance. We're coming now. The sound of engines was getting closer and closer, even Zhao Yugong and Zhang Weijie could hear it now. So the people from the base are coming to pick us up by car. Old Zhao, we're in for a treat. Zhang Weijie was wary and suspicious at first, but soon a smug smile crept onto his face. Zhao Yugong, nervous, but keeping a straight face, replied, if not by car, what then? On foot? Or maybe riding oxen like you guys? Zhang Weijie choked a bit, looking around. Where's Song Qian and Qinling? The two of them have been gone for ages and still haven't come back. Kong Wu feigned ignorance. Who knows? Those two always like to wander off. Zhang Weijie narrowed his eyes and looked at He Tianyu. Go check on them. The people from the base will be here any minute. It wouldn't look good if we kept them waiting. He then instructed the 2 remaining strongmen, "You 2 go down as well and bring Dr. Song and the others up." "Got it." The 2 men slung their submachine guns over their shoulders and headed inside and downstairs. The last 2 henchmen took up positions on either side, patrolling outside the building. After making these arrangements, Jiang Xiaoyue suddenly realized he was being a bit too eager. He forced a sheepish smile at Zhao Yugong and Jiang Yan's group. I guess I've gotten used to giving orders at the base. Maybe I'm overstepping a bit." "It's fine," Jiang Yan replied with a non-committal smile. The rumbling of engines grew louder. Jiang Yan slipped her hand back into her pocket, ready to draw her gun at any moment. She quietly focused, sensing that Song Qian and Qin Ling were still in the same place. The cluster of dots representing Song Haidao's group had already moved upstairs. Soon, snow kicked up by tires appeared in the telescope's view. Jiang Xiaoyue tried to contain his excitement. "They're finally here." Just then, He Tianyu returned from searching for Song Qian and Qin Ling. "Brother Jia, I couldn't find them." Jiang Xiaoyue glanced back into the room. Lin Xiaowei, who had been warming herself by the fire, was no longer sitting on her wooden stool. But Zhao Yugong was still standing right beside him, so he didn't think much of it. He Tianyu looked into the room as well, frowning. "Why haven't old Liu and the others come up yet? It shouldn't take this long just to call a few people." Jiang Xiaoyue shot him a glare. "What do you know? Maybe Dr. Song or someone else isn't feeling well and it's holding things up." Downstairs, only Sun Jingtao and Mo Shuyao were there. The rest were elderly, sick, or weak, hardly able to lift a finger. The 2 henchmen would just show their guns and catch them off guard. The others wouldn't be able to resist. Thinking about how perfectly he'd arranged everything, Jiang Xiaoyue felt a surge of satisfaction. In the distance, the snow vehicles finally came into view. The snow they kicked up made it hard to tell how many there were. The drivers and the people in the passenger seats were bundled up tightly, their faces obscured. Still lost in dreams of taking credit and being rewarded, Jiang Xiaoyue watched as the vehicles pulled up in front of the building. Jiang Yan's brow furrowed slightly as she noticed the dried, dark red bloodstains and bits of flesh stuck to the outside of the vehicles. The doors opened and 2 tall, upright soldiers stepped out. Jiang Xiaoyue was just about to greet them with a grin when one of the soldiers took off his sunglasses, pulled down his windproof mask, and called out to Zhao Yugong, "Old Zhao, long time no see." Jiang Yan, Yi Qing, Kong Wu. The 3 of them were completely baffled. Zhao Yugong froze for a moment, then his eyes lit up. "Hui Yang." "Yeah." Hui Yang smiled and nodded, glancing over the rest of the group. "Finally found you all." Jiang Xiaoyue looked at Hui Yang, then off into the distance, his face flashing with shock for a second. Shi Qin and He Tianyu were equally stunned. "We were actually planning to set out to look for you as soon as the temperature rose a bit more. But last night, we received a signal flare. As soon as Deputy Leader Qin heard the report, he said it was probably you at the observatory, so he arranged for us to come overnight." As Hui Yang spoke, he glanced into the building. "By the way, is everyone here?" Zhao Yugong, excited, replied, "Not yet. Dr. Song and the others are still downstairs." Soon, several more snow vehicles pulled up. A few armed soldiers got out. Jiang Xiaoyue's legs trembled, but he quickly composed himself and walked over to Hui Yang. I was the one who fired the signal flare last night." Hui Yang gave him a look, his gaze darkening for a moment before he smiled. "I thought so. No wonder you all seemed so prepared when our vehicles arrived, waiting right by the door." His sharp eyes swept over the sleds loaded with supplies and the 2 snowmobiles. "But you already had these sleds and supplies ready?" When he saw the 2 musk oxen, a barely perceptible wariness flashed in his eyes. Zhao Yugong explained, "Brother Zhang and his group found us yesterday, just a stroke of luck. We were planning to head back to the base today anyway." "No wonder." Hui Yang withdrew his gaze. "Captain Zhao, please gather everyone else. We should get back to the base as soon as possible." "I'll go." Before Zhao Yugong could answer, Kong Wu had already turned and gone inside. Hui Yang turned to a few soldiers. Go with him, in case the doctors need help. Yes, sir. The soldiers quickly followed. Looks like we misjudged Zhang Weijie and his group, Yiqing whispered to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan recalled the gunshots she'd heard earlier and eyed the damaged, blood-stained vehicles. She shook her head. Not necessarily. The moment the vehicles stopped, Jiang Yan had already sent Hua Bao out. Someone's injured, they just haven't gotten out of the car. Yiqing. Zhao Yugong finally came to his senses and led Hui Yang over to Jiang Yan and Yiqing, who were standing in the corner. By the way, this is Jiang Yan and Yiqing. You've probably heard their names. Oh, and Yiqing, this is Hui Yang. His team is a bit special, so he hasn't spent much time at the base. Maybe you haven't heard of him before. A pleasure. Hui Yang shook hands with Jiang Yan and Yiqing, then suddenly frowned and turned to Zhao Yugong. If I'm not mistaken, Miss M.O. and your wife should also be. Zhao Yugong nodded. Yeah, they're downstairs too. Confirming that both were alive, Hui Yang's frown finally eased. Hui Yang glanced at the two people standing on either side of Zhang Weijie. Who are these TW? 2. Zhao Yugong, who didn't know much about them, gave a simple introduction. This is He Tianyu, and this is Shi Qin. They both joined our base later on. Hearing Hui Yang take the initiative to ask about his subordinates, Zhang Weijie's earlier worries eased a bit. Jiang Yan tugged on Yiqing's sleeve. Let's have Song Qian and Qin Lang come back. All right, Yiqing replied, then turned and left. Zhao Yugong glanced into the house and, seeing that Lin Xiaoyue hadn't returned yet, hurriedly called out, Wife. He Tianyu let out a puzzled sound. Why aren't they up yet? Zhang Weijie suddenly remembered his earlier arrangements, and his brow started to twitch. At that moment, footsteps sounded from inside the house. Kong Wu and a few soldiers who had gone down earlier came back up. Hui Yang and Zhao Yugong looked behind them. Where are the doctors? Why didn't they come up? They said they could come up on their own. They're not at the age where they need help yet, Kong Wu replied with a grin, then winked at the soldiers behind him. The soldiers quickly echoed, yeah, that's right. Jiang Yan. She couldn't tell if it was because Kong Wu had drunk too much spiritual spring water, but she felt like he was lying. But why would he lie about something like this? Just as she was wondering, Kong Wu and the soldiers subtly moved toward Zhang Weijie and his two companions. The next second, they split into pairs and directly restrained Zhang Weijie and He Tianyu. Although Shi Qin was a girl, her reflexes were sharp. As two soldiers approached, she twisted away nimbly like an eel, dodging them. In a flash, she raised her gun and aimed it at the forehead of the nearest soldier. If anyone moves, I'll blow his head off. Everyone else, Hui Yang, Jiang Yan, and the others, were momentarily stunned. Zhang Weijie, his arms tightly held by Kong Wu and another soldier, struggled. Brother Kong, what are you doing? Then he barked at Shi Qin, put the gun down. We're all on the same side. Same side. Kong Wu sneered. Hui Yang raised an eyebrow and swept his gaze over the group, calmly asking, Kong Wu, what's going on? Jiang Yan reached out with her mind and sensed a cluster of dense dots at the stairwell. What's going on? Zhang Weijie, why don't you explain yourself? Kong Wu said, then shouted into the house, Brother Tao, you can come out now. As soon as he finished, Sun Jingtao came out, pushing two burly men who were tightly bound. Mo Shiyao followed behind, holding two rifles. Then Song Haitao and the others appeared. Only then did Zhang Weijie recall his earlier plans, and his face went pale. He gritted his teeth, still trying to play dumb. Brother Sun, what happened to those two? Sun Jingtao shot him a glare, ignoring his feigned ignorance. Shi Qin, just give up, Zhao Yuang said, grabbing a rope and tying Zhang Weijie up tightly before looking at Shi Qin. Shi Qin let out a cold laugh. Even if I die, I'll take someone down with me. Shi Qin, there's a sniper dot on your forehead. Zhang Weijie turned his head and saw a red dot appear on Shi Qin's forehead. He looked around and, not seeing anyone else, quickly realized, especially thinking of Song Qian and Qin Lang, who had disappeared early that morning, what had happened. Realizing his plan had been exposed all along, his composure broke and he snapped, Damn it. You guys are really good at pretending. Just then, Shiqin, who was still aiming her gun at a soldier's forehead, suddenly felt a sharp pain in her wrist as if a thin wire was cutting into it. She gasped, her grip loosened, and the gun fell to the ground. Everyone was startled, thinking someone had shot her with a tranquilizer dart from a distance. Only Jiang Yan knew it was Hua Bao who had secretly intervened. A nearby soldier quickly kicked the gun aside, then lunged forward and snatched it up. Now unarmed, Shiqin immediately lashed out with a kick at the soldier next to her. Though she was as slender as Jiang Yan, her moves were fierce and powerful. In no time, the two soldiers trying to subdue her were beaten back. One soldier even had his wrist twisted so hard by her that it snapped with a crack. Hui Yang hadn't given the order to shoot. It was clear he wanted the three of them taken alive. Damn it, I don't like ganging up on people, especially not women. But enemy women don't count. Kongwu said, then kicked at Shiqin. Shiqin cried out in pain and staggered. She didn't last much longer before she was finally subdued. Song Qian, Qin Lang, and Yi Qing came over, each carrying another burly, bound man. Captain Song, Hui Yang saluted Song Qian. Mo Shiyao and Song Haidao also came out. Miss Mo. Dr. Song. Hui Yang saluted again. Xiaohu. Hui Yang. Song Haidao and Mo Shiyao were clearly familiar with Hui Yang. But since they'd been underground this whole time, they were a bit puzzled to see people from the base had arrived. Su Dai followed behind Sun Jingtao, looking at the snowmobiles, the group of soldiers, and the bound Zheng Weijie and his companions, feeling completely dazed. She sidled up to Jiang Yan, glanced at the unfamiliar Hui Yang, and whispered, "Jiang Yan, so they really were the bad guys. But how come?" Her confusion was the same as Song Haidao's and the others. Jiang Yan smiled. "It's a long story. Maybe you'll understand later." "Xiaohu, what's going on?" Song Haidao finally voiced his question. "Dr. Song, the daylight hours are short, and our arrival here was a bit of a coincidence. To avoid any more trouble, why don't we head back to the base now? We can explain everything on the way," Hui Yang said, then shot a cold glare at Zheng Weijie and the others. "As for these guys, we'll interrogate them on the road." The soldiers snapped to attention. "Yes, sir." The supplies had already been packed up in advance. Now that they had snow vehicles with roof racks, the sleds were no longer needed. Yi Qing and Jiang Yan had originally wanted to ride snowmobiles, but since they needed to discuss things with Hui Yang and the others on the way back, they gave the vehicles to two soldiers instead. As for the two musk oxen, they were also handed over to a couple of soldiers. Seeing two wounded, bleeding soldiers in the last vehicle, Song Haitao and Song Qian grew even more puzzled. "Did you run into an attack on your way here?" "Yeah," Hui Yang nodded. "Let's all get in the vehicles first. I'll give you a full report in a bit." "All right." Lin Xiaoyue pulled out a simple medical kit. "I'll go bandage their wounds." "Thank you, sister-in-law." Hui Yang glanced at Lin Xiaoyue, then at Jiang Yan, Mo Shiyao, Yi Qing, Song Qian, and the others, a smile playing at his lips. "Doctor, your team is really well put together." Song Haitao nodded with a smile. "Not only well put together, but lucky too." Song Haitao gave Hui Yang a concise account of what happened after the AS zone was ejected, including how Jiang Yan and Yi Qing fought the mutant snow wolf. However, he didn't mention a word about Jiang Yan possessing a storage artifact, her trip to the Yunding building, or her discovery of the human feeding and mutant experiments at the Musen base. By the end, even the always calm and composed Hui Yang couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "So, the AS zone is still stuck on the Nampan River?" "Yes, most likely. It's probably buried under snow and ice," Song Haida replied, letting out a sigh. "That building is made entirely of special metal materials, extremely valuable. Once this extreme cold passes and the ice starts to melt, we'll still need to find a way to bring it back to the Yaoban base." Hui Yang nodded. "Understood." On the other side, Lin Xiaoyue quickly finished bandaging the two wounded soldiers. "Doctor, I'm done," she said, indicating they didn't need to wait for her and could set off. "All right." Hu Yang was about to get in the vehicle when he noticed Mo Shiryao standing nearby. "Miss Mo, please get in." Mo Shiryao's eyes were a little red. "Hu Yang, I have something I'd like to ask you in private." "Of course." Hu Yang walked over. "Is it about Chief Mo?" Mo Shiryao nodded. "Yes." "Still no news," Hu Yang replied, trying to comfort her. "But Miss Mo, you know as well as I do, for warriors like us, who are ready to sacrifice our lives for the country and the people at any moment, no news is the best news." Mo Jingqing was the base leader and her older brother. But he was also a soldier. What about Qin? She hesitated, since outsiders didn't know about her relationship with Qin Ziping, so she couldn't ask directly. Hu Yang thought she was concerned about why he had been sent instead, so he explained, "Deputy Chief Qin is fine. It's just that there's been a lot going on at the base lately, and he's been overwhelmed, so he couldn't lead this mission himself." "That's not what I meant." Mo Shiryao took a deep breath. "Forget it, let's get in the car. We'll talk when we're back at the base." "All right." The convoy began the journey back. Jiang Yan gazed out at the endless white snowfields, her feelings suddenly complicated. Finally, they were going back to the base. This whole period had felt like a bizarre, surreal dream. There had been danger, but also warmth. Song Qian watched the soldier at the wheel skillfully turning the steering wheel and couldn't help but ask, "Since compasses don't work now, how do you find your way?" Sun Jingtao added, and Zhang Weijie fired a signal flare. "How did you guys receive it?" "I'll explain everything in detail," Hu Yang said with a smile, pointing into the distance. "Can anyone tell what's over there?" Everyone followed his gesture. "Isn't there nothing there? Try looking through the binoculars?" "All right." Jiang Yan also took out her binoculars and looked carefully. At the edge of the snowfield, she spotted a not-so-obvious, but clearly raised mound of snow and ice. A soldier picked up the explanation. "The snowstorms haven't been as bad lately, so our Yaoben base started sending people out in a 50-kilometer radius, building a ring of watchtowers radiating outward." Jiang Yan knew about this. The reason they'd only started building them recently was because, even without considering the meteorite impact, a single blizzard before would have buried all the watchtowers. Also, with the current temperatures, most people could adapt as long as they dressed warmly enough. These watchtowers are for monitoring the outside environment, but they also serve as navigation markers. After all, it's easy to find a landmark like Dongshan Observatory, but finding the way back to the base isn't so simple. Everyone suddenly understood. As for the signal flare, the soldier glanced at Hu Yang. "Captain Hu, I'll focus on driving. Why don't you explain?" "Sure." Hu Yang smiled and gave a succinct explanation. As everyone listened, they found it all rather unbelievable. It turned out that after the extreme cold, Yaoben base had immediately started preparing to search for the AS zone and for Song Haidao's group. They'd planned to set out soon anyway, but unexpectedly, last night, luck was on their side. The watchtower closest to Dongshan Observatory spotted the signal flare and immediately relayed the message back to the base. Qin Ziping couldn't be sure it was Song Haidao's group at the observatory, only that someone was there, and they weren't ordinary people. After all, regular people wouldn't be able to fire a signal flare. Besides, the observatory and the seed vault hidden beneath it were extremely important. So they sent Hu Yang's team. Since this was the first time anyone had been sent out after the extreme cold, the team was heavily armed. They hadn't expected, though, that after rushing through the night to the foot of the mountain and planning to rest before climbing at dawn, they'd run into another strange group at first light. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. "Strange group?" Hu Yang nodded. "Yes. There were quite a few of them, some soldiers, some ordinary people, and some grotesquely large, deformed individuals." Jiang Yan remembered the scene at the Yunding building. Mutants injected with hormones and viruses. The soldiers and regular people were at the front, with the mutants trailing some distance behind. At first, Hu Yang's team thought they were from a friendly base, so they didn't open fire. But when a regular person accidentally fell into a snow pit and was rescued, the mutants immediately tore the person apart and ate them right in front of the soldiers and civilians. That's when they realized this wasn't a regular army. Or rather, not a righteous base. Naturally, a fight broke out. But since they'd launched a surprise attack, were heavily armed, and had the advantage of darkness, the enemy was caught completely off guard and was quickly wiped out. Song Qian asked, "Didn't you keep a couple alive?" "We did at first, but before we could interrogate them, they chose to kill themselves," Hui Yang replied, his expression growing serious. "But from their clothing and gear, I could tell they were from Musen Base. Musen Base has its own totem. Their totem is the muskox. Yaoben Base didn't have muskoxen, but they'd heard of them." Sun Jingtao glanced out the window. The vehicle had already left the mountainside and was speeding across the snowfield. "We're not taking the same route back?" "I didn't see any bodies. It hadn't snowed today. If there were bodies along the way, they would have seen them unless they'd taken a different route." Hui Yang explained, "I had the team clean up the scene. Although it hadn't snowed, there was plenty of loose snow around, so burying the bodies wasn't difficult." The driver chimed in, "So, does this count as the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind?" "It does. Of course, you could also say we just got lucky," Song Haida concluded with a genial smile. The snowcat rumbled forward, the landscape outside nothing but endless, desolate snowfields. The vehicle carrying Hui Yang and his group was a 7-seater tracked snowcat, originally designed to seat 6 passengers plus the driver. But with Jiang Yan and Mo Shiryao both being petite, and with the rules of the old world no longer applying in the apocalypse, they managed to squeeze in 8 people: Song Haitao, Song Qian, Yi Qing, Sun Jingtao, plus the others. Along the way, Song Haitao chatted with Hui Yang and Song Qian about the recent changes at the base. Sun Jingtao, Yi Qing, and Mo Shiryao chimed in from time to time. Jiang Yan was the most relaxed of them all, simply closing her eyes and choosing to rest. Gradually, the group sensed something was off. Yi Qing glanced casually out the window. "Has anyone noticed the sky looks a little strange?" Song Haitao took off his snow goggles and looked up, frowning. "Yeah, I remember it was bright when we set out this morning, but now it's gotten a lot darker." Hui Yang picked up the binoculars and peered into the distance, then instructed the driver, Zhu Ming, "As long as it's safe, try to go a bit faster." "Yes, sir." Zhu Ming gripped the steering wheel tighter and pressed down on the accelerator. Driving fast on snow is tricky, so everyone finds something to hold onto. Everyone tensed up. "Got it." Their vehicle was the lead car. As it sped up, the others behind quickly followed suit. Sun Jingtao suddenly remembered something. "By the way, last time we went to the Yaoben base, we used the underground tunnel. Are we going underground again this time?" "No, there's a special secret main tunnel. You'll see soon," Hui Yang replied, picking up the binoculars for another look outside. Song Haitao did a quick mental calculation. "Don't tell me, another disaster is coming?" Ever since the extreme cold snap had passed, the outside world had been relatively calm for a while. There was no pattern to these new disasters, so all they could do was silently pray nothing else would happen before they made it back to base. The convoy drove on for a while longer. Then, Zhu Ming, who had been focused on the road, spoke up. "Everyone, we'll reach the entrance to the base's underground tunnel in just a few minutes." Everyone looked ahead and saw a mountain range looming in the distance. But the mountains were blanketed in snow, pure white, with no sign of any tunnel. Just as everyone was starting to relax, a sudden screeching sound came from behind. Jiang Yan, who had been dozing with her eyes closed, snapped awake and turned to look. One of the snowcats following closely behind had started to skid. Whether it was the driver's skill or the vehicle's performance, the car managed to right itself just as it was about to spin out. But as Jiang Yan glanced back, her sharp eyes widened in shock. "What is that?" "Yi Qing, where?" "Jiang Yan, behind us." As everyone turned, Zhu Ming glanced in the rearview mirror. "Shit, is that a sandstorm?" Behind them, on the once endless white snowfield, a towering black wall had appeared, reaching up to the sky. The black wall was churning up a blizzard, racing toward them at terrifying speed. The vehicles behind had clearly noticed something was wrong as well. From the car behind, Zhao Yugong rolled down the window and shouted, "Doctor, is that another black blizzard?" "It's a black storm. Tell everyone to get back to base as fast as possible." Song Haidao's mind raced. After a moment of shock, he quickly rolled down part of the window and shouted back. Pass it on, everyone. Put on your masks if you have them. If not, cover your mouth and nose. The moment the window opened, a blast of icy wind, sharp as a blade, slashed across their faces. Song Haitao quickly rolled the window back up. Hurry, everyone, get your masks or scarves on. He pulled his neck gaiter up over his face. The car was cramped. Jiang Yan twisted around to get her backpack, rummaged inside, and handed out several protective masks to everyone. Wow, Miss Jiang, you really came prepared. Zhu Ming kept his eyes on the road, not daring to slow down, while Song Qian in the back helped him put on a mask. It's nothing, Jiang Yan replied, glancing back at the other vehicles. Now it was a race against the black storm. She couldn't do much for the people in the other cars. Yi Qing, sitting in the passenger seat, put on his mask and glanced in the rearview mirror. Doctor, what exactly is a black storm? I've never heard of that term before. The black wall behind them looked even taller than before. It seemed to have picked up snow, giving it a grayish tint. But even though the color had lightened a bit, no one dared to let their guard down. After the meteorites fell, we experienced black blizzards. But those came down from above and were just regular blizzards, mixed with a bit of dust, Song Haidao explained, gripping a handle tightly. He paused, then continued. But a black storm is like a supercharged sandstorm. Normally, winds of force 8 or higher can lift huge amounts of dust and fine particles into the air, forming a wall of wind 500 to 3,000 meters high. The storm carries dust for thousands, even tens of thousands of kilometers. The black blizzards before just made it hard to breathe and see. But this, imagine a high-speed wind band filled with sand and grit, barreling straight at you. Everyone's hearts sank. Dust was one thing, they had goggles and masks. But high-speed grit could be as deadly as shrapnel. Damn, I was just thinking we'd finally caught a break with no disasters lately, but Zhu Ming glanced at the black storm growing closer in the mirror and couldn't help cursing. It never ends. I swear, one day I'm going to blow up that disaster simulation lab, he fumed, foot pressing harder on the gas. Sun Jingtao's brow furrowed deeply. I saw something like this in a post-apocalyptic movie once. If a car or person gets caught in a storm like that, survival chances are basically zero. He was especially worried about Su Dai, who was in the car behind. If there had been more seats, or if Song Qian hadn't insisted he ride along to discuss things on the way back, he never would have left Su Dai behind. Now, Sun Jingtu was filled with regret. He clenched his fists, anxiety rising. Comrade Zhu, how much longer until we reach the tunnel entrance? Zhu Ming glanced at a nearby cluster of watchtowers. 5 more minutes. 5 minutes. Hui Yang was surprised. Didn't we already see the mountain with the entrance? Why so long? Zhu Ming's voice was full of guilt. Sorry, Captain. I was driving too fast and mistook one of the watchtowers. We have to take a slight detour. Everyone was a bit surprised, but there was nothing to be done. Navigating by sight alone was never easy. Hui Yang paused, but didn't blame him. It's not your fault. Just focus on driving and don't make any more wrong turns. Normally, someone would help the driver with navigation. But today they were short-handed, and Zhu Ming was doing well to drive this fast under the circumstances. Yes, sir. Zhu Ming pressed his lips together. Sun Jingtao, still worried about Su Dai, muttered, if only we'd come back later. Song Haidao took a deep breath. It wouldn't help. Nothing survives where a black storm passes. Even those buildings will probably be swept away. Even if they hid in the underground seed vault, if the ground above was buried under meters of sand and dust, it would be like being entombed alive. Song Haidao's words made everyone's hearts sink further. If even reinforced concrete buildings could be swept away, what chance did their snowcats have? Or the soldiers in those watchtowers? It felt like these last 2 minutes were a race against death itself. The car fell silent. After a few seconds, Mo Shiyao broke the silence. I'm curious, since the world is frozen over and covered in snow, where does all this sand and dust come from? And where did this black storm suddenly appear from? There's no way our whole world is just a simulation, right? Or maybe, there are higher dimensional beings beyond humanity. Her last 2 sentences sent a chill through everyone. They all knew these disasters originated from the disaster simulation lab. But even with the advanced technology behind the lab, some things just didn't make sense. Like Jiang Yan's mysterious storage artifact, or the way snow wolves mutated overnight. As the most authoritative scientist in the car, even Song Haito was secretly shaken by Mo Shiyao's wild speculation. To him, life was just a drop in the vast ocean of the universe. Every day was already a kind of simulation of fate. But as someone in his position, he couldn't say such things aloud. That disaster simulation lab could be called the 9th wonder of the world. Jiang Yan pressed her lips together, pondering Mo Shiyao's theory. It wasn't impossible. After all, she'd been reborn, the world had ended, what else was unthinkable? Their idle chatter only made the atmosphere in the car heavier. Silence fell again. After a while, Hui Yang asked, "Zhu Ming, how much longer until the tunnel entrance?" Zhu Ming was fully focused, tense as a bowstring. "Captain, about 1 minute." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But the black storm behind was getting closer and closer. As Song Haito had said, the storm not only whipped up snow, but even the ice beneath was being torn up. Here and there, a few black shapes tumbled in the wind, then vanished without a trace. The towering black wall looked like a ravenous maw, ready to swallow the tiny snowcats whole. Zhu Ming pushed the speed even higher, the snowcat sliding and drifting across the icy surface. Everyone gripped their handholds so tightly that their palms were slick with cold sweat inside their gloves. The ride was so rough that Mo Shiao nearly threw up. Zhu Ming's forehead and arms were bulging with veins. Of the 8 people in the car, the oldest and seemingly friliest Song Haito was handling it best. After all, for someone who'd been to space a few times, a little drifting was nothing. Everyone except Jiang Yan and Yi Qing was gritting their teeth. Song Haito said, "Fortunately, the black storm is chasing us from behind. At least we can still run for the base. If it was coming head-on, we'd be done for. So, in a way, we're lucky," Yi Qing added, trying to reassure everyone. But as Sun Jingtou looked at the black storm and the car behind, his heart was in his throat. As the storm drew closer, Jiang Yan mentally instructed Hua Bao. "Hua Bao, if we can't make it into the base before the black storm hits, see if there's any way to keep the car from being blown away." She cracked the window open just a sliver. "Okay, Mama," Hua Bao replied, slipping out through the gap. It hopped between the snowcats, checking for places to anchor its vines, and quickly made a plan. "We're here." Zhu Ming's eyes lit up as he flashed the headlights, signaling frantically ahead. After a few seconds of flashing, there was a loud rumble as 2 white snow-covered doors in the mountainside slid open. A pitch-black tunnel, dimly lit, appeared at the end of the road. The tunnel was short, and it looked like there was another black door at the far end. Jiang Yan was startled. "Is that snow on the mountain fake?" "Some real, some fake. You can't tell unless you look closely," Hui Yang explained, pinching the web between his thumb and forefinger to keep from throwing up. Zhu Ming slowed down a bit, reached over, and handed a black card to Yi Qing in the passenger seat. "Yi Qing, hold this up in front of the window. They need to scan it." "Okay." Yi Qing held up the card. Within seconds, the black door inside the tunnel opened, and the passage seemed to extend further. With her sharp eyes, Jiang Yan could tell the tunnel still wasn't very long. It looked like the visible tunnel was just the beginning. They'd probably have to go deeper underground. As she pondered this, the snowcat suddenly lurched forward, propelled by a powerful force, and shot into the tunnel, trailing snow and wind. Jiang Yan felt a strong pushback. It was clearly an external force. The snowcats behind followed close behind. By now, the sky had turned completely dark. Or perhaps the black storm had finally arrived. Boom! A fierce wind, carrying thumb-sized pebbles, snow, and shards of ice, howled into the tunnel. The tunnel was already dimly lit, and now visibility dropped even further. Stones battered the car windows with a sharp crack, 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 making everyone's hearts race in fear. "Damn, this isn't a sandstorm, it's a stone storm." The cars behind us. Yiqing checked the rearview mirror. Aside from the snow vehicle right on their tail, the rest of the convoy had vanished without a trace. He hesitated for a moment, then made up his mind. Stop the car. I'm going out to help them. Zhu Ming kept driving, showing no intention of stopping. With winds this strong, if you get out, you'll be blown away too. Although Sun Jingta saw that one car had managed to follow them in, he was still worried. Yeah, I want to go out too. Zhu Ming took a deep breath and glanced at the silent Hu Yang in the rearview mirror. Sorry, I can't stop right now. He wasn't a rookie. Since the apocalypse, he'd followed Hu Yang on countless missions, risking his life and seeing others do the same to save people. Normally, his first instinct would be to rush out and help. But after witnessing too many heroes rushing in to save the day end in tragedy, he'd learned that sometimes you had to make hard choices. That was what the apocalypse had taught him, and it was also an unspoken rule the team had developed under Hu Yang's leadership to minimize casualties. Sun Jingtou turned to Hu Yang, about to speak, when Jiang Yan interjected, "Don't go out yet. The wind is blowing into the tunnel, so it shouldn't be too dangerous." If it weren't for Hua Bao, even with the wind blowing this way, the last two cars would likely have been swept away or, at best, slammed against the mountainside outside the tunnel. But as the black storm closed in on the vehicles, Hua Bao's vines shot out like octopus tentacles, wrapping around the cars just as they were about to be lifted by the wind, and hauled them safely into the tunnel. Before Jiang Yan finished speaking, Yiqing and Sun Jingtou saw the missing snow vehicles reappear. Just as everyone thought the cars would be blown sideways into the tunnel wall, they landed gently on the ground, cushioned by an unseen force. Thud, thud, thud. A few heavy thumps echoed, as if something had been blown inside. Hu Yang gave the order. Zhu Ming, stop the car. Yes, Captain. Zhu Ming quickly turned off the engine. The doors flew open, and Yiqing and Sun Jingtou rushed to check on the cars behind. Mo Shiyao, the moment she got out, leaned against the hood and started retching. Jiang Yan handed her half a bottle of mineral water, then turned and walked toward the tunnel entrance. Dust and sand filled the air. The windows of the snow vehicles behind were covered in spiderweb cracks. The last two snow vehicles had flat tires, coated in rocks and debris of all sizes. Captain, there are protective masks in the last car. I'll grab some for the middle vehicles, Zhu Ming said, jogging over to the last car. The others checked the vehicles for injuries. Jiang Yan's attention was on Hua Bao at the tunnel entrance. Hua Bao, come inside. Mama, the black storm is too strong. The tunnel door won't close. Let me help them first. As Hua Bao finished rescuing the snow vehicles, its body grew to its largest size. Its vines wove rapidly through the air, forming a giant net that covered the tunnel entrance. All right, but be careful. Okay. To avoid drawing attention to the tunnel entrance, Hua Bao gradually tightened the weave of the net, making the holes smaller and less noticeable. Jiang Yan could clearly feel the sand and rocks blowing in were decreasing. The biting wind that had been howling into the tunnel started to die down. But thousands of stones still pelted Hua Bao's vines like flying daggers. Jiang Yan knew Hua Bao couldn't feel pain, but watching the little flower silently bear the brunt of the storm made her eyes sting with tears. Suddenly, a stray stone shot toward Jiang Yan's face. She dodged nimbly, but her feet slipped. Just as she was about to fall, a hand steadied her arm from behind. Careful. She turned to see Yiqing. Once she was steady, he quickly let go. Thank you. You're welcome. Boom. The tunnel door finally slammed shut. The moment the door closed, Hua Bao shrank and darted inside. Mama, did I do well just now? Hua Bao leapt onto Jiang Yan's shoulder, its crimson tongue licking its fangs with pride. Jiang Yan felt a bittersweet ache in her heart. Yes, you did great. Amazing. Hua Bao let out a triumphant kikik laugh. Meanwhile, everyone from the cars behind had gotten out. Aside from two soldiers who'd been injured before at the observatory, a few more had minor injuries, mostly bumps from when the cars were lifted by the storm. Thankfully, there were no serious wounds. A few others were nauseous from the wild ride through the snow. The rest were fine. The supplies that had been tied to the car roofs had been swept away by the storm, but Huabao's vines had retrieved them all and tossed them back inside. The soldiers quickly gathered the supplies again. Hui Yang said, "We can only drive a bit further. The rest of the way, we'll have to walk. So check your essential supplies, carry what you can, and leave the rest here. We'll have someone bring it over later." Lin Xiaoyue, clutching a medical kit and looking pale, nodded. "Thank you, Captain Hu." Just then, a soldier exclaimed, "Did you guys notice? It was like an invisible hand saved us." Another chimed in, "With the way the wind was blowing, we should have been swept away. But something pulled us back." I'm a firm materialist, but just now I really felt like we were protected by some higher power. Yeah, me too. A few of them closed their eyes, hands pressed together, murmuring prayers. Hui Yang also found it strange. But his position meant he couldn't say anything inappropriate. He just shot them a look and barked, "No more nonsense. When we get back, each of you write a self-criticism." The grateful soldiers snapped to attention. "Yes, Captain." 1 second they were solemn, the next they were grinning. "After surviving that, I'd write 10 if you asked." Hui Yang raised an eyebrow at the speaker. "All right, 10 it is." The soldier zipped his lips. "My bad, Captain." Everyone burst out laughing, relief flooding through them. Looking at the dark, cold tunnel, everyone's hearts suddenly felt warm and bright. At last, they were home. Song Haito glanced at Jiang Yan, but with her mask and glasses, he couldn't read her expression. Still, he was sure that their narrow escape from the Black Storm was thanks to her secret intervention, just like after the AS sector landing, when everyone except those in the sleep pods had come through unscathed. With their supplies packed, Jiang Yan and the others followed behind Hui Yang, winding their way through several twists and turns from the parking area before heading down a narrow spiral staircase. They hadn't gone far when steel rails and an open-topped mining cart, gleaming with a metallic sheen, came into Jiang Yan's view. This was a deeper, longer tunnel. Both sides of the tunnel walls were covered with wire mesh, studded with glowing fluorite stones that emitted a faint light. Jiang Yan asked, "Is this the tunnel that used to connect the blazing base to the Yaoben base?" Hui Yang explained, "No, that tunnel goes even deeper. This is another exit." A few soldiers responsible for reception and inspection came over. Even though Hui Yang was personally leading the group, the soldiers still routinely used detectors to check everyone's belongings. After boarding the mining cart, Hui Yang began to explain, "After the extreme cold, the world will enter an oceanic phase. Most of Yaoben base will be submerged underwater, but part of it will remain above the surface. This exit is one of those parts." Jiang Yan nodded, letting out an "oh." It seemed she didn't actually know that much about the Yaoben base. Kong Wu asked in confusion, "After the acid snow melts into the water, won't it corrode the outer walls of the base?" Hui Yang raised an eyebrow. "Acid snow? What acid snow?" Song Qian quickly filled him in on what had happened earlier, and only then did Hui Yang react. The base leader should already know about this. "I must have been out on a mission at the time and missed it." As for the details, Hui Yang kept his mouth shut, and no one pressed further. Song Haito said, "It shouldn't be a problem. First, once it melts, the acidity of the snow will be diluted. Second, the base was built with the latest high-tech metals, which are resistant to both heat and cold, and also corrosion-proof." After speaking, he glanced at Zhang Yongliang and the others, who were happily chatting. "By the way, old Zhang, you guys got tossed around in the car earlier. Are you all right?" Earlier, in their race against the Black Storm, the drivers had handled the snow vehicles like sports cars. Fortunately, their driving skills were top-notch. Otherwise, a single slip could have sent both people and vehicles flying. "We're great." Zhang Yongliang laughed heartily. "I thought these old bones of mine were done for, but after all that tossing around, my legs don't even feel sore." The other elderly men nodded in agreement. "Us too." "Everyone, once we get to our quarters tonight, let's rest for a night or two first," Song Haito said, then turned to Hui Yang. "Xiaohu, please contact the base hospital and see if we can arrange physical exams for everyone the day after tomorrow. Lately, Everyone's health had inexplicably improved, and he suspected there might have been some kind of mutation. Understood, Doctor, Hu Yang nodded. They returned to the base smoothly, and everyone was in high spirits, except for Zhao Yugong, Lin Xiaoyue, and Mo Shiyao. Mo Shiyao seemed lost in thought, staring blankly at the bottle of mineral water Jiang Yan had given her. She was puzzled. In this kind of weather, the water in their backpacks was almost always frozen solid. The bottle in her hand was now frozen too, but when Jiang Yan gave it to her earlier, it had been liquid. As for Zhao Yugong and his wife, their hearts were a mix of excitement and anxiety. Especially after learning that a virus outbreak in the base had claimed many lives. Hu Yang wasn't familiar with Zhao Jichao and naturally didn't know about their daughter Mian Mian's situation. It'll be all right, honey. Mian Mian will be fine. Besides, most of the people who died from the virus were elderly or already sick. Mian Mian isn't in that group. Zhao Yugong held Lin Xiaoyue's hand, comforting her in a low voice. Lin Xiaoyue didn't reply, just quietly wiped away her tears. The mining cart shuttled up and down for a while before finally stopping at the rust-red main entrance of the base. In the distance, fully armed soldiers were all wearing protective suits, which made Jiang Yan frown slightly. Zhang Yongliang and the other elders exclaimed, "Xiaohu, the virus at the base? It's basically under control now. The extra protection at the gate is just to prevent another outbreak. Oh, and everyone should put on medical masks as well. In crowded areas, it's best to keep your mask on," Hu Yang said, signaling a soldier to hand out fresh medical masks. Jiang Yan's group had been wearing masks before, but they were now caked with dust, so it was a good time to change them. An hour later, Jiang Yan and Sun Jingtao parted ways with Zhao Yugong and his wife, finally returning to their original rooms. After they'd mysteriously disappeared with the AS district, their rooms had been kept for them. "Jiang Yan, get some rest first. Let's get together later." Su Dai looked around the room, relieved to see everything just as they'd left it. Jiang Yan smiled. "I'll pass on the get-together. I plan to sleep until the end of time today." Su Dai could only say, "All right, we'll talk when you're rested." She turned to Yi Qing. "Xiaoyi, how about you?" Yi Qing glanced at Jiang Yan out of the corner of his eye. "Thanks, Sister Dai, but I'll skip it too. I want to rest up first." "You brat." Su Dai punched him lightly, then went into her room with Sun Jingtao. Jiang Yan returned to her room and locked the door. Looking at the plastic curtains, the bed, and the pile of pots and pans she'd bought just for show, she suddenly felt a sense of fulfillment she'd never experienced before. Even though she had her own space as a sanctuary, after all the hardships she'd been through, returning to the base made this feeling of content. Jiang Yan returned to her room and locked the door. Looking at the plastic curtains, the bed, and the pile of pots and pans she'd bought just for show, she suddenly felt a sense of fulfillment she'd never experienced before. Even though she had her own space as a sanctuary, after all the hardships she'd been through, returning to the base made this feeling of contentment especially strong. Maybe it's because, since ancient times, humans have been used to living in caves, and having a solid shell for protection is a sense of belonging written into our genes. Jiang Yan checked the room to make sure no one had entered, then took Hua Bao and entered her space. The next day, she slept the whole day in her space. When she woke up, she just ate, drank, and enjoyed some much-needed relaxation. On the third day after returning to the base, someone knocked on Jiang Yan's door. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Yan and Hua Bao were still in her space, lying on lounge chairs by the pool, listening to music and sunbathing. Naturally, she didn't hear the knocking. But suddenly, a few glowing dots appeared in her mind. One dot was brighter, while the other three were dimmer. Jiang Yan was both surprised and delighted, so, even if people who drank the spiritual spring water aren't in the same space as me, I can still sense them. She quickly threw on a down jacket and pants, bundled up, and took Hua Bao out of her space. Opening the door, she saw Kong Wu, Sun Jingtao, and the others standing outside, worry written all over their faces. Jiang Yan quickly gave them a gentle smile. "Sorry, I fell asleep. Are you guys here as a group?" Their eyes lit up and the worry on their faces vanished instantly. Kong Wu patted his chest, half laughing, half exasperated. Sis Yen, you nearly scared us to death. Yi Qing was just about to break down the door. Sorry, I slept like a log. Jiang Yan apologized, only then noticing the noisy footsteps and the sound of children talking coming from the hallway. Su Dai and Sun Jingtao turned around and greeted them with a smile. Captain Zhao, Dr. Lin. It was Zhao Yugong and Lin Xiaoyue. Jiang Yan poked her head out and immediately saw the two of them each holding a child's hand. No, actually, they were leading a whole string of kids. Besides Mian Mian, there were 2 little boys and a little girl. All 3 kids had red, swollen eyes. They must have been crying. Su Dai called out to them gently, Hao Yue, Hao Tian, Xiaofei. Auntie Su, the 3 children replied in sweet, clear voices. Jiang Yan was taken aback. Zhou Hao Yue? Yi Qing quietly explained, we found out yesterday that when Wanli didn't survive the last virus outbreak. Apparently, the baby in her womb caught the virus first and then passed it to the mother. Only these 3 kids were left. Daijia thought they were pitiful, so she adopted them yesterday. Jiang Yan glanced at Lin Xiaoyue, who was holding 4 children by the hand. So what's going on? Yi Qing replied, Dr. Lin was going to take Mian Mian to the mall to buy new clothes for the new year, so she brought the 3 kids along too. Jiang Yan let out an "oh," feeling a pang in her heart. She hadn't expected that, after all when Wanli had been through, she still hadn't made it. Seeing Jiang Yan's gaze fixed on the children, Sun Jingtao remembered what Jiang Yan had said when she'd reunited with Wanli at the base. He said, Jiang Yan, if we set out later to search for the nation's vital equipment, we'll arrange for these 3 kids to stay at the base with Mian Mian, where they'll be looked after. In other words, the children wouldn't be a burden to the team. Su Dai, well, I don't know why, but she's really fond of children now, and she's become quite nostalgic, Sun Jingtao finished, looking at Su Dai with eyes full of tenderness and guilt. Jiang Yan nodded, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. After all, whether to adopt or not, Su Dai and Sun Jingtao were independent individuals with the right to make their own choices. Besides, she'd noticed that after the apocalypse began, people became selfish at first. But gradually, maybe out of longing for the goodness of the pre-apocalypse world, or for other reasons, people's kindness and maternal instincts began to resurface. Maybe that's one of the differences between humans and beasts. Jiang Yan thought of something. Do you two still have enough points? If not, I can help you exchange some this afternoon. We're good. We still have plenty left from the last time you gave us that card, Sun Jingtao replied, giving her a grateful look. Zhao Yugong helped us apply for a single dormitory just next door. The 3 kids can move in tonight. Because of the virus, the base's population had shrunk quite a bit recently, so there were plenty of empty dorms. As they spoke, Zhao Yugong and his wife approached with the children. Uncle Sunday, Brother Yu, Auntie Jiang. The kids were all very sweet. Especially Zhou Haoyue. Even after all this time, she still looked at Jiang Yan with the same adoring eyes as back in the Qianshui Bay neighborhood. Children's eyes were so clear and innocent, it made people feel a surge of affection. Jiang Yan instinctively reached out to ruffle her hair and squatted down. Are you still going to school these days? This time, when they returned, Hui Yang had taken them through a secret shortcut, so they hadn't passed through the lower levels like ZYX. Zhou Haoyue pressed her lips together. No. Beside her, Zhou Haotian straightened his little back and answered for her, my sister and I are going to take part in the base's training and competitions. Training and competitions? Jiang Yan was baffled. Zhao Yugong smiled and pulled the 2 kids aside. All right, Haotian, Haoyue, Auntie Jiang Yan, and I have some things to discuss. We'll talk about this later, okay? Okay. The 2 kids nodded, a little embarrassed. Jiang Yan, why don't we talk as we walk? Where to? Jiang Yan finally realized Yi Qing and the others had come to see her for a reason. To the base hospital for a checkup. Remember, Dr. Song said we should all get a physical, and after that, we're supposed to meet the current head of the base, Qin Ziping. Now? I just had breakfast, Jiang Yan said. It's fine, the base has advanced testing equipment. Eating breakfast won't affect your blood tests or anything, Lin Xiaoyue said. Jiang Yan glanced at the four little ones. Are they getting checked too? Lin Xiaoyue nodded. Yes. All right, wait for me a sec. Jiang Yan went back to her room and, as usual, slung her black backpack over her shoulder. After locking the door, she magically pulled a handful of candy from her pocket and handed it to the four kids. You can have it after the checkup. Thank you, Auntie Jiang Yan. The four kids' eyes lit up at the sight of the candy. Zhou Haotian and Zhou Haoyue sniffed the candy before reluctantly putting it in their bags. Mama, here's some candy for you. Mian Mian, the youngest, took her candy straight to Lin Xiaoyue. Her sweet gesture made everyone smile. Lin Xiaoyue laughed and gently pushed her little fist back. Auntie gave it to you, so it's yours. You keep it safe, Mian Mian. Okay, thank you, Mama. Mian Mian grinned, imitating Zhou Haotian and the others, sniffed the candy, then carefully tucked it away. Kong Wu pouted. It's good to be a kid. You get candy from Auntie Jiang Yan. Jia, my dear sister, I want candy too. He shamelessly whined to Jiang Yan, ignoring everyone else's stares. The others knew he'd been a bit odd since drinking the life-saving potion, but his words still left them speechless for a few seconds. Jiang Yan just smiled and actually pulled out a piece of candy for him, because she could sense that Kong Wu's words and emotions were completely genuine. The group headed toward the base hospital. Along the way, they attracted plenty of attention from the base's residents and patrolling soldiers. After all, the contrast between Yi Qing, who was 2 meters tall, and the little kids barely over a meter, was striking. But since Yi Qing, Sun Jingtao, and Zhao Yugong were all armed, people only dared to look from a distance and didn't say much. As they walked, Zhao Yugong explained, the base has added 2 new training camps, specifically for the surviving children. Yaoben Base has enough food reserves and a complete supply chain. As long as nothing unexpected happens, people here won't have to worry about food or drink for at least 2 years. This last virus outbreak took away a chunk of the population. Maybe because of that, or for other reasons we don't know, increasing the base's birth rate and training kids early to become the backbone of the base have become top priorities. Jiang Yan was stunned. Increase the birth rate? In the apocalypse, ordinary people didn't even know how long they'd survive. Who would want to bring a child into this world to suffer? But Zhao Yugong said, yes, the base is offering lots of incentives. If you're pregnant, not only do you not have to work for points, but the base also gives you extra points every month, enough for both mother and child to live on. Lin Xiaoyue added, in an apocalyptic environment like this, most people definitely don't want to have more children. But being able to earn points without working, just by having kids, is still very attractive to ordinary people. At the Yaoben base, points are distributed according to how much work you do. As long as you complete the work assigned by the base on time and up to standard, you won't starve, but you'll never be truly full either. Being able to stay home and be supported by the base is something most ordinary people can only dream of. In that case, doesn't it mean some people might just keep having kids and never work again? Jiang Yan recalled that before the apocalypse, some Western countries with low populations had similar issues. Of course. But the base doesn't object to it, Lin Xiaoyue replied, then sighed. Actually, I've come to understand something. If you have the choice, why should people have to work? If you want to prove your worth, there are plenty of ways to do that. It doesn't have to be through some job assigned to you that you don't even like. Next to her, Zhao Yugong tugged at her sleeve. Honey, that's a little politically incorrect. Maybe he realized he sounded too harsh, so he softened his tone. You're always the most needed angel in white. If you stopped working, what would the patients do? That's why I have no choice but to work. But honestly, after everything I've been through outside, and being separated from Mian Mian for so long, I've really thought about this. Alright, now our family is reunited, and Mian Mian has new friends. Isn't that great? Zhao Yuang said, looking lovingly at Mian Mian, whose hand he was holding. Zhou Haotian and Zhou Haoyue, on the other hand, seemed to have taken a liking to Jiang Yan. Like 2 little shadows, they stuck close by her side. Zhao Xiaofei was more reserved. Apart from politely greeting everyone, he stayed silent, but still followed behind the Zhou siblings. Su Dai glanced at the three kids, feeling a little jealous. Honey, weren't they all adopted by me? Why aren't any of them close to me? If we're talking about approachability, she was definitely more approachable than Jiang Yan. Sun Jingtou smiled and comforted her. They probably haven't seen Jiang Yan in a long time, so she feels new and exciting. You've only just started spending time with them today. Give it time, it'll be fine. What he didn't say was that, in his opinion, kids who had survived the apocalypse all had a certain admiration for strength. Even though Jiang Yan didn't appear to be carrying any weapons and was dressed in an ordinary down jacket instead of combat gear, she just gave off a sense of trustworthiness. The kids might be young, but when it came to judging people, they were just as sharp as adults. That's true. Su Dai was quickly convinced and laughed. If you can't beat them, join them. I'll go stick with Jiang Yan too. By stick with, she meant linking arms with Jiang Yan. Sun Jingtou. There was still some distance to the base hospital, and everyone wound their way through the honeycomb corridors for quite a while. Lin Xiaoyue had worked at the base hospital before, so she knew the way well. But since she had just returned and only just reunited with her daughter, both she and Zhao Yugong had taken a few days off and hadn't gone back to work yet. Along the way, Jiang Yan learned about some new regulations from Zhao Yugong. These were all new rules implemented by Qin Ziping, who was in charge of base management after the latest wave of the virus. Besides the birth points reward policy, every child born at the base, no matter which area they're from, has to take a standardized intelligence and balance test at age 6. At 12, they have to participate in the base's unified combat training. At 16, those who pass the screening will receive weapons training. Jiang Yan was secretly shocked. In such an uncertain, dangerous world, to still be thinking about the future of the base and making these kinds of regulations, this Qin Ziping must be someone with ideas not so different from Mo Jingjing. Another new screening Zhao Yugong mentioned had been proposed by Song Haidao after he returned. Song Qian told me this morning that when we go looking for those national treasures, in the past, if there were places too narrow for adults to get through, we'd use small robots. But now, once you're outside, robots are just scrap metal. We still have to rely on good old human power. So, the doctor is going to select some kids with good physical fitness, give them short-term training, and have them join the team, Zhao Yuang said, glancing unconsciously at Zhou Haotian and Jiang Xiaoyue. But these kids are also being trained as part of the base's future strength. You could say they're getting real combat experience early. Jiang Yan looked at Zhou Haotian and the others. Captain Zhao, are they going to be part of the training too? They probably will. But the doctor said the selection criteria are very strict. They meet the age and height requirements, but there's no guarantee they'll be chosen, Zhao Yugong replied. It's quite a coincidence that Su Dai adopted them. If they get selected, it would be the best of both worlds. Jiang Yan shook her head, disagreeing. Going outside the base is nothing like staying inside. This so-called national-level zero-cost acquisition mission might sound glorious and exciting, but even if you don't consider future disasters, the dangers are still very real. As for those supposedly narrow passages, she had Hua Bao, so she wasn't worried. But of course, she couldn't say that to Song Haidao and the others. Lin Xiaoyue slowed her pace and pointed to a hexagonal room ahead with a red cross on it. We're here. 2 armed guards stood outside the door, which was closed. Lin Xiaoyue stepped forward and scanned her work badge and fingerprint. With a whoosh, the door slid open. The smell of disinfectant wafted out. Everyone filed in. Jiang Yan walked in and was stunned for a moment by the brightly lit, bustling hospital interior. If you ignored the darkness and silence outside, the scene inside was just like before the apocalypse. A nurse came over. Could everyone please take your temperature and put on a mask? Not far away, Song Qian and Song Haitao were already there. When they saw Jiang Yan and the others, they perked up and walked over. Xiao Jiang. Jiang Yan. Unlike Jiang Yan and Su Dai, who had chosen to rest at home after returning, Song Haitao and Zhang Yongliang hadn't had a moment's rest since they got back. Song Qian and Qin Ling were the same. Their under-eye bags were so big they looked like a pair of toads. Jiang Yan flashed a bright smile. Doctor, are you here for your checkup today too? Song Haidao, full of energy, replied, We finished our checkups yesterday. Today we're just here for some follow-up tests. Let me tell you some good news. The results from this round of checkups are better than ever. Song Haidao said happily, looking at everyone. I bet you young people will have even better results. 3 days later, the results of the physical examinations came out. Jiang Yan's health indicators continued to lead by a wide margin, with Yi Qing close behind. What surprised everyone was that Kong Wu's results actually ranked third. Because he had accidentally drunk some acid snow, his checkup included an extra organ screening compared to the others. Unexpectedly, the results showed that he was completely unharmed. Everyone was amazed by the life-saving potion Mo Jingsheng had given Jiang Yan. However, the doctor didn't have much to say about why the others' health indicators had improved. As for Yi Qing, his hormone levels are decreasing. His health indicators, aside from his own factors, are also partially due to hormones, the doctor explained. Yi Qing was an evolver. Back in the SNP lab, he'd undergone plenty of hormone and drug stimulation, so the doctor elaborated a bit. But for the others, the doctor only reported the overall results. The details of each test were considered private and confidential. Jiang Yan had already undergone a thorough physical when she participated in the aerospace project training, so she knew her situation was special. Even so, the results this time still surprised her. She knew very well that the difference was mainly due to drinking the spiritual spring water from her space. Zhang Yongliang, obsessed with evolution research, asked, Doctor, what about the others? Did you detect any special substances or signs of mutation in their bodies? The doctor shook his head. No. Their indicators are just better, but otherwise, nothing unusual. Su Dai suddenly had a thought. Survival of the fittest, huh? But the time frame is too short. Could there be some kind of hormone factor in the air? Like that aerosolized virus from before, spreading everywhere. Impossible, Song Haidao immediately shot down her theory. These days, there are very few people like us who are exposed to the outside air. Spreading hormones that way isn't feasible, nor is it necessary. He suddenly turned to Jiang Yan. What do you think, Jiang Yan? Doctor, this is all too technical for me. I don't really understand, Jiang Yan replied with a smile, playing dumb. Song Haidao didn't pursue the topic further. Instead, he said, All right, everyone's had enough rest. Starting tomorrow, let's officially resume training, okay? Okay. They still had plenty to do, so they didn't linger. Before leaving, Song Haidao suddenly patted Kong Wu on the shoulder. You really turned misfortune into a blessing this time. Make sure you perform well from now on. Don't let those bottles of life-saving potion go to waste. Kong Wu grinned, then stood at attention with a serious face. Yes, the outside world quieted down for a while, with no new natural disasters. But the devastating black storm still had a huge impact on the base's perimeter. After the AS sector broke away from the base, the collapsed area had been filled in by snow and ice. Now it was covered again with piles of sand and gravel, forcing the base to relocate some personnel near the AS sector ahead of time. After the black storm ended, as Song Haidao and the others explained, once the snow and ice melted, the land would be eroded by the acid snow trapped beneath. So besides the usual supply scavenging teams, the base also formed several soil excavation teams. Aside from a few soldiers, most of the excavation team members were miners from before the apocalypse, selected from within the base. They operated specialized equipment to remove the sand and ice covering the soil, then dug out the earth below, bagging it up in woven sacks. No one knew how these mountains of soil disappeared from outside and ended up in certain storage rooms inside the base. They only knew their job was to dig, the rest was handled by another team. During this period, Jiang Yan and her group met the new base leader, Qin Ziping, once. The meeting was brief, mostly to go over precautions for the upcoming mission to search for national strategic assets. Qin Ziping was about the same age as Mo Jingsheng, also part of the N generation. He was steady in his approach, but clearly not as seasoned or composed as Mo Jingsheng. Jiang Yan's identity as a reborn person and her special abilities were top-level secrets known only to Mo Jingxing, so Qin Ziping simply treated her as an ordinary team member. He valued her less than Yi Qing, the well-known evolver. Jiang Yan actually preferred it this way. She quietly participated in training and, under Song Qian's lead, even helped transport soil twice. Some of the soil was sent to the plant cultivation area for hydroponic research. Jiang Yan took the opportunity to mix in some soil from the black earth in her space. She ran a small experiment in her room. Soil from the black earth in her space, once brought into the real world, still promoted plant growth just as well. But since Mo Jingxing wasn't around, she could only do these things in secret. The rest of the time, she mostly stayed in her room. Ever since Su Dai adopted Zhou Haoyue, the little girl liked to stick to Jiang Yan from time to time. Jiang Yan gradually grew fond of her as well. With the base as a large shelter, Hua Bao could stay in her space, devouring the remaining gold. The space continued to upgrade, but now that the spiritual spring was in place, the only changes Jiang Yan noticed were a larger area and many new, unfamiliar plants. The results of the youth training camp selection, which Zhao Yugong had mentioned, also came out. Jiang Yan hadn't expected both Zhao Xiaofei and Zhou Haotian to pass the selection. Physically, the two weren't outstanding among their peers, but their psychological resilience was top-notch. Thinking back on their growth, Jiang Yan couldn't help but feel moved. Later, a major crisis erupted in the base. Some people who had eaten two-legged sheep developed prion disease, which spread rapidly to others. The base's population shrank again during this crisis. Some of those originally chosen for the National Asset Search Team were also lost. After two large-scale virus outbreaks, the base discovered that quite a few people from Musin Base and Flame Base had infiltrated. Although thorough checks had weeded out most troublemakers, a cloud of unease still hung over the base. Finally, temperatures climbed above zero, the sun appeared, and there was warmth in the air. Jiang Yan felt that the day of departure was drawing ever closer. That day, she had just pulled a storybook from her backpack to hand to Zhou Haoyue when someone knocked on the door. Jiang Yan opened it to find Li Haoyang and Song Qian standing outside. Her eyes lit up. Li Haoyang, you're back? Miss Jiang, Chief Mo has returned as well, Li Haoyang replied with a gentle smile. Jiang Yan was stunned, barely able to believe it. Chief Mo has come back too. Li Haoyang nodded. Yes. Standing next to Li Haoyang, Song Qian couldn't help but smile at Jiang Yan's reaction. When I first heard the news, I was just as shocked as you are now. Jiang Yan. The news hasn't been officially released yet, only a handful of people at the base know, Li Haoyang continued, lowering his voice. He just met with Deputy Chief Qin to discuss everything that's happened at the base while he was gone. Now he's in a meeting with Dr. Song and the research team. He said once the meeting's over, he'll meet with you privately. Mo Jingxing's schedule was supposed to be confidential. But given Jiang Yan's special status, Li Haoyang chose not to hide it from her. Jiang Yan gave a soft, "Oh. Should I go with you now?" Sorry to trouble you to make the trip alone, Miss Jiang. Li Haoyang glanced at Song Qian beside him. We promise. What happened last time in the AS sector won't happen again. Jiang Yan paused in surprise. You all know about that? Li Haoyang nodded a bit awkwardly. Yeah, that's why I brought Song along to find you this time, just in case. Jiang Yan couldn't help but laugh. Last time, it was a stranger who came to notify me. With you, I feel safe. Li Haoyang grew even more embarrassed. Thank you. So, should we head out now? He glanced at Zhou Haoyue, who was inside the room. All right. Jiang Yan stepped inside and gently told Zhou Haoyue, Haoyue, I need to go out for a bit. Why don't you head home first? Zhou Haoyue nodded obediently. Okay, Auntie Jiang. Hearing this, Song Qian half-joked, half-serious, Haoyue, why haven't you changed how you address her? Jiang Yan and Yi Qing are about the same age, but you call Yi Qing big brother and Jiang Yan auntie? You're making her sound old. Zhou Haoyue was always a bit in awe of the soldiers in their combat uniforms. She was familiar with Song Qian, but being suddenly chided by him, especially with his serious face, made her little head droop instantly in fright. Song, you've scared the child, Jiang Yan chided Song Qian playfully, reaching out to gently rub Zhou Haoyue's head. She said softly, it's just a title, nothing more. Haoyue can call me whatever she likes. Zhou Haoyue slowly lifted her head, lips trembling as she finally said, Jiang Jia, big sister Jiang, I want to call you auntie, not because I think you're old, but because. Her eyes reddened, and tears welled up instantly. Jiang Yan was taken aback and quickly grabbed some tissues to wipe her tears. Outside, Song Qian frowned, not expecting that his casual remark would make the child cry. He remembered Zhou Haoyue as a tough little girl, despite her young age. Why is that? Jiang Yan asked gently after wiping her tears. Zhou Haoyue sniffled, her voice timid. It's because. Auntie sounds the most like Mom. She shook her head, unable to finish. It's nothing, Sister Jiang. You go ahead, I'll head home now. With that, she picked up her storybook, wiped her tears, and slipped out to the next room. Su Dai opened the door and was surprised to see Zhou Haoyue's red eyes. When she spotted Li Haoyang and Song Qian at Jiang Yan's door, she was even more surprised. Li Haoyang, you? Yeah. Sister Dai, we're back, Li Haoyang nodded politely. We're a bit pressed for time, but we'll come visit you all later. Su Dai immediately understood. Go ahead, take care of your business. Come over for dinner when you have time. She knew Li Haoyang must have been sent to fetch Jiang Yan. Although last time's incident made her wary, with Song Qian there, she felt reassured. As usual, Jiang Yan slung her black backpack over her shoulder and hurried toward the base leader's office area with the two men. Since Li Haoyang and Song Qian were both on duty, they spoke much less than usual. Li Haoyang didn't bring up what had happened during their absence, and Jiang Yan didn't ask. After all, if she really wanted to know, it might be more direct to ask Mo Jingqing himself. The leader's office area had been newly established, and armed soldiers stood guard at the entrance. Whether it was because of the AS sector incident, or because Mo Jingqing had returned, Jiang Yan could clearly feel the tense atmosphere as she walked in. She hadn't felt this way when she'd come with Song Haitao to see Qinziping before. She arrived just in time to see Song Haitao and the others leaving in the distance. Maybe it was the endless overtime since returning to the base, but Jiang Yan felt that Dr. Song and the others seemed to have aged quite a bit lately. At the entrance to the office area, Song Qian stopped. Jiang Yan, I'll wait for you outside. All right. Jiang Yan followed Li Haoyang into the maze-like office area. After winding through the corridors for half a minute, they stopped at a door. Miss Jiang, please wait a moment. Li Haoyang stepped forward and knocked. Chief, Miss Jiang is here. There was no response from inside. Just as Li Haoyang was about to knock again, thinking Mo Jingqing hadn't heard, the door creaked open from within. Mo Jingqing appeared before them, tall and upright in a crisp military uniform, his handsome features stern. He looked a bit tired, but still radiated energy and authority. When he saw Jiang Yan, his icy, serious expression softened a little, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Jiang Yan, it's been a while. Chief. Li Haoyang snapped to attention and saluted. Chief Mo, long time no see, Jiang Yan replied politely, secretly sizing Mo Jingqing up from head to toe. Once inside, Jiang Yan sat down by the sofa. Mo Jingqing poured her a glass of water and sat down across from her, his posture straight. He looked at Jiang Yan with interest. What's wrong? Haven't seen me in a while and you're suspicious of my identity. Jiang Yan had told him before about Dr. Chu Hui from the Blazing Flame base swapping bodies with a chip. No, just a bit of professional habit, Jiang Yan admitted sheepishly, realizing he'd seen through her scrutiny. But when she noticed a new scar on the right side of his jaw, she asked in confusion, Chief Mo, were you injured? Mo Jingqing nodded. I got hurt when I left the base before. It's nothing serious. Jiang Yan made a sound of acknowledgement, hesitating. Chief Mo, these past few days. I had to go somewhere urgently and didn't have time to let you know, Mo Jingqing said, taking out a black, patterned envelope and handing it to her. I've been briefed by Dr. Song and Qinziping about everything that happened while I was away. I'm sorry, I promised you that during our cooperation, I would guarantee your safety. I never expected that in the end. Not only would you be put in danger, but that it would be you who saved the day. So, this is a personal compensation from me. Mo Jingcheng pointed to the black envelope. Why don't you open it and take a look? What's this? Jiang Yan glanced at the envelope and reached out to pick it up. The envelope was made of a special material and hadn't been opened yet. It looked a bit like the high-end envelopes some luxury malls used to give their SVP customers before the apocalypse, with intricate, embossed black patterns on the surface. It felt like there was a card inside, hard and rigid. But Jiang Yan noticed a CN Aerospace logo and a rocket symbol in the lower right corner of the envelope. Mo Jingqing continued, the way to open it is the same as the method for decrypting the treasure map album. However, that album used your preset password, while this one will use your fingerprint as the initial password once you record it, he explained. Only then did Jiang Yan notice a familiar triangular symbol at the intersection of two diagonal lines on the back of the envelope. Chief Mo, you're not giving me a shopping card, are you? She joked, then followed his instructions and gently pressed her thumb onto the spot. A miracle happened. A bright light flashed along the triangle, and an opening appeared along the two diagonal lines on the envelope. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. She hadn't expected an envelope to be this high-tech. Judging by this, the card inside was definitely not an ordinary shopping card. Could it be a savings card for the gold and jewels Mo Jingqing owed her? With that thought, Jiang Yan took out the card inside. SS Zone Seat Card NO.MJS. Usage and Notes. Jiang Yan stared at the words on the card, stunned for a second. This is an SS Zone boarding card? If she remembered correctly, when she first arrived at the Yaoben base, she'd passed by the silver area known as the last Noah's Ark, the SS Zone, which only a handful of top-level personnel and elites in the base could enter. Across the whole country, fewer than 50 people were qualified to board. Mo Jingqing nodded with a smile. Yes, but this seems to be your card. Jiang Yan paused, noticing the initials NJS. She knew what this card meant. She quickly put it back in the envelope and tried to return it to him. Chief Mo, I can't accept this. This card was made when the Yaoben base and the SS Zone were first built at the beginning of the apocalypse. It can only record a fingerprint once, and it can't be changed, Mo Jingcheng said, standing up. Jiang Yan, the weather is warming up, and our Shuilong is about to set sail. We've underestimated the enemy's strength and capabilities. To be honest, we're currently adding weapons to the Shuilong, but it's very likely that during the voyage, there will be many situations where we'll need you to step in, he continued, his fist tightening slightly at his side. According to his orders, after the Chosen One Jiang Yan arrived at Yaoben base, 2 elite teams were supposed to be secretly assigned to protect her. But after the incident in the AS Zone, it was Jiang Yan who ended up protecting everyone, especially Dr. Song and the others. So, if there was anyone who could truly lead the remaining survivors and preserve humanity's technology and civilization, it would have to be Jiang Yan. And the SS Zone was the last lifeline for the country's surviving humans. He was willing to give this opportunity to her, without regret. Jiang Yan didn't realize how far-reaching his thoughts were. She just assumed he was worried she'd back out at the last minute, so she said, I understand. I have no intention of backing out. Besides, I signed an agreement with the government. I'll keep my word. Mo Jingqing turned to her, a trace of apology in his handsome eyes. Mainly, I still owe you some gold. There have been some unexpected developments recently, so the delivery might be later than I promised. Jiang Yan. Well, that was a little disappointing. After all, the pile of gold in her space was almost completely devoured by Huabao. But now that she had the spiritual spring, her space was bigger and had more biodiversity. The only thing that hadn't changed much was Huabao itself. Its vines were the same length and number as before. And as for Huabao's true devouring ability, she still had no clue. But either way, she wasn't as anxious as before. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan smiled calmly. As long as the government keeps its promise and makes up the difference later, that's fine. Of course. But Mo Jingqing paused, Will the delay in the gold affect your artifact? Jiang Yan relied on that artifact, and it seemed to need gold. So, more than worrying about the government's promise, he was concerned about how this would affect future treasure hunts. It will, but it's manageable, Jiang Yan answered honestly. Mo Jingqing secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then changed the subject. Does Dr. Song know about your storage artifact? Jiang Yan nodded. He knows part of it. Mo Jingqing frowned. Once we set out, it'll be impossible to keep it a secret. But everyone involved will sign confidentiality agreements, and the security team is handpicked. But among the team, there are also professionals and researchers. For them, all we can do is bind them with agreements. Beyond that, you'll have to be careful yourself. Soldiers could be selected. Professionals and researchers were already scarce. Their confidentiality agreements, to be honest, only kept honest people honest. All right. Jiang Yan nodded, then remembered something. By the way, I remember the treasure map said the first stop was Musson Vase. Are we still following that route? At the mention of Musson Vase, Mo Jingqing's expression turned wary and serious. We need to adjust. I already know about the secret collusion between Musson Vase and Blaze Base, and that they've taken notice of you, Mo Jingqing said, sitting back down across from her. We'll finalize the new itinerary tomorrow, you, me, and Dr. Song. With that, he pushed the card back to her. Please, you must keep this card safe. Jiang Yan hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she took the card. Miss Mo, Chief Mo is in a meeting. Please wait outside. Li Haoyang's voice suddenly came from outside the room. Mo Shuryao's voice was even louder. No, I want to go in. My brother's been back for so long, why can't I, his own sister, see him? Mo Jingqing's room was well soundproofed, but Jiang Yan's hearing was too sharp. Hearing Mo Shuryao, she realized that Mo Jingqing hadn't seen his sister since returning. Seeing him so calm and unruffled, Jiang Yan stood up politely. Chief Mo, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Bang, bang, bang. Mo Shuryao started pounding on the door. Brother, open up. It's me. Outside the door. Li Haoyang and a few on-duty soldiers stood there, looking both amused and helpless. They couldn't just forcibly drag Mo Shuryao away, so they kept trying to persuade her gently. Miss Mo, the chief gave instructions earlier. He's not seeing anyone for the next hour. Hearing this, Mo Shuryao grew even angrier. All the grievances she'd suffered lately, the pain of being betrayed and abandoned by her family, surged up at once. I'm not just anyone. I'm his sister. Inside the room, Mo Jingqing acted as if he hadn't heard the commotion outside, his expression calm as he looked at Jiang Yan. There's one more thing I'd like to ask your help with. Please, Chief Mo, go ahead. Jiang Yan replied, then glanced toward the door and quietly reminded him, Chief Mo, your sister is waiting outside. After returning to the base, Mo Jingqing hadn't gone to see his sister right away. Since it was his private family matter, Jiang Yan didn't pry. I know. Mo Jingqing took a deep breath and said sincerely, also, thank you for saving Shuryao this time. Jiang Yan was taken aback, but quickly understood. Since Mo Jingqing had met with Song Haitao and Song Qian ahead of time, he must have learned everything that happened on the way. Judging by his words, Song Haitao probably hadn't told him about the life-saving potion. My sister, I know she hasn't always gotten along with you in private, but she's actually very kind at heart, with a strong sense of right and wrong. Her only flaw is that she can be a bit willful, spoiled by me, and Mo Jingqing's eyes darkened, the others. But she's my only sister. She'll be joining us on the next expedition, and I hope. Jiang Yan knew what he was about to say and cut in, Chief Mo, Shuryao is a good girl. We've gotten along well lately, so you don't need to worry. The two were about the same age, but their personalities and ways of dealing with people were worlds apart. Sometimes, Jiang Yan even envied Mo Shuryao a little, so bold and passionate, loving and hating without reservation. Having lived through everything once already, Jiang Yan found herself more conflicted when facing people and situations, lacking Mo Shuryao's freedom and straightforwardness. Perhaps it was their different upbringings that shaped such different personalities. For some reason, Childhood memories surfaced in Jiang Yan's mind. Mo Jingjing noticed her suddenly lost in thought and didn't interrupt. Sensing Mo Jingjing's gaze, Jiang Yan quickly snapped out of it. Right, Chief Mo, what did you want me to do? Mo Jingjing realized he'd drifted off too and cleared his throat to cover the awkwardness. Now that the snow and ice are melting, I'd like you to help retrieve the AS zone that's exposed outside. Jiang Yan nodded. No problem. The water outside is still shallow, so there's not much buoyancy. Plus, since it's exposed, bringing back such a huge object will attract attention. I can only arrange a small boat for you. As for the team, you can pick whoever you trust. Mo Jingjing listed Yi Qing, Song Qian, Sun Jingtao, or Li Haoyang and Qin Ling. Or anyone else you decide. Jiang Yan refused without hesitation. No need. I can handle it alone. I trust your abilities, but I'm worried that with the warmer weather, more people will be out and about. Having them with you could help avoid unnecessary trouble. Jiang Yan insisted, really, it's fine. Just give me a speedboat. Mo Jingjing could only relent. All right, as you wish. He changed the subject. In a couple of days, I'll show you the Shuilong and the weapons we have. At that, Jiang Yan's face lit up. They're here at our base? Mo Jingjing smiled and nodded. Yes. Jiang Yan remembered something. By the way, is everyone in the base your people now? Yes, why? I want to donate some supplies to the base, mainly vegetables and fruit. She'd hardly touched the vegetables and fruit stored in her space, thinking she'd save them for when she had the chance to set up her own base someday. Yes, she'd once secretly dreamed of creating a small utopia-like base when the time was right. But now, as the black soil in her space kept expanding, she felt her crops would soon match the stockpile she'd bought before the apocalypse. Of course, since returning to the base, she'd quietly given some to Su Dai and the others. With fresh vegetables and meat, Miao Miao, Zhou Haoyue, and the other kids were visibly eating more. Mo Jingjing raised an eyebrow at her, his tone probing, fresh ones. How much? Jiang Yan thought for a moment. 1 ton each of leafy greens and root vegetables. All right, thank you on behalf of everyone at the base. But these were all bought before the apocalypse, right? You should keep some for yourself. Mo Jingjing knew she'd stocked up on grains and oil before the apocalypse, but he had no idea she could grow fresh produce in her space. Okay, is there anything you want? Besides gold and jewelry. Jiang Yan thought for a moment. Before we leave, I'd like to spend some time learning at the rice paddy farm. She was mostly self-taught in agriculture, but rice cultivation was still a mystery to her, even after watching countless videos. And I remember there are some animals in the base's livestock area that were kept since before the apocalypse. Can I adopt one of each? Just the babies. At this, Jiang Yan regretted not buying cows or horses to put in her space before the apocalypse. Now, thanks to eggs hatching, her space was overflowing with chickens, ducks, and fish. But she felt her animal variety was too limited. Mo Jingjing was briefly surprised by her request, but agreed readily. Sure, no problem. I'll take my leave then. Jiang Yan stood up. I'll head out first thing tomorrow to bring back the AS zone. All right, I'll have Li Haoyang escort you to the base entrance. Mo Jingjing stood to see her out, almost forgetting about his sister waiting outside. He opened the door like a gentleman and instinctively said, "Be careful out there tomorrow." As the words left his mouth, he was met with a pair of red, swollen eyes and a row of shocked, gossip-hungry stares. Li Haoyang struggled to keep from grinning, exchanging a look with the other soldiers. Brother Mo Shiryao looked at Mo Jingjing, eyes red and lips trembling. When she saw Jiang Yan coming out, she pouted even more and muttered under her breath, chose beauty over family. Still, she took a deep breath and greeted Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan. She was wearing training clothes, her pale face flushed, hair still damp and messy. She must have rushed back from the training grounds as soon as she heard Mo Jingjing had returned. Jiang Yan felt a little guilty seeing her, but reminded herself she'd just been discussing business with Mo Jingjing, so she pushed down the awkwardness. Shiryao. Li Haoyang and the other soldiers all looked at Mo Jingjing with gossip written all over their faces. Their chief was usually caring toward his subordinates, but never in such a gentle tone. Mo Jingcheng suddenly realized, and his gentle expression vanished, replaced by his usual icy demeanor. Li Haoyang, escort Jiang Yan back. Yes, sir. Li Haoyang barely suppressed his grin, snapping to attention and saluting. Mo Shiyao stormed into the room, plopping down on the sofa. Brother, you came back and didn't even tell me. Humph. Before Mo Jingcheng could explain, she suddenly hugged her slender frame, curling up on the sofa as tears streamed down her face. Brother, are you going to abandon me too, just like Grandpa, Big Brother, Mom, and Dad did? Mo Jingcheng had just closed the door to his room when a flicker of panic flashed through his otherwise calm and steely heart. From childhood to adulthood, his little sister had never cried like this before. Even at their parents' funeral, after they died serving their country, she'd only clenched her fists and bit down so hard she nearly broke a tooth, her eyes red but not shedding a single tear. But now, Mo Jingcheng let out a deep sigh, his steps heavy as he walked over. He bent down slightly and gently ruffled her hair with his large hand. Silly girl. The first thing he did upon returning was check on Mo Shiyao. Seeing that she was fine and training hard in the gym, he'd hurried back to his office to meet with Qin Ziping and the others. He was her brother, but he was also a soldier of the nation, the leader of the base, but words like that, he couldn't bring himself to say them in front of his sister. Because right now, to her, he was simply the only family she had left in this world. As he gently stroked her head, Mo Shiyao only cried harder. Mo Jingcheng didn't try to stop her. He just spoke softly, Shiyao, I know you're hurting inside. If you want to cry, just let it out. I know you blame me for leaving without saying goodbye. If you want to hit me or yell at me, go ahead. As he spoke, he offered her his arm. Mo Shiyao wiped her tears and snot, grabbed his hand, and wanted to bite down hard to vent her anger. But then she remembered, these were the hands of a sharpshooter. If she hurt him, what if he ran into danger and couldn't shoot? She wanted to punch him a few times, but even though he'd changed into a clean uniform, he still looked exhausted. Who knew if he was injured? Unable to find a place to hit or bite, Mo Shiyao grew even angrier. Brother, why did you leave without a word? Brother, do you know Grandpa and Big Brother tied me to a chair? I almost died. Mo Shiyao started screaming out all the pent-up frustration and grievances in her heart. When she was done, she buried her head again and started wailing all over. Mo Jingcheng frowned, but could only stroke her hair gently, like petting a kitten, quietly staying by her side. He couldn't answer her questions. Unless he lied. But he didn't want to lie to his sister. After a long while, her sobs finally subsided. Mo Shiyao's tears had dried up, and her voice was hoarse. Mo Jingcheng said nothing, just quietly took a warm towel and wiped her face. Afterward, he checked her hands. Seeing the marks left by frostbite, his heart clenched. Does it still hurt? Any other injuries? His words of concern flowed into Mo Shiyao's ears like streams of warmth, gradually soothing her wounded heart. She stopped crying, slowly recovering from her earlier hysteria. Brother, where have you been all this time? Mo Jingcheng was silent for a moment before replying, I went somewhere, even more dangerous. I left in a hurry, so he took a deep breath, his gaze unconsciously drifting to the map on the wall. Mo Shiyao understood. Her brother must have been on a top-secret national mission. Such missions, he wouldn't talk about them, not even if he died. She sniffled, her eyes landing on the black envelope on the table. Her pupils contracted sharply. Brother, is that? She remembered seeing Jiang Yan holding a black card when she left earlier. Her eyes widened, her hoarse voice rising. Brother, did you just give Jiang Yan the only escape pass for the SS zone? Mo Jingcheng's eyelid twitched. He'd forgotten to hide the envelope containing the card. Yes. Why? Mo Shiyao, who had just calmed down, was instantly agitated again. She shot to her feet, questioning him. Did you also give her some of the life-saving potions? Mo Jingcheng raised an eyebrow. Life-saving potions? Jiang Yan followed Li Haoyang through the maze-like corridors leading out of the office area. As they walked, Li Haoyang explained. There are many exits in every direction from the base. If you're heading to salvage the AS zone, I suggest you leave from the same entrance you used to return. It's a bit of a walk to reach the water from there, but I can arrange for a small boat to be towed behind a car. There's another exit right by the water, so you could set sail directly, but it's in a different direction. With compasses not working now, searching might be even harder. Jiang Yan paused. Can I just take the boat myself? I'll go alone. As long as she retraced her steps, she could rely on Huabao for directions. Li Haoyang was taken aback and tried to persuade her. Miss Jiang, I went out this morning. The water's covered in ice floes. It might be difficult to navigate alone. There are also a lot of corpses, and you might run into people from other bases searching for supplies. And finding the right direction is tough. Having help would be better. It's fine. I can handle it. All right then. I'll apply for a special metal detector for you to take along. Before seeing Jiang Yan out, Li Haoyang had been specifically instructed by Mo Jingqing to do whatever Jiang Yan asked, so he didn't push further. Okay. Jiang Yan nodded, glancing at Song Qian, who was waiting anxiously nearby. She smiled. You can just see me off here. All right, see you tomorrow morning. Li Haoyang waved to Song Qian. As the two walked back to their quarters, Jiang Yan told Song Qian about her plan to search the AS zone the next day. She'd originally planned to slip away quietly, but realized that if Song Qian and Yiqing didn't know where she was, they'd probably go crazy looking for her, so she decided not to hide it. Like Li Haoyang, Song Qian was worried about her going out alone. Are you sure you don't need us to come? No need, Jiang Yan smiled. You're worried about the corpses floating in the water after the thaw, and the bad guys we might run into. But back in Anming, I dealt with plenty of that. Song Qian wasn't as optimistic. Jiang Yan, that was at the start of the apocalypse. The bad guys you met then were just ordinary people with a mean streak. The ones who've survived till now, they're not ordinary anymore. In fact, after several months, the mutants might have changed again. Resources are scarce now, and the AS zone is made of special metal. Mo Zhongqing and Mo Shuifeng know that. They might send people to look for it too. Going alone, having someone to help steer the boat would be better. Jiang Yan knew that neither Mo Jingqing nor Song Qian were the nagging type. The fact that they both tried to persuade her showed how worried they were. But she didn't want to argue, so she said gently, "Don't forget, I'm not an ordinary person either. If you all come, you'll just hold me back." Song Qian choked up, not knowing what to say. After a few seconds, he finally said, "The thaw is colder than the snowfall. Make sure you dress warmly tomorrow." The next day, as Jiang Yan stepped out of her space, Li Haoyang arrived at her door right on schedule. "Miss Jiang, may I come in for a moment? I have something to give you." "Sure." Jiang Yan opened the door and let him in. Since she lived alone, Li Haoyang was careful not to step too far inside. After gently closing the door, he took out a square, somewhat bulky device from his tactical backpack. "Miss Jiang, this is a special metal detector. It can sense special metals within a 1,000-meter radius. When we go out later, we'll need to use this to check for other survivors' bases underground or inside mountains. There are only 2 of these in the entire base, so I'll need you to return it to me after you're done." "Okay." Jiang Yan reached out to take it and casually tossed it into her space with her backpack. "This is a biochemical protective mask. Chief Mo specifically instructed that you should wear it when you go out. It's safer that way. You don't have to return this one." Jiang Yan took it and tossed it into her backpack as well. "Is the boat ready?" "Yes, it's at the entrance of Base 4. I'll take you there." "All right." The 2 of them left and headed toward the base tunnel. Next door, the door opened quietly and the tall figure of Yiqing stepped out. Watching Jiang Yan and Li Haoyang walk away, his handsome brows furrowed slightly. Sun Jingtao came over and patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry, Jiang Yan will be fine. Remember when she went to Yunding Tower alone during the black blizzard and meteor shower? She made it back safely. Now that the weather's improved, going out and coming back should be a piece of cake for her." Yiqing's fingers curled slightly. "If I went with her, I wouldn't slow her down." "You," Sun Jingtao burst out laughing and punched him hard. "Why do I feel like you're acting more and more like a sulky little woman these days? All right, Lao Sun, watch your mouth. Su Daila tugged at Sun Jingtao and said to Yiqing, don't doubt yourself, Xiaoyue. Jiang Yan must have her reasons for doing things this way. Sun Jingtao nodded in agreement. Yeah, my wife's right. Jiang Yan was quietly chatting with Li Haoyang when Hua Bao, perched on her shoulder, gossiped, Mom, Yiqing is looking at you longingly from behind. Jiang Yan, longingly? This kid's vocabulary is getting richer by the day. She seemed to guess something, but instead of looking back, she quickened her pace. At the base entrance, Li Haoyang raised his hand and the base doors opened with a loud crash. Blinding light, mixed with cold wind, fresh air, and a few droplets of water, rushed in all at once. Jiang Yan shivered instinctively. Sure enough, Song Qian was right, melting snow is colder than falling snow. Even though the temperature was a few degrees above zero, it felt like being back in the deep freeze. Her body had been modified by the space to withstand cold and heat, but she could still feel the basic temperature. Jiang Yan stared in shock at the droplets falling from the base entrance and the small streams flowing over the glaciers outside. The snow's still melting, so we'll be traveling over glaciers. The vehicle will take you and the boat to where the stream is deeper, and from there, you're on your own. Li Haoyang opened the car door for her. There was a rack for transporting the boat attached to the back of the car, with a military amphibious vehicle hanging from it. It was called a boat, but it looked more like a car. At least for now, since it wasn't in the water, the amphibious vehicle's 4 wheels were still down. Jiang Yan knew the water outside was from melted snow. Even though the temperature had risen, some areas were still too shallow for proper buoyancy. This amphibious vehicle was the perfect solution. Fortunately, she'd learned how to operate this type of craft during her training. She glanced over it, pausing at the 2 spiral metal attachments at the bow. What are these? Icebreakers. They're to prevent getting stuck if we run into large chunks of ice or ice piles along the way. Li Haoyang explained. He wanted to suggest going with her, but seeing Jiang Yan's confident, relaxed manner as she got into the car, he swallowed his words. The vehicle began driving across the glacier. It felt like they were descending from the mountaintop. All along the way, streams trickled everywhere. The landscape outside had changed dramatically, but Huab quickly reconstructed their previous route in 3D. It mapped out their path in Jiang Yan's mind, and she relayed directions to the driver. The soldier was both amazed and puzzled. How could anyone recognize the way across this endless glacier? Still, he followed her instructions carefully. After more than half an hour, the vehicle stopped near a vast expanse of water. On the calm surface, a few black dots of varying sizes could be seen. The controls for this amphibious vehicle are just like a speedboat, but there are a few details I need to go over with you, Li Haoyang said, explaining carefully. Jiang Yan listened attentively and asked a few questions. Then Li Haoyang and the driver unloaded the boat. Miss Jiang, we'll wait for you here. If you need anything, use this to contact us. He handed her a tuned walkie-talkie. Okay. Jiang Yan clipped it to her waist, got in the boat, and, under the worried and doubtful gazes of Li Haoyang and the driver, smoothly piloted it from the shallows into deeper water. Once out of their sight, Jiang Yan took out the metal detector and handed it to Hua Bao. To avoid any accidents, she and Hua Bao first returned to the foot of the observatory mountain, then headed toward Nanpan River, retracing their route. Jiang Yan quietly steered the boat, occasionally using binoculars to scan the surroundings. It was a sunny day. By now, it was around 10 in the morning. The sun was up, but there was no warmth. The water sparkled, but it wasn't empty. From time to time, she saw dense clusters of dark plankton. Occasionally, there were dead branches or unidentified animal remains floating by. Huabao's little eyes darted around curiously. Mom, will all this melted snow just keep increasing? Yeah. Once all the snow melts, the glaciers we just crossed will turn into a sea. Won't that be like what happened in Aming before? Huab recalled the city during the torrential rains. Back then, the whole city was submerged, the water surface littered with trash and corpses, a living hell. Pretty much, Jiang Yan sighed inwardly. If, back then, The city was flooded up to the 10th floor or higher, with only the tallest mountains and buildings offering a slim chance of survival. Now, once all the snow melted, these cities would likely be buried deep beneath the water. Global oceanification, a nightmare for humanity. Jiang Yan continued piloting the amphibious boat for a while longer. As she approached the area near the Nampan River, more and more massive ice blocks, still unmelted, came into view. Nature's craftsmanship was on full display. The jagged shapes of the ice made it feel as if she'd wandered into the Antarctic. Before long, Jiang Yan spotted a large mutated human corpse floating in the water through her binoculars. The temperature was so low that the body hadn't decomposed, but after being submerged for so long, the skin had turned pale and bloated, the face twisted and grotesque, enough to make anyone nauseous. Strangely, aside from being covered in swarms of tiny insects, the corpse was also wrapped in thick, intestine-like ropes as wide as a wrist. Just as Jiang Yan tried to get a better look at those strange ropes, one of them, at least a dozen meters long, began to move. It was alive. Only then did Jiang Yan realize that those intestine-like creatures were actually feeding on the rotting flesh of the corpse. If she hadn't been gripping the steering wheel tightly with one hand, she might have stumbled backward in shock. Huaba noticed too, searching its memory for a moment. Mom, that thing looks a bit like a southern polar nematode. The length matches, but they're never this thick. And those black bugs on the corpse, they look like water lice, but way bigger than normal. The size is because they've mutated, Jiang Yan replied. As for the nematode, Jiang Yan drew in a sharp breath. It seems like species from all over the world have started mixing together. Not just land animals, like the snow geese and snow rabbits Yi Qing hunted before, but now sea creatures as well. She wondered if the big animals, whales, sharks, and the like, had survived this disaster. If they had, would they have grown larger too? Or maybe, mutations had pushed them to become smaller, if that helped them survive. Either way, they'd have adapted not just to the differences between fresh and salt water, but most likely to acidic seawater as well. After all, with the current water depth, all the acid snow that had settled into the ice during the extreme cold had probably melted by now. The deepest layers of ice, along with the surrounding mountains, acted like a giant container, mixing the melted snow and acid snow together. In other words, the water's acidity hadn't been fully diluted yet, the concentration was probably still quite high. Thinking of the acid snow, Jiang Yan leaned over to check the boat. Sure enough, aside from being covered in bits of ice, the areas coated with waterproof, anti-corrosion material were already showing signs of wear and peeling. Jiang Yan's sense of alarm spiked. Huabao, let's take a detour. Can you find the spot we passed before? As long as it's within the length of my vine, it's no problem. As Huaba spoke, its vine unfurled in all directions. Jiang Yan put down the binoculars and quickly steered the boat away from the dense ice and the floating corpse. Huabao's special metal detector, wrapped in its vine, started buzzing. It handed the instrument over. Mom, it's up ahead to the right. Okay. Jiang Yan checked the direction and gunned the engine, heading quickly toward the indicated spot. The closer they got, the louder the buzzing became. Mom, we're above the AS zone we left before. Good. Jiang Yan slowed down, brought the boat to the edge of the AS zone, and cut the engine. She grabbed a bundle of barbed rope from the cabin and handed it to Huabao. Check if the AS zone is still frozen in the ice. Huabao didn't take the rope. Mom, I'll go down and have a look. Maybe my vine can reach it. All right. With a splash, Huab dove into the water, its vine rapidly extending as it sank. Jiang Yan watched the surface, silently praying that the ice sealing the AS zone had fully melted. Huabao soon finished checking. Mom, the ice around it has melted. Only a small area on the side is still stuck, but I can handle it, no need for the rope. Luckily, the whole AS zone was built atop structures on both sides of the Nampan River, so not much of it was in direct contact with the ice below. Huabao gave it a tug, it moved. Jiang Yan breathed a sigh of relief and grabbed a bit of Huabao's vine sticking out of the water. Huabao, hold on to the AS zone. With a thought, she transferred the entire AS zone into her inventory space via Huabao as a conduit. She barely had time to feel relieved before, with the sudden disappearance of the massive AS zone structure beneath the boat, a whirlpool formed, pulling the boat sharply downward. Jiang Yen froze for a split second, then quickly restarted the engine. At the same time, Hua Bao, who was still underwater, felt the pressure of the swirling current and shot upward, lifting the amphibious boat out of the whirlpool's center. The boat seemed to fly through the air before landing on the water beside the vortex. With a thud, Jiang Yen floored the engine, speeding away from the whirlpool. The once calm water erupted into giant waves in the wake of the massive vortex. Some unknown creature tumbled out of the churning water. Jiang Yen didn't dare look back. She circled around the edge of the whirlpool and sped off in the direction Hua Bao indicated. Once the water calmed and they were out of danger, Hua Bao finally spoke. "Mom, I think there are some living things inside that AS zone." With Hua Bao's help, the whole process had been dangerous, but ultimately safe. Jiang Yen took a deep breath and slowed the boat. "Did you see what those creatures were?" "No, just some dark shapes." "It's weird. What are they doing in there?" Jiang Yen smiled. "Sometimes, sunken ships become lairs for sea creatures. Most likely, the AS zone is serving the same purpose." Hua Bao brightened. "So not only did we bring back the AS zone, we might have brought back some food too?" "Something like that." Jiang Yen nodded, then remembered something. The apocalypse had started when the island nation began dumping nuclear-contaminated water. Later, people had pretty much forgotten about it. But in reality, the radioactive substances in that water didn't just spread through ocean currents. They could also be carried by rain, snow, and other means, spreading even further. Still, the farther you were from the source, the less you'd be exposed. But now, with the whole world covered in ocean. And then there was the explosion in Xiong City, and other blasts or leaks they didn't even know about, happening elsewhere on the planet. The more Jiang Yen thought about it, the more chilling it became. ZZZZT, the walkie-talkie suddenly crackled to life. Jiang Yen picked it up. Li Haoyang's voice came through. "Miss Jiang, have you reached your destination? Did you find it?" Jiang Yen knew there were others with Li Haoyang, so she kept it vague. "Yes, we're here. We've got it and we're on our way back." "So soon?" Li Haoyang sounded both shocked and delighted. "You're all okay?" "Yes, I'm fine." "That's good. Be careful on your way back." "Will do." "Oh, by the way, the ice and snow at the spot where we dropped you off have collapsed. We're waiting about 100 meters behind." "Got it." Jiang Yen put down the walkie-talkie and raised her binoculars to look ahead, preparing to speed up. But just then, clunk, the boat suddenly jerked to a halt. At the same time, icy water began seeping in through the drain valve in the corner of the cabin. On the display panel of the amphibious boat, the power button suddenly lit up red. Sensing something was wrong, Hua Bao immediately leaped into the icy, bone-chilling water. Through their telepathic link, she informed her mom the propellers got entangled up by a South Pole nematode. The moment Jiang Yen recalled that pale, slimy, intestine-like disgusting creature she'd seen earlier, she couldn't help but gag. "So annoying." Hua Bao grumbled, transforming a small leaf into a metallic blade and, with a few swift slices, cut apart the mass of nematodes that had wound themselves into a ball. The motor at the back of the boat sputtered back to life. As for the backflow of water at the drainage valve, Jiang Yen guessed it was because the valve had frozen over. Before Hua Bao could come over, Jiang Yen took a thermos of hot water out of her space and poured it directly over the valve. After a few cups of hot water, the boat was moving again. This time, Jiang Yen had learned her lesson and steered clear of areas with floating ice as much as possible, even though her boat was equipped with an icebreaker at the bow. Before long, as they neared the foot of Observatory Mountain, a rustling sound came from all around the hull. Hua Bao poked out her big head for a look and exclaimed in delight, "Mom, it's crabs. Tons of crabs in fuzzy pants. Must have been attracted by the shredded nematodes just now." Jiang Yen. This was the first time since the apocalypse that she'd heard of crabs still being alive. She switched the boat to low-speed autopilot and leaned out for a look. She almost wished she hadn't. A dense swarm of crabs, some partially rotting, were waving their huge pincers and desperately scrambling up the hull. These crabs were even bigger than adult king crabs, their legs covered in thick, black fur, their shells densely patterned. The markings weren't colorful, more like gravel or crushed stone, perfect camouflage. Most disturbingly, the crab's bellies seemed magnetized, sticking firmly to the outside of the boat. Jiang Yan couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Normally, if so many crabs came knocking, she'd just see a feast delivered to her doorstep. But now, thinking of the water full of corpses, acid snow, and those disgusting nematodes, her skin crawled. A gust of wind carried a stench straight to her nose. Only then did Jiang Yan notice that the crabs out of the water were blowing bubbles tinged with blood and yellow-green pus. "Mom, should I catch them all?" Huabao was already itching to try, stretching her vines toward the crabs. Jiang Yan shook her head. "Something's wrong with these crabs. Leave them." "Okay, then I'll just swat them away," Huabao replied, and 12 vines shot out toward the crab's legs. Unexpectedly, the crabs clung stubbornly to the hull, much harder to dislodge than Huabao had anticipated. It wasn't impossible, just took more effort than expected. Meanwhile, more crabs kept trying to climb aboard. Jiang Yan frowned slightly. With a thought, she pulled a flamethrower from her space and swept it over the crabs' backs. Heated by the flames, the crabs' legs and shells turned red as they dropped into the water with a splash. Soon, the air was filled with a mouth-watering aroma. On the shore, Li Haoyang and the driver, Lili, waited anxiously with binoculars. Lili looked at the calm water, a little worried. "Brother Yang, is it really okay for Miss Jiang to take the boat out on her own? She'll be fine." Li Haoyang had wanted to say that even if something happened to the two of them, nothing would happen to her, but he caught himself, not wanting to jinx it. Crack, the sound of ice splitting came from underfoot. Li Haoyang frowned and glanced at the ground. "Maybe we should move the car back a bit." "Okay." Lili got in and reversed some distance before stopping again. Just then, a small black dot appeared on the shimmering water in the distance. Li Haoyang quickly raised his binoculars. "It's Jiang Yan, she's coming back." "Let me see." Lili didn't know what Jiang Yan had gone out to do, nor did he dare ask. But since Li Haoyang was personally escorting her, it clearly wasn't a trivial matter. "Impressive." Lili scratched his head, then shielded his eyes and glanced at the sky, puzzled. "Brother Yang, have you noticed? The sun looks a little different today." "Yeah, it's actually warm now. Especially right now, it feels toasty." Li Haoyang extended his palm. "Wait, it's not just warm, it's almost prickly." He silently hoped there wasn't a problem with the atmosphere. Lili nodded. "I thought it was just my imagination." Li Haoyang furrowed his brow, planning to report this to Song Haitao and the others when they got back to base. But the base's research team had a squad dedicated to monitoring the weather and environment. They'd probably noticed the change too. As he was thinking this, Jiang Yan's boat drew near. She was driving fast. Soon, she reached the shallows, and the amphibious boat's wheels deployed. Though Jiang Yan was usually a decent driver and pilot, she wasn't used to navigating thin ice and shallow water. This amphibious boat only had 3 wheels, and the ground was wet and slippery, very tricky. From Li Haoyang and Lili's perspective, it looked like Jiang Yan was wrestling with a stubborn 3-wheeler, swerving all over the place. Lili grew anxious. "Should I go help her?" "Okay, but be careful. The ice is thin and there are holes in the nearshore area." Li Haoyang handed him a rope to tie around his waist. On the boat, Jiang Yan saw Lili about to step into the water to help and quickly called out, "Don't come over. I'll be there in a second." With that, she floored the accelerator, and the boat shot toward them like a mudfish. Lili froze, hurriedly backing up several steps. "Miss Jiang, you drive pretty aggressively." Li Haoyang just smiled. Jiang Yan stopped the boat, which slid a bit further on the ice before coming to a halt. Lili praised her sincerely. "Miss Jiang, your piloting skills are impressive." Even if it looked a bit wild, this was ice. They were hard for anyone to handle. "Thanks." Jiang Yan thought to herself, if it weren't for having to come back the same way and these two waiting here, she'd have had Huabao carry her and the boat straight to shore ages ago. She jumped out of the cockpit and Li Haoyang came over. "Did you run into any trouble out there?" As he spoke, he couldn't help but sniff the air. Surrounded by icy glaciers, the scent of roasted protein from the boat was especially noticeable. Lily did the same, even swallowing secretly. The two exchanged glances. "Miss Jiang, do you smell hairy crab?" "I smell spicy crab, actually." Jiang Yan burst out laughing. "You two have sharp noses." Li Haoyang. "Lily." "Jiang Yan, get in the car first. I'll fill you in on the way." Once the amphibious boat was hooked up, Jiang Yan got in the car and told them about the nematodes and crabs she'd encountered. She didn't mention her impressive flamethrower, just said she'd improvised a torch with oil and cotton to drive off the mutant crabs. Back at Base 4's entrance, Jiang Yan returned the metal detector to Li Haoyang. Li Haoyang jumped out, about to open the car door for her, but a tall, handsome young man beat him to it. "Yiqing." Jiang Yan was taken aback and instinctively glanced at Yiqing. Unlike everyone else, who were bundled up like dumplings, Yiqing was naturally resistant to the cold. Today, he was dressed in a fitted black combat suit, paired with spotless, shiny high military boots. His hair looked freshly trimmed, and the whole person exuded a handsome, energetic vibe. Though Yiqing wasn't that old, after surviving the apocalypse, the youthful naivety on his face had faded, replaced by a calm and composed demeanor. As Mo Jingxing's personal bodyguard, Li Haoyang was considered one of the best at the Yaoben base in terms of physique, looks, and combat prowess. But at this moment, he was clearly outshone by Yiqing, who gave off an even stronger sense of security. Yiqing bent down slightly to open the door. Jiang Yan thanked him and hopped out. "Are you all right?" Yiqing quickly scanned Jiang Yan from head to toe. Seeing that she was completely unharmed, his furrowed brows finally relaxed. Jiang Yan looked confused. "I'm fine. Why are you here?" The National Treasure Hunting operation was about to begin, and Yiqing had been assigned to the core escort team on the Shuilong. Training lately had been intense, without a single break. If anyone wanted time off, they had to request it directly from Mo Jingxing, and the requirements were extremely strict. Yet here Yiqing was, and Jiang Yan was more than a little surprised. "Don't you have training today?" "I do." But Yiqing said calmly, "I asked Leader Mo for leave." Jiang Yan. In fact, when the car was near the base's Gate 4, she had already sensed through her spiritual spring water that someone was waiting motionless there. She just hadn't known it was Yiqing. Jiang Yan glanced at him again and asked bluntly, "Were you waiting here just for me?" Yiqing's eyes flickered, and his ears suddenly turned red. "Yes. There's something I want to talk to you about privately." He took a quiet breath before speaking. Jiang Yan paused, a bit worried. "Is something urgent?" Lately, unless there were special circumstances, Jiang Yan had been going to Su Dai's place every night for dinner. Not that she was really freeloading, she always brought plenty of things and left empty-handed. But as Su Dai and the others put it, people need company at meals. The more, the merrier. Especially now that Zhou Haoyue and the other kids were around. The lively, chattering dinner table brought a warmth and family feeling that Jiang Yan had rarely experienced in either of her lives. After all they'd been through together, their relationships had become almost like family. If anything happened, they'd usually talk about it at dinner. So for Yiqing to take leave and come find her like this, Jiang Yan's first thought was that something might have happened to Su Dai and the others. But Yiqing said, "No, it's about me. This isn't a good place to talk. I'll tell you in a bit." Jiang Yan. Behind them, Li Haoyang and Lily exchanged glances. "Brother Yang, should we follow or not?" According to Mo Jingxing's instructions, Li Haoyang was responsible for getting Jiang Yan out and back to the base safely, at the very least, back to Mo Jingxing. After all, Jiang Yan was carrying important supplies that needed to be handed over to the base. Li Haoyang paused for a second. "Let's follow at a distance." Outside Base Gate 4 was a small, half-exposed hill. With the snow melting, little streams trickled everywhere. After Jiang Yan and Yiqing checked in, Li Haoyang and Lily parked the car and followed. The base entrance area was, as usual, pitch black. The four of them wound their way through the corridors and boarded a small mining cart heading for the core area. Li Haoyang and Lily sat a bit farther away. They could see Jiang Yan, but couldn't hear her conversation with Yiqing. The cart sped through the dark tunnel, the rattling noise and cold wind making it impossible to talk. The two of them sat in silence. Soon, the light grew brighter. They'd arrived at the station. Yiqing jumped out first and offered his hand. Jiang Yan didn't stand on ceremony and took his hand to hop down. After winding through the maze-like corridors and passing several security doors, they finally reached the core area. Looking at the honeycomb-like rooms everywhere, Jiang Yan felt a bit more at ease. Yiqing spoke up. During our escort training this morning, they mentioned that after we board the ship, one person from the escort team will be selected to serve as a special assistant for you and Dr. Song. It's just a plan for now, not official yet. But I've already applied to leader MO. Jiang Yan relaxed, surprised. That's what you wanted to tell me? Yiqing nodded. Yes. So you waited for me at the base gate just for this? Halfway through, Jiang Yan realized. He probably knew she was out on a solo mission and was worried, so he waited for her at the gate. Jiang Yan's straightforward words made Yiqing's ears turn even redder. He pressed his lips together, not offering any explanation. A trace of awkwardness hung in the air. Jiang Yan changed the subject. What exactly is a special assistant? It means being fully responsible for your safety, as well as your daily needs: food, clothing, accommodation, and travel. Jiang Yan. The first half sounded fine, but the second half sounded a bit much to her. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan said, food, clothing, accommodation, and travel? Shouldn't you pick a woman for that? Yiqing answered honestly, this mission isn't safe. Plus, people from Muzin and the Lian base have their eyes on you, not to mention other hidden enemies. Ordinary female warriors might not be strong enough. And when I say daily needs, I don't mean living together, just standing guard outside your door while you rest. Yiqing added, worried she'd misunderstand. Jiang Yan, with Hua Bao, her secret weapon, what did she need a special assistant for? After thinking it over, she politely declined. Dr. Song does need protection, but as for me, I can take care of myself. Yiqing seemed to have expected this and didn't argue. He just said, I've already applied to leader MO. Jiang Yan, and what did he say? He said it's up to you in the end. Yiqing paused, turned to look at Jiang Yan, and asked, Jiang Yan, will you agree? Jiang Yan answered firmly no. She really didn't need protection. Though he'd expected this, a trace of disappointment flashed in Yiqing's eyes. He remembered Su Dai telling him today that Jiang Yan was more likely to respond to a softer approach. He gritted his teeth, his voice suddenly weaker. Actually, my health isn't that great. Jiang Yan looked up sharply. What do you mean? The drugs, hormones, and viruses injected into me by the SNP lab, they're constantly evolving. I'm worried that one day I might. Seeing Jiang Yan's determined expression soften, Yiqing relaxed a little and continued. Only you can save me like last time. And I can protect you too. At least, I'm more suitable than Song Qian or Li Haoyang. Yiqing was clearly not good at lying, especially in front of Jiang Yan. His eyes flickered as he spoke. Jiang Yan noticed, but didn't call him out. Besides, the toxins in Yiqing's body could be suppressed as long as she gave him some black king fungus to carry. So his reasoning didn't really hold up. Still, Jiang Yan didn't say so outright. After thinking for a moment, she looked up at him with a smile and said, Yiqing, how about this? Let's have a fight. Yiqing looked at Jiang Yan with a serious expression, confusion flashing in his eyes. Jiang Yan's lips curved up slightly, her tone half joking, half serious. If you beat me, I'll agree to your proposal. If you can't. Before she could finish, the clear, bright look in Yiqing's eyes had already dimmed. I won't fight you. He lowered his head slightly and took a quiet breath. In my dictionary, there's no such thing as raising a hand against you. Not even, just a spar. Those last few words made Jiang Yan swallow back what she'd been about to say. Li Haoyang walked over holding a walkie-talkie, interrupting their conversation. Miss Jiang, Chief MO is asking if we've returned. I told him we have, and he said if it's convenient for you, I should take you straight to Warehouse 9 to meet him. Warehouse 9 was the storage facility where all that gold for Jiang Yan had been kept before. It was huge, with a very high ceiling. Even though the AS zone had been retrieved, for safety's sake, it could only be stored inside the base. So Jiang Yan guessed that Mo Jingqing wanted to store the AS zone there. Alright, let's go straight there. She glanced at Yiqing. I have something to hand over to Chief Mo. Do you want to come along? I'll pass. I'll wait for you at home. Be careful. With that, Yiqing clenched his fist and turned to leave. He didn't even spare a glance at Li Haoyang or Li Li. He was a little upset. There were still things he wanted to say to Jiang Yan. A perfectly good opportunity, ruined by Li Haoyang's interruption. He knew it was business, but he couldn't help feeling annoyed. At home, waiting for you? Li Li sidled over, curiosity written all over his face. He wasn't close to Jiang Yan, but he'd heard plenty about the famous Jiang Yan and Yiqing. Naturally, he also knew a bit about Jiang Yan, Su Dai, and their little team. Li Haoyang shot him a glare. When did you get so nosy? Jiang Yan watched Yiqing's figure disappear around the corner, then looked back and explained, we're all very close, and our dorms are next to each other, so we're used to calling our place home. Having just been warned by that look, Li Li sneaked a glance at Li Haoyang and couldn't help sighing, that's nice. I envy that kind of relationship. The word home felt foreign to him, as it did for many others. After the apocalypse, he no longer had a home. The army was home, the base was home, but there was no warmth, no loving parents. For some reason, a pang of bitterness flashed through Li Li's heart, and he gave a wry smile. Jiang Yan just smiled, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Let's go. Halfway there, Li Li returned to his team to report, leaving only Li Haoyang and Jiang Yan. When the two of them arrived at the outer gate of Warehouse 9, a crowd of people in white protective suits was already gathered outside. Some carried pesticide sprayers on their backs, some held heavy, water-filled fire hoses, others had tongs, rakes, nets, bags, bottles. It was quite a scene. Miss Jiang, this way please. Li Haoyang led Jiang Yan into a side room. Inside, Mo Jingqing was also fully suited up in a white protective suit. Jiang Yan paused in surprise. Chief Mo, this is? She could understand all the security measures when she'd come to Warehouse 9 before. After all, there'd been so much gold stored inside. But now the gold was all in Jiang Yan's space, so they'd walked in unimpeded. Why all the protective suits now? Mo Jingqing got straight to the point. Li Haoyang told me your ship encountered mutant crabs and Antarctic nematodes and the like? Jiang Yan, yes. Mo Jingqing, we suspect there may be other mutant organisms or viral residues in the AS zone. Now that it's being stored inside the base and the metals will be reused later, we have to disinfect it to prevent any accidents. Jiang Yan made a sound of understanding, remembering the large-scale virus outbreak at the base before. So she could understand why they were being so cautious now. Better safe than sorry. By the way, did you wear your protective mask when you went? Mo Jingqing glanced at the protective gloves she'd never taken off. I wore it. In truth, Jiang Yan hadn't. She'd never come into direct contact with the AS zone. She'd just tossed it into her space from a distance. But there was no need to explain that to Mo Jingqing. A female soldier came over to take Jiang Yan for disinfection and to change clothes, then Mo Jingqing led her to the warehouse's outer door. Once the outer door was closed, he opened the inner door. Inside, the warehouse was empty. Jiang Yan glanced around, and once he'd closed the inner door too, she asked, Chief Mo, are you sure you want to store the AS zone here? Mo Jingqing nodded. Yes. He made no move to leave. I'd like to stay and witness the miracle with my own eyes, if that's all right? Jiang Yan shrugged. Of course. She took off her backpack, unzipped it, and reached inside. The seriousness vanished from Mo Jingqing's face, replaced by curiosity as he leaned in. So this storage artifact is actually your backpack? Jiang Yan's expression didn't change. You could say that. I always thought you'd gotten something like a spatial ring. Mo Jingqing suddenly smiled. Jiang Yan blinked. What's a spatial ring? Dr. Song told me it's a concept from interstellar sci-fi, a kind of portable warehouse, usually disguised as an ordinary ring. You can carry it around, store mechs, weapons, personal items. Very convenient. Mo Jingqing paused, then added, "Sorry, we've discussed your storage artifact behind your back and guessed it might come from some higher dimensional civilization. But Dr. Song is trustworthy. You don't need to worry," he reassured her. Jiang Yan smiled. "I know. That's also why, when she was out there, she hadn't hidden her spatial ability from Song Hideout. Besides, they'd be working together more deeply in the future. There was no way to keep it secret." "Chief Mo, are you ready to witness a miracle?" she asked. Mo Jingqing nodded solemnly, holding his breath. "Yes, I'm ready." Afraid to miss a single detail, he didn't even blink. The next second, a massive, icy-cold structure appeared silently before them. Chunks of ice, mud, icy water, and unidentifiable soft matter slid down from the AS zone's doors and walls. The temperature in the warehouse dropped several degrees, and a strange, fishy smell filled the air. Soon, several mutant crabs crawled out of the cracks. Mo Jingqing's pupils contracted slightly, his face full of shock. The two of them left the room. The staff responsible for disinfection and sampling went in. Back in the office area, after taking off his protective suit, Mo Jingqing still hadn't calmed down. He knew Jiang Yan had some kind of storage artifact, but she'd kept it very secret. All footage of her collecting supplies had avoided satellite surveillance. So all Mo Jingqing knew was that she'd bought a lot of things, and those things had disappeared without a trace. The rest was all deduction and guesswork. Now, seeing the colossal AS zone appear right before his eyes, he felt his entire worldview had been turned upside down. "It's getting late. Let's have lunch here." He politely gestured to the two steaming bowls of beef noodles on the table. Jiang Yan was about to decline, but Mo Jingqing continued, "There are a few things I need to discuss with you anyway. We can talk as we eat." "Well, all right then." Jiang Yan couldn't refuse, so she sat down across from him. "You're from Anming, right? I heard you can handle spicy food. This one's yours." He smiled and handed her the bowl of beef noodles floating with red chili oil. "This." Looking at the steaming, fragrant bowl of beef noodles in front of her, Jiang Yan couldn't help but swallow. The noodles were translucent, white, soft yet chewy. The beef pieces were tiny, each only about the size of a pinky finger. On top, 2 or 3 fresh mint leaves and a few small rings of bright red chili pepper were scattered as garnish. The toppings looked sparse, but Jiang Yan knew that in this post-apocalyptic world where supplies were scarce, this was already a rare treat. Mo Jingqing, worried she might find it lacking, explained, "The mint and chili are both from the lab, they're in short supply. As for the noodles, they're not from the stockpile. The base chef made them fresh by hand today. Want to try some?" Mo Jingqing said, handing her a pair of chopsticks. Before Jiang Yan could dig in, Huabao had already stretched out a small leaf with a slurp. "Mommy, it's not poisonous." "Thank you, sweetheart." Huabao's gesture filled Jiang Yan's heart with warmth. Along the way, there were many things she hadn't even thought of, but Huabao had already considered them for her. And when it wasn't needed, it would stay quietly by her side, never causing trouble. Having Huabao's presence and companionship was the greatest blessing and luck she had gained in this new life. Still, even though it wasn't poisonous, Jiang Yan hesitated, chopsticks in hand, frowning slightly at the big, full bowl of noodles. Noticing she wasn't eating, Mo Jingqing couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" "It's too much." "I can't finish it," Jiang Yan said, a little embarrassed. Even before the apocalypse, people were encouraged not to waste food, but if you really couldn't finish something, you shouldn't force yourself. But now, wasting food wasn't just shameful. If the base found out, she might even be punished. Mo Jingqing chuckled. "I thought maybe the noodles weren't to your taste. If you don't mind, I can help you with it," he offered. "Okay, just watch me then." "All right." In the end, Jiang Yan had about a third of her noodles left in the bowl. Mo Jingqing was a bit surprised at how little she ate, so he gave her all the beef from his own bowl. Jiang Yan felt it would be awkward to keep passing food back and forth, so she just lowered her head and ate. They were supposed to chat while eating, but Mo Jingqing focused on his food, showing no intention of discussing work. He ate quickly, though. probably a habit from his early years in the military. Jiang Yan hurried to keep up and finally finished. Only then did she say, "By the way, Chief MO, I still have the ammunition depot from area as. Do I need to return it to the base?" "No need. When you set out again, we'll be adding more weapons to your supplies," MO Jingsheng replied, taking a big gulp of water. Jiang Yan continued, "What about the seed vault?" These were all official assets, especially the seed vault, which was originally part of the treasure map. "That can wait too. Once we've collected everything, we'll do a unified handover," MO Jingsheng said, taking another big gulp of water. Jiang Yan was a bit puzzled and looked up at him, stunned. MO Jingsheng, usually so cool and composed, now had reddened eyes, lips, and cheeks. "Chief MO, are you having an allergic reaction?" They'd just been chatting and eating noodles. How had he suddenly ended up like this? That was the only explanation she could think of. "Yeah," MO Jingsheng said, a trace of embarrassment in his eyes. He downed another glass of cold water before explaining, "I can't really handle spicy food." A man can bleed but not cry, but he hadn't realized, when helping Jiang Yan with her noodles, that there were 2 pieces of chili hidden inside. His mouth and stomach felt like they were on fire. Jiang Yan couldn't help but laugh. She took a bottle of Pepsi from her backpack. "Drink some of this. It might help." MO Jingsheng reached out to take it, smiling. "It's not expired, is it?" "Nope. I'm just kidding," MO Jingsheng said, carefully twisting open the cap. The soda didn't fizz up at all, and he instantly understood. It had just been taken out of Jiang Yan's storage artifact. After all, if she'd been carrying it around outside, the moment she opened it, it would have foamed up everywhere. He didn't drink it all at once. Instead, he poured half for Jiang Yan before taking a sip himself. A few gulps of Pepsi later, the burning in his mouth and stomach eased considerably. Only then did MO Jingsheng ask, "The things you store in your space ring, do they stay fresh?" Jiang Yan was startled. "How did you know?" This guy's powers of observation were a bit much. MO Jingsheng smiled. "The ice from area as, the water, and this bottle of Pepsi all prove it." He glanced at his watch and changed the subject. "By the way, the Research Institute made a new discovery today." "Jiang Yan, what did they find?" "The ultraviolet rays in the air are getting stronger. It's very likely the ozone layer is thinning," MO Jingsheng said, pausing. "And global oceanification might happen even faster and more severely than we previously thought. The glaciers at both the South and North Poles are melting at an accelerated rate." Jiang Yan was shocked. The polar glaciers had already melted somewhat during the earlier apocalyptic heat disasters. Now, with both regions' glaciers melting again, plus all the ice left over from the planet-wide extreme cold, the number of places on the planet that would be submerged by seawater would only increase. Huabao chimed in, "Mommy, even if all those glaciers melted and the world turned into an ocean, it couldn't possibly flood the high-altitude places, right?" According to scientific estimates, not counting the extra ice from the extreme cold, if the Antarctic and Arctic ice caps melted completely, sea levels would rise by about 65 meters. And on the whole planet, many cities are only 20 or 30 meters above sea level. Not to mention, the Antarctic ice cap holds 70% of the world's fresh water. Once the glaciers melt and mix with seawater tainted by corpses, nuclear radiation, and other contaminants, humanity's water resources would become the scarcest commodity. Surrounded by water, but none of it drinkable. Jiang Yan shared her worries with MO Jingsheng. "Those are exactly the concerns we're facing now," MO Jingsheng said, frowning. "The treasure hunt won't be a matter of just a few days or months, it could take years. Drinking water supplies on the road will be a big problem. The base has some advanced filtration equipment, but for things like nuclear contaminants, you need specialized large-scale machinery. So, we'll be putting some of the base's stored ice and snow into your space ring. Is that okay?" MO Jingsheng had now fully accepted the concept of a space ring. Jiang Yan didn't bother correcting him and nodded. "No problem." If there was one thing she didn't lack in her space, it was water. That little stream seemed endless, inexhaustible. Still, since the base was offering, she'd take it. Knock knock, Li Haoyang called from outside. Chief MO, researcher Jiang has an urgent report. Come in. MO Jingxing straightened up, his expression suddenly turning serious. Jiang Yan was about to excuse herself, but he motioned for her to stay. You should hear this too. Li Haoyang came in, leading an elderly man with a thin frame and thick glasses. The old man looked grave, holding a stack of A4 papers. Chief MO, the biological test results from Area AS are in. Go ahead, MO Jingxing said, his tone stern but polite. Jiang Yan suddenly felt that, when facing his subordinates, MO Jingxing exuded an inexplicable sense of pressure. Researcher Zhang began. In the mutated octopus samples, we detected a radiation level of 300 millisieverts. Nuclear radiation dose. 300 millisieverts? This was the first time Jiang Yan had heard such a technical term, and she was instantly bewildered. She was about to ask her AI assistant, Hua Bao, when she saw MO Jingxing raise his hand to interrupt researcher. Zhang, his voice cold. Just tell us the results. Yes, Chief MO. Researcher Zhang was old enough to be MO Jingxing's grandfather, but he held deep respect for the young, decisive leader of the base. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, took a few seconds to choose his words, and reported succinctly. The test results show. 1. With the recent thawing of snow and ice, not only have aquatic creatures mutated and saltwater and freshwater species begun to coexist, but there are also clear signs of severe nuclear contamination. The source of the contamination could be the previous nuclear leak from the island nation, or it might partially come from the self-destruct explosion in Xiang City. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that the source comes from other countries or regions. Or, our worst-case scenario. Researcher Zhang paused, his thin body trembling slightly. Is that it came from the catastrophe simulation lab? After all, if the lab could produce acid snow, it wouldn't be hard for them to add some radioactive material. MO Jingxing listened intently, his dark brows furrowing deeply. Any other findings? The latest data shows that ultraviolet radiation in the air is still increasing. Also, we've detected a decrease in oxygen levels. We suspect that not only is the ozone layer thinning, but the atmosphere itself may also be thinning. While researcher Zhang was reporting, Li Haoyang stood quietly to the side. After listening for a while, he glanced instinctively at MO Jingxing and Jiang Yan. Just that one glance, and Li Haoyang was momentarily stunned. Since the apocalypse, humans hadn't seen sunlight for a long time. It was expected that MO Jingxing's skin had returned to its usual pale tone, but those moist, reddened eyes and slightly swollen lips. Sigh, it must be because he was so emotional after reuniting with his sister. But it seemed those symptoms had only appeared after he and Jiang Yan had lunched together earlier. Thinking of this, Li Haoyang looked curiously at Jiang Yan. She, however, looked calm, as if she was pondering researcher Zhang's words. Li Haoyang suddenly felt he was overthinking things and quickly pinched his fingers to pull his wandering thoughts back. Researcher Zhang continued, given all this, it's very likely that from now on, we won't be able to consume any animals or plants from outside. MO Jingxing clenched his fist, his thumb and forefinger rubbing together slowly. Go on. We did detect one positive sign. The planet's magnetic field is recovering. That means compasses will soon be usable again. Although they won't be perfectly accurate, they'll still greatly aid our future search operations. MO Jingxing let out a breath of relief and nodded. Good. In addition, given the increased UV radiation, the base needs to speed up production of protective clothing with UV shielding. Researcher Zhang finished, secretly relieved. That's all, Chief MO. My report is done. MO Jingxing looked at him approvingly. Do Dr. Song and Chief Qi know about this yet? Researcher Zhang replied, Not yet, Chief MO. We came straight to you as soon as we got the data. MO Jingxing pinched the bridge of his nose and instructed Li Haoyang, notify the core team, meeting in the conference room in 10 minutes. Yes, sir. Li Haoyang saluted and left. Researcher Zhang, please prepare these materials for the meeting as well. Understood, Chief MO. Researcher Zhang also left. With only the two of them left, the tense atmosphere dissipated. Jiang Yan, who had been wandering around all morning, was just about to find an excuse to slip away when Mo Jingqing spoke up. Jiang Yan, what researcher Zhang just reported will affect our upcoming actions. You should join us. It wasn't a question, but a statement. Jiang Yan, all right. Mo Jingqing suddenly looked at her searchingly. Jiang Yan, about that life-saving potion. Jiang Yan's heart skipped a beat, but she kept her expression blank and played dumb. Perhaps realizing his expression was too serious, Mo Jingqing's lips curled into a smile. Xiao asked me about it yesterday. I told her it was supplied from above, and that I had no stock left. I gave it all to you. Jiang Yan hadn't expected him to cover for her so thoroughly. Thank you. But is it really okay to let the higher-ups take the blame? Mo Jingqing couldn't help but laugh. I believe that if it hadn't been Kong Wu, but Xiao or anyone else in the team who was in trouble, as long as you had that potion, you would have saved them too, right? Jiang Yan nodded. Of course. That's why I know I was right about you, and so were the higher-ups. We're willing to take the fall for this. Mo Jingqing smiled confidently, then turned to pick up a laser pointer and focused on a map in the center of the room. The map was covered in colorful markings for elevation, longitude, latitude, and so on. Jiang Yan thought he would press her further about the potion. But Mo Jingqing seemed completely uninterested, choosing to drop the subject entirely. This made Jiang Yan breathe a sigh of relief. But what did he mean by the higher-ups were right about you too? It sounded like Mo Jingqing had a deep understanding of what the higher-ups were thinking. Jiang Yan speculated wildly, then glanced at Mo Jingqing's dark-eyed bags. She remembered what Li Haoyang had said earlier, that since returning to the base, Mo Jingqing had slept less than 2 hours. She couldn't help but say, "Aren't you going to rest?" "I'm not tired," Mo Jingqing replied, continuing to focus on the map. Jiang Yan pursed her lips, rummaged through her backpack, and with a thought, pulled out 2 bottles of Starbucks coffee from her space, handing one to him. "Here, have a drink." "Thank you." Mo Jingqing took it and carefully stowed it in his drawer. This was Jiang Yan's first time attending a formal high-level meeting at the base. The meeting was efficient and professional, but because there were so many issues to cover, it was nearly 6 p.m. by the time it ended. Afterward, Mo Jingqing still needed to discuss the base's defense arrangements with Qin Ziping, so he assigned Li Haoyang to personally escort Jiang Yan back. As they left the core office area, Jiang Yan stopped Li Haoyang. "Haoyang, I can go back on my own." Li Haoyang looked a bit worried. For safety reasons, the roads near the core office area are periodically adjusted. "Miss Jiang, will you be able to find your way?" By adjusted, he meant that several honeycomb gates along the roads would be switched around, making the passageway maze-like. But Jiang Yan had Hua Bao. She replied confidently, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." "All right, just call me on the walkie-talkie when you get back safely." Li Haoyang glanced at the time. This was when most people finished work and training at the base. Once she got past the core area, there would be plenty of people around, so he wasn't too worried about her safety. "Okay." Jiang Yan said goodbye and headed toward her dorm. Halfway there, a familiar and rather annoying figure appeared in front of her. Well, Miss Jiang." It was Qin Lei. When Jiang Yan first returned to the base, Zhao Yugong and Lin Xiaoyue had filled her in on all the recent gossip. Among them was the notorious playboy Qin Lei. Jiang Yan shot Qin Lei a cold, sidelong glance. Outwardly, she couldn't be bothered to respond, but inwardly, she let out a silent laugh. Talk about a pillow falling right into your lap when you're sleepy. She lifted her leg, pretending she was just going to walk past, but unexpectedly, with a flick of Qin Lei's finger and a cold sneer, the people following him immediately surrounded her. Plenty of passers-by were nearby. But as soon as they saw it was Qin Lei, each one shrank back like they'd seen the plague, ducked their heads, and hurried away as fast as they could. Qin Lei's eyes roved over Jiang Yan with a sleazy glint, like she was a caged rabbit. He clicked his tongue lightly. "Miss Jiang, long time no see, you're even prettier than before. Look at that flawless skin, those curves." He traced the air, outlining her figure with his fingers, swallowing hard. his gaze practically stripping her bare. "Mama, let me tear his mouth off." Hua Bao puffed up angrily, vines ready to lash out, but Jiang Yan stopped her. Jiang Yan's eyes remained calm, her voice flat. "Hua Bao, not here." The base was a tangled web of interests. This man, she'd deal with him for sure. Just not now and not here. Hua Bao had no choice but to retract her vines. "Ever since we parted last time, you've haunted my dreams," Qinlei said, his eyes gleaming. "Today, there's no way I'm letting you slip away from me again." He glanced to the side, then sneered, "Of course, this time that little bitch Mo Shirya won't be coming to save you." Being stared at with such lechery, Jiang Yan's hand itched. Her urge to stab someone was at its peak. She'd thought that after Qin Ziping became the base leader, his half-brother would rein himself in a bit. But it turned out, just as the rumors said, Qinlei had only grown more arrogant and unrestrained. It was said that while she'd been away from the base, Qinlei had abused and imprisoned many young women. Some of them were even very young. The girl who used to follow him, Su Mianmian, was crippled by his perverse games and eventually became food for mutant wild dogs. There were countless stories like this. But most of the victims were from the lower rungs of society. In the apocalypse, people only cared about survival. Some survivors, especially those from brutal places like the Blazing Flame base or other small outposts, weren't even surprised anymore. With the base's strict hierarchy, voices from the bottom rarely reached the top. So, to this day, the base's leaders remained ignorant of his atrocities. But right now, they were still on the edge of the base's core area, with surveillance cameras nearby. Jiang Yan thought for a moment and came up with a plan. Seeing her silent and motionless, Qinlei assumed she was scared and grew even more brazen. "Oh, I almost forgot, I once mistook you for Mo Jingqing's woman." But he changed tack, his grandfather and brother are traitors. Even if he comes back now, the higher-ups won't trust him. "So, Miss Jiang, how about coming with me? You'll live in luxury." Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow and glanced at him. "Sure, young Master Qin. How exactly do you plan to let me live in luxury?" Qinlei froze, then burst into delighted laughter. "A wise woman. I knew you were smart, Miss Jiang. So, come with me?" Qinlei reached out to wrap his arm around her waist. As his hand neared, Jiang Yan nimbly dodged aside. Qinlei thought she was just playing hard to get and tried again. But before he could, Jiang Yan somehow produced a dagger. "It's almost mealtime. Take me to eat something good first, don't rush." Qinlei eyed the blade, mulled over her words, and was overjoyed. Fine. Got to eat well before we get to work." "Heh, I love a spicy little pepper, makes things more fun." He leered as he led Jiang Yan down a side path. It was a passage Jiang Yan had never taken before. She'd passed by it, but from the outside, it just looked like a dead-end honeycomb area. Inside, there were many doors, each with its own security system, but Qinlei had access to all of them. After a while, they reached a stone-concealed underground tunnel. A bit further on, a door unlike anything else in the base appeared. Qinlei was so excited he was grinning ear to ear. He nodded, and a guard hurried forward, scanning his fingerprint and retina to open the door. A pungent stench of blood mixed with a strange fragrance hit them. Jiang Yan frowned, catching faint sounds of pain and dogs barking. Qinlei, walking ahead, flexed his fingers in excitement, clenching and unclenching them. Finally, they reached the end of the corridor. Another door opened, and an even stronger reek of blood and disinfectant filled the air. Click! The lights flicked on. Jiang Yan sucked in a sharp breath at the scene before her. A large armchair covered in animal pelts sat in the center, fitted with 5 sets of shackles. Bloodstains of varying shades splattered the chair and floor. On a side table, a panel hung with all sorts of sharp tools and bizarre items. There were barbed whips, candles, balls of various sizes, and some unspeakable toys. Overhead, metal beams crisscrossed the ceiling, dangling ropes and implements of all kinds. Hua Bao bared her teeth in outrage. "Mama, he's a pervert. Just like Shui Miao Miao." Jiang Yan quickly scanned the room, keeping her expression steady. She smiled. Young Master Qin, weren't you taking me to eat something good? Did we take a wrong turn? Her gaze lingered on a door in the corner. It looked especially secure. What's in there? She asked. Oh, that? You'll find out after you've had your fun with me. From the moment Jiang Yan entered, Qin Lei had been watching her face for a reaction. Now he smirked, fingers unconsciously brushing his belt, his smile twisted. Still got the nerve to look around, do you? I thought you'd be on your knees begging me by now. He walked over to the panel and picked up a barbed whip. Getting served by a former internet celebrity, now that's a thrill. No wonder young Master Shui mentioned you. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. Young Master Shui? You mean Shui Miao Miao? So, aside from Mo Zhongqing and Mo Shuifeng, there were still remnants of the old regime in the base. And one of them was Qin Lei. Of course. Aren't you from the same hometown? Qin Lei burst into wild laughter. Ha ha. Looks like I'll beat him to it today. Boom. The doors slammed shut. The men behind Qin Lei drew their guns, aiming at Jiang Yan. Miss Jiang, as long as you behave, they're just here for show, got it? Qin Lei sneered, reaching out to stroke her cheek. But halfway there, crack, Qin Lei suddenly felt both his hands and his third leg snap at once. A flash of light, and half his ear flew off in a spray of blood. Agonizing pain shot through every nerve in his body. Aya, he screamed. Outside, the men aiming guns at Jiang Yan had already lost their heads, literally. Blood splattered everywhere. Qin Lei stared in horror at Jiang Yan, who stood there coldly, bloody dagger in hand, sneering. You. So you really are a demon woman. Jiang Yan crouched down, her dagger, sharp enough to slice through iron, tracing a light line across Qin Lei's face. Her voice was cold and ghostly. Where is Shui Miao Miao? Under the icy, unyielding touch, Qin Lei felt as if his cheek was being corroded by acid, a sharp pain stabbing through him. With his hands and feet already severed, he was on the verge of passing out from the agony. If he'd known it would come to this, he'd never have dared provoke her. After all, she was one of the few who'd left Area AS with Song Haitao and the others, and actually made it back alive. Qin Lei's terror-stricken eyes widened even further. They deliberately hid your information. Where's Shui Miao Miao? Jiang Yan was growing impatient. She pressed the tip of her blade to his remaining ear. If you still don't understand, I'll just cut this one off too. Jiang Yan, I'm begging you, I really don't know. Qin Lei trembled all over, his teeth chattering. He came here once, a long time ago, but after the base purged the people from the Blazing Flame base and Musen base, he never showed up again. Jiang Yan was secretly startled. She hadn't expected the elusive Shui Miao Miao to have actually been to the Yaben base. Most likely, it was when Mo Zhongqing and Mo Shuifeng were still around. Jiang Yan stood up, pulled out a mask and put it on, then pointed her knife at a side door. Where's the key to that room? It's on me. As soon as Qin Lei spoke, a key card floated out of his pocket. His eyes bulged in horror. Jiang Yan, you. A vine hooked the key card and swiped it at the door. Hua Bao turned its head. Mom, it still needs a fingerprint and retina scan. Jiang Yan nodded. Bring him over. Okay. Before Qin Lei could even process a shock, he felt some force lift his body and even his severed hand from the floor. In pain, terror, and utter panic, Qin Lei fainted before Hua Bao could drag him to the door. Smack! A bloody whip mark from a vine lashed across his face, splitting the skin. The agony jolted Qin Lei awake. The door opened. Hua Bao found the switch and turned on the lights. The scene and the familiar smell of formaldehyde made Jiang Yan's pupils contract sharply. There were several rooms inside. One was filled with animal cages, each holding women. Their ages ranged from teens to 30s. Mom, they're all dead. Tattered clothes, torn flesh, horrific deaths. Another, larger room had an operating table, and next to it was a pile of men stacked together. Their eyes were vacant, their organs missing. Their skin was ashen gray. They'd clearly been dead a long time. Jiang Yan gritted her teeth, forcing down her rage. Where are the others? She suddenly felt that just cutting off Qin Lei's hands and feet was letting him off easy. She should have taken a hammer and smashed both his hands and all 3 legs, bit by bit. Qin Lei shuddered under the murderous aura radiating from her. Losing so much blood, his eyes grew glassy. What others? Jiang Yan sneered. A setup this big, don't tell me it was just a few of you? Qin Lei felt as if a rope was tightening around his neck. Before, Shui Miao Miao's people would come every month. They did the work. I just provided the people. Zzz tea, the walkie-talkie crackled. Li Haoyang's voice came through. Miss Jiang, are you back at the dorm? Jiang Yan glanced at the time and didn't reply for now. Hua Bao, go check. She pointed to a corridor next to the operating room. Hua Bao darted off. Okay, Mom. Seconds later, it returned. There's a secret passage here. It leads outside the base. Jiang Yan interrogated Qin Lei a bit more. Seeing he had nothing useful left to say, she had Hua Bao toss him onto the table. Qin Lei fainted again. Mom, what now? Jiang Yan didn't answer right away. After a moment's thought, she pulled a small, timed incendiary bomb from her storage. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yan returned to the original corridor. She'd already changed out of her blood-stained clothes in her storage space, putting on an identical set of clothes and shoes. Suddenly, alarms blared in the corridor. Zzz, the walkie-talkie crackled again. Jiang Yan answered. Haoyang, I'm almost there. Didn't hear you just now. Oh, that's good. Miss Jiang, get some rest. Li Haoyang sounded relieved. Jiang Yan asked, by the way, I heard alarms in the base. Did something happen? Li Haoyang, a small explosion and fire broke out in an old and used temporary warehouse on the side of the base. It won't affect the base, right? No, each hive section of the base is independently partitioned. Even a nuclear blast wouldn't get through. Besides, that area isn't technically part of the base. Li Haoyang finished confidently, then added, Miss Jiang, rest well. Chief Mo asked me to tell you, tomorrow morning, you'll go see the ship for this mission. Oh, the Shuilong? The Shuilong is for Antarctic research. We've refitted it and renamed it the Xiaolong. Besides the icebreaker, there are other vessels too, but I can't say more over the radio. You'll see tomorrow. All right. Jiang Yan hung up. Noticing the base supermarket was still brightly lit and bustling, she went in for a stroll. When she returned to the dorm, she saw Yiqing and Zhou Haoyue waiting outside her room. Yiqing was pacing. When he saw her, he called out Jiang Yan. He must have just come from training, his collar was damp, and sweat still beaded his forehead. Big Sis Yan. The 4 little ones ran up, faces full of worry. Aunt Sue, Big Sis Yan is back. Miao Miao shouted towards Su Dai's room. Coming, coming. Su Dai wiped her hands on her clothes and came out with Sun Jingtao and Kong Wu. Jiang Yan was confused. What's going on? Let's go inside first, Su Dai said, pulling Jiang Yan into the room. Dinner was cooking, the smell of rice filling the air. Are you all right? Su Dai and Yiqing checked Jiang Yan over, only relaxing when they found nothing wrong. Jiang Yan was still baffled. I'm fine. The alarms went off earlier, so old Sun went to ask Yao Yugong, who contacted someone else. Turns out, there was an explosion and fire in a temporary warehouse on the side of the base. Jiang Yan, and then Su Dai lowered her voice. Chief Qin's younger brother, that scumbag Qin Lei, is dead. Supposedly, surveillance caught him entering the passage to that warehouse with you. The fire's out, but there are a bunch of headless, charred corpses. They're doing DNA tests to confirm the identities. He totally deserved it. That scum should have died long ago. Su Dai squeezed Jiang Yan's hand. Jiang Yan, you did everyone a favor. Old Sun and I talked it over. If the higher-ups give you trouble, we'll just run away together and not play their game anymore. Jiang Yan couldn't help but laugh. How are you so sure I killed him? Scum like Qin Lei. She didn't care if she killed him. She wasn't afraid of anyone investigating her. Besides, all they had was surveillance, no real evidence. She set off the incendiary bomb just to avoid exposing Hua Bao, who'd cut off so many heads. Su Dai realized she'd said too much and quickly added, Of course you didn't kill him, but I believe you could. And he deserved it. Oh, and there's something else Xiao just told us, it's wild. Su Dai, ever the gossip, continued, remember when Yao Ben base had that virus outbreak? Jiang Yan, yeah. A lot of people died. To prevent the virus from surviving or spreading, the base ordered all the bodies cremated. But guess what? Sun Jingtao gave a wry smile. Honey, just say it. No need to keep us in suspense in front of Jiang Yan. Su Dai leaned in mysteriously. The bodies were secretly transported away to that temporary warehouse. Her words made Jiang Yan suddenly recall the mutated corpses in the Yunding building, injected with viruses and hormones. What do you think Qin Lei was doing with all those virus-infected corpses? He was just a spoiled, rotten brat. Surely he wasn't as twisted as Xue Miao Miao. Jiang Yan took a deep breath. Qin Lei and Xue Miao Miao were working together in secret. Sun Jingtao and Kong Wu's jaws dropped in shock. Yi Qing, lost in thought, suddenly punched the wall. This Xue Miao Miao, I swear, one day I'll end him with my own hands. After dinner, Su Dai pulled Jiang Yan aside and whispered, Jiang Yan, did you agree to Yi Qing's request? Jiang Yan looked a little surprised. Not yet. Su Dai sighed. Old Sun told me that once we set out on the treasure hunt, everything on the ship will probably be managed according to regular military standards. We and Xiaoyue won't be able to come find you as freely as we do now. If Xiaoyue gets assigned a mission and then leaves his post to help you in a dangerous situation, it'll count as dereliction of duty and he'll be punished. Jiang Yan thought for a moment and immediately understood. No rules, no order. This national-level treasure hunt team was mostly made up of soldiers, but also included some scientists, professionals, and civilians like herself. It wasn't realistic to manage everyone strictly like the military, but it was only to be expected that there would be some rules and discipline. The weight in Jiang Yan's heart suddenly lifted, so this is why Yi Qing suddenly came to her and offered to be her special assistant? So it wasn't just some impulsive romantic gesture. Jiang Yan, Xiaoyue is really a good person. Su Dai knew Jiang Yan didn't like hearing this, so she pursed her lips before carefully continuing, it hasn't been easy for us, coming this far. No matter when the apocalypse ends, having someone who cares about you isn't a bad thing. Look at me, I train separately from Old Sun every day. Even though we're both in the base, I still worry he might run into danger. Every time I get home, I worry about why he isn't back yet. And he worries about me too. I guess you could call it a sweet burden. Su Dai finished and tugged Jiang Yan's sleeve. You're not afraid of opening your heart and getting hurt, are you? She'd heard about what happened to Jiang Yan's mother, how her father, under the pretense of celebrating their wedding anniversary, lured her abroad to go diving and killed her. She always felt Jiang Yan liked being alone not just because of the apocalypse, but because she hadn't gotten over the shadow of her parents' marriage. Jiang Yan didn't say anything, not knowing what to say. The next day, when Li Haoyang came to pick up Jiang Yan, he brought news. Mo Jingcheng and Qin Ziping had both resigned as base leaders. Jiang Yan was shocked. Then who's in charge of Yaoben base? Someone sent from above, the same person who came back with Chief Mo. But for now, this hasn't been officially announced. From above. Jiang Yan was puzzled. Changing commanders on the eve of action is a major military taboo. Li Haoyang smiled. Miss Jiang, you don't really think Yaoben base is the most powerful place in the whole country, do you? Jiang Yan was confused. Didn't they say Yaoben base was the largest human survivor base? And the SS zone here is called the Last Noah's Ark. Yes, it's the largest survivor base. But Chief Mo told me, you can't put all your eggs in one basket. Besides, before the apocalypse, we were one of the few major powers on this planet. There's no way a great nation's true strength is just this much. There are a lot of things the country has always been doing, always working on. It's just that our abilities and authority are limited, so we didn't know. Li Haoyang was deliberately vague and didn't spell it out. Jiang Yan immediately understood. Chief Mo asked you to tell me this. Without Mo Jingcheng's instructions, the tight-lipped Li Haoyang would never have told her these things directly. She was used to the way the two of them communicated as they walked. Li Haoyang nodded and continued, because of Mo Zhengqing and Mo Shuaifeng, and also because of Qin Lei, both Chief Mo and Chief Qin bear responsibility for oversight and misconduct. Jiang Yan was even more confused. But except for Qinlei's issue, the other problems were already exposed before. So why now? Unless it's an emergency, changing base leaders always involves a transition period. Li Haoyang saw Jiang Yan frown and added, "But there's something else I need to tell you." "Jiang Yan, what is it?" Although Chief Mo is no longer the base leader, as for Qinlei's death, Chief Mo already arranged before stepping down that it has nothing to do with you. And there's some good news. Li Haoyang straightened up even more. For this treasure hunt, the fleet and number of soldiers have been increased, and Chief Mo will personally lead the team. Chief Qin will lead another team to search for human survivors scattered outside. If nuclear pollution and radiation get worse, or if we destroy the Calamity Lab and trigger a global nuclear war, only those who return to Yaoben base, which can withstand a nuclear blast, will have a real chance to survive. Li Haoyang's information was a lot to take in. Jiang Yan thought for a while before sorting it out. She suddenly realized that this treasure hunt wasn't as simple as a national-level $0 shopping spree. After all, besides the unpredictable natural disasters, hostile forces were still lurking in the shadows. No one knew what the world outside had become. And the temporary appointments of Mo Jingqing and Qin Ziping didn't seem like a chance to redeem themselves, but rather as if they'd been entrusted with even greater responsibilities. Defense is hard. Attack is even harder. As they were about to reach the core office area, Jiang Yan remembered something. "By the way, I haven't seen Song Qian lately. He's one of the base's top sharpshooters. He's been busy training and getting familiar with some new weapons." Li Haoyang explained, then paused. "Miss Jiang, please wait here. I'll go get Chief Mo." After a while, Li Haoyang came out alone. "Miss Jiang, Chief Mo has something urgent to handle. Let's go ahead." "Okay." Li Haoyang led Jiang Yan into a completely new area. Before she could react, she found herself sitting in a fully enclosed, encrypted elevator. As the elevator rapidly descended, she was startled. "There are this many levels under the base?" "Yeah, the whole Yaoben base is huge. The upper levels have plains and mountains. Below, some parts are buried underground next to the Lian base, and some connect to water." Jiang Yan felt she had underestimated the base's capabilities. A minute later, after passing through several heavily guarded checkpoints, a room several times larger than Warehouse 9 appeared before her. The first thing she saw was a gray-blue icebreaker with the words Xiaolong Valiant Dragon emblazoned on its side. Jiang Yan was shocked. "Is this the famous research vessel, the Shuilong?" "Yeah, it's an icebreaker. It used to be red, before the apocalypse, for visibility. Now it's painted gray-blue, with stealth and anti-radiation materials. Even though the extreme cold had passed, there could still be ice flows or thick ice on the water in unknown areas, making navigation difficult. So using an icebreaker made sense. But when Jiang Yan saw several warships with radar and weapons behind the Xiaolong, her heart started pounding. "Those ships behind it, are they coming too?" Li Haoyang smiled. "Miss Jiang, you're sharp. You guessed right." Jiang Yan hesitated. "Isn't this kind of formation too big and conspicuous? Isn't it like telling the enemy, 'Fire at me'?" "Not at all. That's how we show our deterrence. Besides, 2 of the escort ships are equipped with missile defense systems." "Missile defense systems?" Jiang Yan gasped. "So this mission isn't just about treasure hunting?" So much for the shopping spree, now it really felt like going to war. Her life might be on the line. This time, Li Haoyang didn't answer right away. He recalled what Mo Jingqing had told him, took a few seconds to choose his words, then said gravely, "Miss Jiang, this mission is a national-level treasure hunt, but it's also about collecting samples and scientific research after the disaster, and even more, it's about eliminating and reclaiming territory from hostile forces along the way." Jiang Yan reached out and touched the hull of the Xiaolong, still a little in disbelief. "Eliminate the hostile forces? Just us. Those people even control the disaster simulation lab. Never mind the mutants and evolved humans they've developed, just the black tech and weapons they have behind them are probably nothing to scoff at." Besides, Mo Jingqing had mentioned before that multiple countries had sent elite squads specifically to search for and wipe out the enemy's ground stronghold. Perhaps sensing Jiang Yan's worries, Li Haoyang quickly tried to reassure her. Miss Jiang, don't worry too much. We're just preparing for the worst-case scenario. Maybe the ones we run into along the way will just be small fry, you never know. After speaking, he gazed at one of the escort ships, his eyes lighting up with determination. He said solemnly, "But this treasure-hunting mission is tied to the future of all surviving humanity and to the fate of our nation. I'm honored to be a part of it. Even if I have to give my life, I have no regrets." It was only then that Jiang Yan learned that all the soldiers participating in this national-level treasure hunt had signed confidentiality agreements and life-and-death contracts. A life-and-death contract, to put it bluntly, is a declaration that you're ready to sacrifice yourself for the mission or the country at any time. Additionally, those of childbearing age were required to leave sperm or egg samples. Jiang Yan was shocked. Voluntary donation? Yes. At this topic, a trace of embarrassment flashed in Li Haoyang's eyes. The environment outside the base isn't good. UV and nuclear radiation could intensify at any time. Even though the base has protective suits, there's always a risk of nuclear contamination. Jiang Yan's heart sank. Nuclear contamination could cause infertility or even total loss of reproductive ability. Still, isn't this a bit cruel? Even if it's for the continuation of humanity, children born without parents, in a world like this, isn't that too harsh? But even as she thought this, Jiang Yan felt she had no right to judge. She noticed that on the wall behind the escort ship, there seemed to be a tiny seam. Most people wouldn't notice it unless they looked closely. Jiang Yan walked over and knocked on it. The sound was dull. Even through her gloves, she could feel the wall was icy cold. It was thick, heavy steel. There's a storage room behind this? Li Haoyang didn't hide it. Only Chief Mo has the code. He'll take you in when he arrives. Jiang Yan nodded, understanding. This must be the storage room Mo Jingqing mentioned earlier, the one with items she'd need to put into her space. Not long after, Mo Jingqing arrived. Perhaps because of a change in duties, he was now wearing a military uniform. It looked a bit like a naval uniform. White, broad-shouldered, trim-waisted, long-legged, and with flawless features. At a glance, he looked striking and heroic. Jiang Yan couldn't help but look at him a little longer. She thought to herself, if this were before the apocalypse, Mo Jingqing and Yi Qing could both debut as celebrities on the spot. Chief Mo's new identity is captain of the Xiaolong, Li Haoyang whispered in Jiang Yan's ear, then snapped to attention and saluted Mo Jingqing. Captain. A few soldiers came with Mo Jingqing, including Qin Lang. Since returning from the observatory, Jiang Yan hadn't seen much of him. Now he was holding a strangely shaped device. Miss Jiang. Chief Mo. After a brief greeting, Mo Jingqing had someone open the inner storage room. The storage room had 2 doors. When the lights came on and Jiang Yan saw what was inside, she was nothing but shocked. Piled up like small mountains were rice, flour, grains, oil, and canned goods. Further in were medical supplies, and deeper still, she seemed to see rows upon rows of helicopters, transport planes, submarines, deep-sea rescue pods, amphibious boats, and even something that looked like a nuclear submarine. There were also huge tanks labeled liquid oxygen, liquid hydrogen, and so on. Jiang Yan glanced around in amazement. There aren't any columns in the middle of this warehouse at all. That's incredible. Also, even though they were at least 100 floors underground, the air in the warehouse was fresher than in the corridors near the dorms above. There were fire sprinklers and smoke detectors on the ceiling, fire extinguishers, and hoses around the edges. There was even an emergency rescue kit, labeled as containing food and drinking water. All in all, this base was not only solid as a fortress, but its ventilation system was top-notch. Qin Lang said with pride, "After all, our country is a construction powerhouse. This is nothing." "All right, give me the device. You all can leave now." Mo Jingqing took the device from Qin Lang, scanned his fingerprint, and closed the door. Now only the 2 of them were left in the huge storage room. Jiang Yan asked, "Chief Mo, am I responsible for collecting all of this?" "Yes." Mo Jingqing nodded. Some of the supplies will be stored on the ship, and there's a dedicated cargo vessel. The rest, the most important items, will go into your spatial ring. Are we going to be gone for years? Jiang Yan was puzzled. I saw the escort ships outside are even equipped with anti-missile systems. There was an icebreaker, 2 escort ships, and a XXX, all named Xiaolong, just numbered 1, 2, 3, and 4. She'd asked Li Haoyang about this before, but now she wanted to hear Mo Jingqing's answer. After all, he'd promised her she'd only need to focus on collecting supplies. Mo Jingqing replied, "We're just preparing for the worst. Better safe than sorry." He added, "Missiles and such are rare stockpiles. Each one is extremely valuable. Unless it's absolutely necessary, we won't use them." I see. Any other questions? Mo Jingqing's lips curved in a gentle smile as he looked at her. Jiang Yan breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at the device in his hand. What's that? An automatic scanning recorder. It can automatically log the inventory. Everything in this warehouse already has a separate ledger. Later, when you take things out of your spatial ring, it'll need to be recorded as well. Mo Jingqing gestured politely. Shall we begin? Jiang Yan hesitated for a moment. Okay. With the gold before, it was all given to Jiang Yan in one go, so she just took it all at once. But these supplies, from rice and oil to radar ships, were only being temporarily stored in her space. So, keeping track of inventory was necessary. Jiang Yan looked at Mo Jingqing, who was meticulously recording and checking each item, and couldn't help but find it funny. The former base chief, now a captain, was volunteering to be a warehouse manager just to keep her space ability a secret? Well, she was a warehouse manager too. Half an hour later, the 2 very attractive warehouse managers looked at the now empty room and let out a breath at the same time. There was a rest area set up along the side. Jiang Yan sat down and gently rubbed her arm. Every time she collected something, she had to raise her hand and touch it. After repeating it so many times, her arm was sore. Mo Jingqing, though still standing tall and imposing, was clearly exhausted, just holding on by sheer willpower. You wait here, I'll get you some water, Mo Jingqing said, turning to leave, but Jiang Yan stopped him. I have some. She took 2 bottles of water out of her space and handed one already half empty to Mo Jingqing. He glanced at the plain, unmarked bottle, didn't think much of it, and twisted it open for a drink. This bottle's only half full, it's obviously been opened. Aren't you afraid I'll poison you? Jiang Yan joked. He raised his eyebrows, wanting to say he trusted her, but thought better of it. Instead, he said, I've survived plenty of assassination attempts. I'm not afraid. As he finished speaking, Mo Jingqing realized something was different. The water he drank seemed to split into countless warm, silky threads, seeping through his body. The fatigue of the past days was slowly washed away, and he felt inexplicably comfortable. But what kind of mineral water is this? It's so sweet and refreshing, definitely not ordinary. This was bought abroad before, apparently sourced from beneath a glacier, Jiang Yan said, taking a sip herself. The half bottle of mineral water she handed to Mo Jingqing also contained a small amount of spiritual spring water. Mo Jingqing took a few more sips, confirming that his earlier feeling hadn't been an illusion. Jiang Yan changed the subject. By the way, Commander Mo, when are we planning to set off? That depends on how much the snow and ice outside the base have melted. Once the water level is high enough, we'll go, Mo Jingqing replied, standing up. It shouldn't be long now. Jiang Yan stood up as well. Isn't it already possible to travel by boat out there? Mo Jingqing explained. The destroyer has a much deeper draft than the frigates. The current water level isn't enough for it to operate safely. Jiang Yan was even more puzzled. So if we encounter shallow waters along the way, won't the ships just get stranded? In reality, the scientists, specialists, and soldiers joining us on this trip, as well as the large equipment we'll need, will be deployed at different locations for different tasks. So you can think of these ships as mobile supply and escort platforms, Mo Jingqing said, turning to look at her with a smile. You really should have attended the last 2 professional planning meetings. Jiang Yan gave an embarrassed smile. The 2 of them left the warehouse. Qin Lang and Li Haoyang came over to greet them. Mo Jingxing still had a meeting to attend. After leaving the warehouse, the two went their separate ways. Mo Jingxing returned to the core area of the base, while Jiang Yan took the opportunity before departure to visit the base's agricultural lab, learning about rice cultivation from the old professor and the experienced farmers. After saying goodbye to Mo Jingxing, Jiang Yan closed her eyes and focused. A faint point of light was moving farther and farther away from her. She tried sensing the others as well. Perhaps because of the distance or the special metal walls of the base, she could only sense a scattering of faint lights, except for one that was a bit brighter. Jiang Yan guessed that the brighter one was probably Kongwu. She was curious. After drinking the spiritual spring water, it hadn't been expelled from her body through urine. So, what exactly were these lights she could sense? Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The compass was becoming more accurate, temperatures outside the base kept rising, and the water level continued to climb. Finally, the water reached the draft depth Mo Jingxing had mentioned, enough for the destroyer. Everyone prepared to depart, boarding the ships according to plan. One destroyer, 2 frigates, a cargo ship, and an icebreaker, over 300 people in total, quietly left the Yaoben base on a bright, sunny morning. Because ultraviolet radiation was still intensifying, all the ship windows were fitted with UV protective film. Looking out from the cabins, the snowy, shimmering landscape appeared dim and subdued. Except for the duty soldiers in protective suits, everyone else stayed inside during the day. Jiang Yan, Song Haitao, and Mo Jingxing, due to their special roles and importance, were assigned to the destroyer. The ship's lounge had been remodeled. Their rooms were adjacent, with a duty room outside manned in shifts by Song Qian, Yi Qing, and Li Haoyang, each with their own team. Brothers Zhao Yugong and Zhao Jichao each led 2 squads of soldiers, stationed on the 2 frigates. Sun Jingtao, Kong Wu, Lin Xiaowue, Su Dai, Jiang Yi, Zhao Xiaofei, Zhou Haotian, and Miao Miao were with the rest of the research team on the icebreaker. Su Dai had joined the temporary nursing team, while Lin Xiaowue was with the medical team. With the sound of a horn, the national-level treasure hunt officially set sail. In the meeting room, everyone sat upright as Song Haidao's assistant, Sun Ziqing, stood at the projection screen with a laser pointer, explaining the details. For security reasons, the route was only revealed to everyone after departure. Jiang Yan had the treasure map and knew their destination. But as for the route, she was just as in the dark as everyone else. Especially after learning about the collusion between Musen Base and Blaze Base. We'll be avoiding Musen Base for now and expect to reach Rongqing in 5 days. Rongqing is a port city by the sea, so the water will be deep enough. The old shipyards there are likely submerged, so we'll need the diving team and underwater construction crew to prepare in advance. Sun Ziqing outlined the general route, target locations, the specialists needed, and the equipment and materials that might be required. As for what exactly was at the destination, that wasn't discussed in the meeting. Jiang Yan recalled the treasure map in her mind, knowing the primary goal in Rongqing was to collect several tunnel boring machines and 2 aircraft carriers stored there into her spatial storage. Of course, there were other supplies as well, but the carriers and TBMs were the core. Sun Ziqing continued, after that, we'll head to Tiancheng, which is at a higher elevation. Finally, we'll return to Musen Base. After the meeting, Jiang Yan felt stifled. A bit seasick, she glanced at the group still deep in discussion, then went to Mo Jingxing. Captain, I'd like to request some fresh air on the deck. Mo Jingxing considered for a moment before replying, take Yi Qing with you, wear your protective suit, and don't stay out too long. Okay. Just as Jiang Yan was about to leave, Zhang Yongliang came over. Jiang. Jiang Yan smiled politely. Dr. Zhang. Zhang Yongliang handed her an A4 sheet. The results are in for those samples you gave me earlier. What samples? Mo Jingxing asked, coming over. Seeing the photos of severed limbs, his expression changed slightly. These are, Jiang Yan hesitated for a few seconds, then explained to Mo Jingxing about her previous trip to the Yunding building. The samples sent for testing were the packaged 2-legged sheep from the Yunding building. The equipment had been brought onto the ship for ongoing research during the journey. Dr. Jiang explained. We detected large amounts of hormones, a small amount of prion proteins, some snail mucus extract, and several unknown viruses that can self-devour, divide, and evolve. Jiang Yan was baffled. Doctor, what does it mean for a virus to self-devour, divide, and evolve? The cells keep dividing, and in the process, they devour each other. It's a bit like survival of the fittest. The strong survive, keep dividing, keep devouring, and in the end, only the strongest remain. This whole process is evolution, Dr. Zhang said, raising his hand as an example. When we injure our hand, sometimes it scars, sometimes it heals perfectly. That's partly because skin cells can regenerate. Jiang Yan half understood. But the cells you detected, are you saying it's not just skin cells that have this ability? Yes, all the cells have this capacity. And these hormones mainly regulate metabolism and reproductive functions. We found progesterone and growth hormone, but some other unknown hormones couldn't be identified yet. After hearing all this, both Jiang Yan and Mo Jingxing were stunned. So, what does this mean? Zhang Yongliang frowned and lowered his voice. Captain, these human remains were obtained by Xiao Jiang several months ago. Now, months have passed since then. So, we suspect that the other side's research into immortality has already made some progress. Unless he paused, his mind racing. Jiang Yan asked, what? Mo Jingxing said, go ahead, speak freely. These hormones can be injected repeatedly, and once the virus has split, renewed, and evolved to a certain point, it will stop due to reaching a certain concentration or value, unless they use a new, uncontaminated culture medium, one that hasn't been exposed to the virus or hormones. After speaking, Zhang Yongliang gritted his teeth and took a breath. In other words, they need to use new human bodies for their experiments. If they don't have suitable bodies as new culture mediums, there's a high chance their experiments will stall. Also, the better the physical condition of the culture medium, or if it's a female, the better the experimental results. So, Xiao Jiang, you must be extremely careful. Jiang Yan nodded. Okay. Mo Jingxing shot a sharp glance out the window, but said nothing. These monsters who have enraged both gods and men, he would wipe them out, sooner or later. After leaving the meeting room, Jiang Yan was followed by Yi Qing. I saw Dr. Zhang talking to you and Mo Jingxing. Nothing serious happened, right? No, Jiang Yan glanced at him, recalling what Zhang Yongliang had said about the virus's ability to self-renew and evolve. You haven't experienced any physical abnormalities lately, have you? The sudden attention and concern made Yi Qing's ears flush red. No, I'm fine. Back in her room, Jiang Yan changed into a protective suit and put on a face shield. Yi Qing waited at the door. Seeing he was still wearing the same clothes as before, just with a face shield added, Jiang Yan was surprised. Why didn't you change? These protective suits at the base were all rushed out. My body size isn't a standard fit, Yi Qing said with a slight smile. Besides, my body can handle it. Jiang Yan was surprised. The UV intensity has already increased by a level recently, and there might be nuclear contamination and radiation outside. Are you sure? Yi Qing smiled. Back in the SNP lab, I experienced much worse UV, and even some mild radiation. Or, to be precise, after the apocalypse descended, they had been forced to endure every possible survival environment. Some couldn't withstand the trials, many died, were crippled, or injured. Those who finally walked out of the lab had survived a dozen brushes with death. After that, they even had to fight mutated giant rats with nothing but cold weapons. Yi Qing was one of the best among those lucky enough to survive both the lab and the battles. Jiang Yan was half convinced. Wait here a second. She turned and went back inside. Soon, Jiang Yan came out again, holding a pink-gray sun protection cloak from a well-known brand. Make do with this for now, she handed it to him. Also, when we get up top, don't leave the cabin right away. Thanks. Yi Qing couldn't refuse and took it. There were similar cloaks on the ship besides the protective suits, but he'd thought it unnecessary and hadn't picked one up. Up on deck, The open space and fresh air finally eased Jiang Yan's seasickness a little. It was afternoon now, and the sunlight wasn't as harsh as at noon. Yiqing glanced at the real-time detector by the hatch, then followed her out. He took off his protective gloves and felt the sunlight. Although the temperature was rising, it was only about 10 degrees, still a bit cold. But the sunlight stung his palms. Jiang Yan stared at the white waves churned up by the ship, lost in thought. Many detection devices had failed, and ships had to be on constant guard against underwater ruins forming hidden reefs, so the fleet's speed was slow. There were schools of sea and freshwater fish and all sorts of strange creatures swimming by, but no one was in the mood to catch them. From time to time, they also saw floating animal and human corpses. The temperature was low, so the bodies hadn't decayed. But because of the intense UV, without exception, the originally swollen, pale, exposed skin was covered in black spots. Looking closely, they resembled livor mortis. Very creepy. Jiang Yan walked up to a soldier on duty and asked, "Excuse me, where are we now?" The soldier replied, "Miss Jiang, we just left Dongshan and are on our way to Fuqing." Fuqing. Jiang Yan picked up the binoculars and scanned the surroundings. Not far away, a few hilltops were visible above the water. The hills were densely covered with ruins. Even from a distance, the devastation and desolation were palpable. Yiqing looked ahead, his brow furrowed. Fuqing used to be a prosperous city with a large population. Now, who knows how many survivors are left? Jiang Yan felt heavy-hearted too. At first glance, it looked like they were on the sea. But thinking about it, under the calm water, there were densely packed cities. Yiqing checked the time. Their afternoon training session was about to start. Let's go back. On this voyage, they'd continued the base's routine, different training and study sessions during the day and at night. Yiqing's group focused mainly on physical training, with some space theory as a supplement. Jiang Yan and Mo Jingqing's group also did physical and theoretical training, all in preparation for the upcoming launch. Some aviation training equipment had even been brought aboard. Night fell quickly. Zhang Yongliang led a few people onto the deck to collect samples of plankton and mutated fish from the water, as well as some seawater samples. A soldier looked at a grouper they'd caught and swallowed hard. "Doctor, are you sure we can't eat these fish?" "If only we could," Zhang Yongliang sighed. "We're only catching these creatures to test for nuclear contamination." As soon as he finished speaking, a soldier monitoring the surroundings suddenly shouted, "Doctor, look." "What's that?" Everyone looked out at the sea in the dim light. It looked like a black wave was sweeping rapidly toward the fleet. "It's bugs." Swarms of bugs with sharp pincers, one soldier quickly identified. "Sound the alarm. Notify the captain." In the top-secret command center of an underground apocalypse bunker, an elderly man, hair white but with a commanding presence, was studying a 3D map on the screen. A middle-aged man in a general's uniform knocked and entered. The general stood at attention and saluted, then respectfully reported. "Leader, the Xiaolong, led by Mo Jingqing, has set out. Their route follows the final approved plan 2, with Musan Base as the last stop." The old man nodded slightly and tapped the screen. The simulation of Dongshan's extreme cold region enlarged instantly. A route marked by arrows quickly appeared. It was the path Jiang Yan's team would take on their mission. The old man tapped his fingers on the table. "The ship is full of the nation's top core personnel. Are all security measures in place?" The general replied, "Yes, we've assigned 2 escort ships and a destroyer. Weapons and food supplies are all sufficient." The old man listened calmly, then looked at the map again, pausing at each destination coordinate before instructing. "Preparations on the ground must also be made in advance. Try to clear any unnecessary obstacles before they arrive." "Yes, leader." "What's the status of the other joint operations team?" The old man's gaze sharpened as he tapped the screen, switching to a world map. "They've already linked up with teams from other countries and are en route to the enemy stronghold we identified," the general replied, then added, "Now that the extreme cold has passed, travel is much easier. With any luck, we'll find the enemy's ground base soon." The old man nodded gravely, his sharp eyes brightening. "Good. Ding-ling-ling. The alarm suddenly blared just as Jiang Yan, having finished her nighttime space training, returned to her room and was about to rest in her private space. She hurried out the door, just as Song Haitao and Mo Jingqing were stepping out of their own rooms. "Captain, Doctor, what's going on?" Before Mo Jingqing could answer, Li Haoyang strode in, his walkie-talkie crackling with the sound of agonized screams. Hearing the painful cries, Jiang Yan frowned. "Hua Bao, go check it out." "Okay, Mommy." Li Haoyang snapped a salute and reported clearly, word by word. "Reporting, Captain. A large swarm of unidentified insects has been spotted on the water's surface, and they're sweeping toward the fleet." Mo Jingqing continued walking out, his face serious but calm. "I'm aware. Any injuries?" "None so far on the destroyer and escort ship. We still need to confirm the situation on the icebreaker and the cargo ship," Li Haoyang replied, then asked, "Should we use firepower?" "Please advise. Turn off all lights, raise the electric isolation net, and notify everyone still on deck, except for the soldiers. Everyone else must retreat inside. And from now on, initiate Level 3 alert. No one is to leave the cabins without permission," Mo Jingqing said, pulling a pair of night vision goggles from his tactical bag and putting them on. "Yes, Captain." Li Haoyang jogged off. Captain Yiqing and Song Qian, who were supposed to be off duty, also rushed over. "Let's go take a look." With that, Mo Jingqing strode ahead. Jiang Yan followed them toward the deck. Halfway there, Hua Bao, who had gone out to scout, returned looking aggrieved. "Mommy, I don't know who did it, but the place is sealed up tight. I couldn't find a way out. You'll have to take me with you." The ships had all been modified. The destroyer and escort ship already had bulletproof glass. The icebreaker and cargo ship had all their glass replaced with bulletproof, sealed windows, covered with protective film. The ships were already well sealed, especially the destroyer they were on. Hua Bao circled the ship and couldn't find a single crack, not even the tiniest gap. This was its first time encountering such a situation. Jiang Yan discreetly squeezed one of its vines and whispered, "It's okay." At the front of the group, Mo Jingqing was calmly giving out orders as he walked. By the time he finished, they had reached the cabin door. A metallic scent of blood wafted in from outside. Mo Jingqing paused and instinctively turned around, spotting Jiang Yan. "Jiang Yan, it's dangerous outside. You and Dr. Song should stay back." The electric net had repelled a large number of insects, but there were simply too many of them. Not only were they aggressive, but they had wings and could fly straight from the water onto the deck. The insects that made it to the deck moved fast and bit anyone they saw. There were already casualties. Jiang Yan shook her head. "I can help, look." Only then did Mo Jingqing notice that she was now holding a flamethrower. He frowned. "You can help, but you need to stay behind the door. If we need anything, we'll come to you." "That's an order." Now wasn't the time to argue, so Jiang Yan nodded. "All right." On every ship's deck, squads equipped with special insecticide packs had joined the fight. The air was thick with a pungent smell. Ch. The screeching sounds of insects filled the air from all directions. "That's strange," Li Haoyang said, frowning. "Insects are attracted to light, but we've already turned off all the lights. Why are they still swarming us?" Sun Jingtao's voice came over the walkie-talkie. "Dr. Zhang says the insects might have." Mo Jingqing frowned, thought for 2 seconds, then decisively ordered, "Stop the ships for now. Observe their reaction before making a decision." "Yes, sir." The ships quickly came to a halt. The insects kept coming, but as more were killed and the waves around the hulls subsided, the number of incoming insects gradually decreased. 10 minutes later, the last 2 insects on the deck, one was killed, one captured alive. Peace returned for the moment. Jiang Yan and Song Haitao stepped outside. Hua Bao, who had just been in the sea devouring insects, slipped back quietly. "Mommy, I killed most of those bugs. Too bad I can't go too far from you, or I'd chase them all the way to their grandma's house." Not only could it not stray too far, it also couldn't kill too conspicuously, to avoid drawing attention to anything unusual in the water. Jiang Yan gave it a look of praise. "Good job, sweetheart. Old Tian. Wake up." "Wah." From the cargo ship next door came a heart-wrenching cry. Mo Jingqing glanced in that direction. Let's check it out. The logistics and construction teams were split between the icebreaker and the cargo ship, with a few scattered on the three main vessels. The cargo ship had been specially modified with the largest kitchen, where most of the cooks for this journey lived. Li Haoyang quickly reported, "Leader, it's a couple, the cooks who went out on deck for some air. The husband was bitten by the insects and he didn't make it. The UV rays during the day were too strong, so unless someone had special permission, everyone had to stay inside. Only at night could people go out on deck for some fresh air." On the destroyer, 2 soldiers had also been injured. One's cheek was down to the bone, the other had lost an arm. Both were helped back inside. To prevent the possibility of viral infection from the insects, the 2 wounded were temporarily isolated in a room. After the doctor disinfected and stitched their wounds, the virus test results came back. Zhang Yongyang rushed over from the icebreaker. No sign of infection. Still, I recommend disinfecting the entire deck. Mo Jingqing nodded and glanced at Li Haoyang, who immediately went to arrange it. Yi Qing and Song Qian, who had just participated in the rescue, also returned. They had blood and slime on them, but it wasn't their own. Notify the biology professors for a short meeting. Right next to the cabin where Mo Jingqing and Jiang Yan stayed was a small conference room for impromptu meetings. Jiang Yan, now wide awake, asked to sit in. Mo Jingqing never refused her when she wanted to attend meetings. Once everyone was seated, Sun Ziqing pulled up the route map and analyzed. According to our original plan, we should reach Rongqing in 5 days. What we don't know is whether these insects are only in this area or if they're everywhere along the route. If night sailing is blocked, our entire treasure hunt could be indefinitely delayed. An elderly professor voiced his concern. With the glaciers melting and everything reviving, who knows how many more mutated, aggressive animals we'll encounter along the way? Mo Jingqing frowned slightly and scanned the group. Where's Dr. Zhang? Captain, Dr. Zhang is studying the captured insect. He said he'll be here soon, a professor explained. As he finished speaking, Zhang Yongliang burst in, hair disheveled, clothes rumpled, holding a special glass jar. Jiang Yan's pupils shrank as she saw the shiny black insect inside. It was a particularly strange-looking arthropod, like a spider, with 8 long, hairy black legs. Near its head and back were obvious gills. In the middle of its body, there appeared to be 2 pairs of fish fins, drooping so their size was unclear. Perhaps the room was too brightly lit because the insect suddenly opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth and letting out a fierce ch sound. "Sorry I'm late," Zhang Yongliang said, straightening his clothes a bit, a hint of embarrassment in his eyes as he faced the serious group. "No problem," Mo Jingqing said, glancing at the insect. "Dr. Zhang, any findings?" "Yes." At these words, Zhang Yongliang seemed to switch on, instantly energized. "Not only do I have findings, I have a major discovery. There are nanotech chips detected inside these mutated beetles," Zhang Yongliang said as he placed the glass jar containing the mutated bug in front of Mo Jingqing. "Captain, take a closer look at this creature." Standing beside Mo Jingqing, Li Haoyang eyed the screeching, ugly bug and frowned. "Doctor, is this jar secure?" Everyone else had witnessed how these vicious bugs could strip a person to the bone in seconds, and they all sucked in a cold breath. Zhang Yongliang adjusted his glasses nonchalantly. "It has to be secure." Mo Jingqing picked up the jar, observing the bug as he asked, "What's the purpose of the chip?" "One is for tracking, the other is for detonation. However, since satellite positioning is currently down, unless the controller is within effective range, both functions are useless. Also, this bug doesn't have eyes, but it's amphibious, with both gills and lungs. It has fins like a flying fish, crab-like appendages, piranha-like fangs, and suction cups on its chest similar to a chameleon's. It's like some kind of haphazardly cobbled-together new species." Everyone looked stunned. Scree. Scree. The bug in Mo Jingqing's hand kept making its piercing noise. "So, these bugs most likely originated from the SNP lab?" Mo Jingqing asked. Zhang Yongliang nodded. "Not entirely. We sampled a batch, only some of them have nanotech chips. It seems a group was modified long ago, and since these bugs reproduce extremely fast, the later generations didn't have chips. After the apocalypse, with some species extinct, the food chain changed. These bugs can hunt normally during the day, but at night, they're probably attracted by our lights. As for why they kept attacking even after we turned off the lights, we'll need further research to determine the cause. The sound comes from their mouths and vibrating fins. Run an analysis on the sound frequencies. If I'm right, these bugs can emit ultrasonic pulses like dolphins. Mo Jingqing's gaze lingered on the bug's fins before handing the jar back to Zhang Yongliang. And it's not that they don't have eyes, their vision is just degenerated. Dolphins. Zhang Yongliang's eyes lit up. Captain, you're amazing. I'll get on it right away. Mo Jingqing nodded slightly. With the glaciers melting and life returning, some animals lose their sight, but their sense of smell and touch become incredibly sharp. Everyone started whispering among themselves, all casting looks of admiration at Mo Jingqing. So young, yet so knowledgeable. A true scholar and warrior. Jiang Yan was a bit confused and quietly asked Sun Ziqing beside her, "Dolphins? What does that mean?" Dolphins are very smart and unique animals. They use sonar and ultrasound to sense and lock onto prey. The captain means these bugs probably emit a similar pulse, which reaches our ship. Of course, it's also possible that the sonar we use during navigation creates waves that collide with the bug's pulses, triggering their attacks. Halfway through his explanation, Sun Ziqing had a sudden realization. I almost forgot, our ship uses sonar to detect hidden structures and obstacles. It's very likely that our sonar collided with the bug's sonar. Jiang Yan looked like she half understood. Zhang Yongliang soon returned. The test results were just as Mo Jingqing predicted. These bugs really could emit ultrasonic pulses. With the results in hand, they now had a countermeasure. Mo Jingqing ordered the jammers activated, and the ship continued forward. However, with the sonar turned off, their speed had to be reduced for safety. Stay alert. Report any abnormalities immediately. And the research team must be extremely careful when collecting samples. Yes, Captain. As midnight approached, the meeting dispersed. Jiang Yan returned to her room, washed up, and got into bed. In the dark, strange-shaped, half-melted icebergs flashed by in the distance. Jiang Yan propped her chin on her hand, watched for a while, then summoned a cup of brown sugar boba milk tea from her storage space and sipped it slowly. Well, so much for brushing her teeth. Hua Bao was also at the window, eyes darting around. Mama, looking at it like this, it really feels like we're traveling to the South Pole. Jiang Yan smiled. It does a bit. Before the apocalypse, a trip to the South Pole would have cost tens of thousands. She got up, brushed her teeth again, and went to sleep. The next few days passed uneventfully. They occasionally encountered mutated sharks and swarms of bugs, but managed to avoid them easily. The research team did most of their sampling and testing during the day. Whenever Jiang Yan wasn't studying or training, she stayed in her storage space, learning how to grow rice. In her spare time, she continued to use the holographic training pod she'd bought from foreign arms dealers to practice marksmanship and hand-to-hand combat. Sometimes Hua Bao joined her, and the two worked together seamlessly. Before leaving the base, an old professor specializing in agriculture had given Jiang Yan a bunch of coconut core bricks. Just add water and they expand, perfect for soilless cultivation. She took a few small pots, soaked the core bricks, added some black soil from her space, then sowed a few lettuce seeds and placed them on her balcony. One morning, Jiang Yan woke up, pulled open the curtains, and froze. Outside was a vast expanse of white, ice floes and icebergs everywhere, just like when they'd first left Dongshan. She was puzzled. After all, the further they went, the warmer it was supposed to get. Plus, Rongqing was a coastal city. The closer they got, the higher the temperature should be. It seemed that after the apocalypse, temperatures everywhere could no longer be predicted by old standards. After washing up and eating breakfast, she went out and saw Song Qian on duty. "Brother Song, are the captain and doctor up yet?" Song Qian replied, "They were up before 5. Jiang Yan was surprised. "That early? We've hit a dense ice field. The captain is commanding the icebreaker to open a new channel." Jiang Yan. During Antarctic expeditions, they'd chosen icebreakers specifically to smash through ice. She hadn't expected to encounter it herself. "I want to go up and see how it's done. I've never seen it with my own eyes." Jiang Yan started to head up, but Song Qian stopped her. "Jiang Yan, the icebreaker is ahead of the fleet. Unless you send up a drone, you won't see anything." "Oh, right." Jiang Yan pouted. "By the way, do you know where we are now?" "We'll reach Rongqing in a day," Song Qian explained. Icebreakers generally use two methods, ramming and continuous push. His explanation was a bit dry and technical, but Jiang Yan listened carefully. "So, does that make you less excited?" Song Qian finished, smiling at her. "Yeah." Jiang Yan nodded. "Thanks. No problem." Soon, the icebreaker had carved out a channel. The fleet continued on. A day later, Jiang Yan had just finished a training session and was heading back to her room when her walkie-talkie crackled. "We'll arrive at Rongqing in 1 hour. Unexpected situation detected. All Rongqing Team Corps members, report to the conference room immediately." Jiang Yan glanced toward the direction of the ship's conference room, noticing that many people were already hurrying that way. Jiang Yan. Yi Qing, his forehead beaded with sweat, emerged from around the corner and spotted her. "Let's go together." Jiang Yan nodded. By the time the two of them arrived, the conference room was already packed. Sun Jingtao, Kong Wu, Zhao Yugong, and the others had also rushed over from the other ships. Mo Jingsheng swept his cold gaze around the room. Once he confirmed all the core personnel were present, he spoke. "Let's begin." "All right." Song Haitao stood up. At the same time, a blueprint appeared on the projection screen. It was a cross-section of a warehouse. The area around the diagram was shaded blue, with labels indicating depth, pressure, and other data. Jiang Yan recognized it. This was the underground warehouse in Rongqing where aircraft carriers and other materials were stored. The blue areas represented the seawater currently covering it. Everyone looked puzzled, quietly waiting for Song Haidao to speak. "At our current speed, we expect to reach Rongqing Warehouse Number 1 in about an hour. But we've run into a few issues, so I'll keep this brief. I'll go through everything first. Please hold your questions until I'm done." Song Haidao cleared his throat and began. First, water quality monitoring in this area shows nuclear contamination levels several times higher than in previous zones. Acidification is also much worse. Second, because Rongqing is close to the sea, there's a higher population of mutated sea creatures, including aggressive species like sharks. Third, we've detected traces of the 8-legged flying insects in the area. Song Haidao paused, and everyone drew in a sharp breath. The 8-legged flying insects was a temporary name given by the research team to those aggressive, flying, chirping bugs encountered before. We can now preliminarily conclude that the increasing ultraviolet radiation is related to ozone depletion and a thinning atmosphere. So, very likely, with each passing day, nuclear contamination and acidification will only get worse. Everyone was stunned again. In addition to these three issues, we're facing a few new problems. Song Haitao took a sip of water and continued. 1. The current sea level is higher than we previously estimated, which means the water pressure we'll face when reaching the submerged warehouse will be greater. The dewatering chamber won't last as long, so the construction team must work as quickly as possible. The Rongqing warehouse was underwater. Once they opened the entrance, a massive surge of water would flood in. So, a specialized team would use underwater construction techniques to attach a custom-made dome, the dewatering chamber, over the warehouse entrance. Once Jiang Yan's team arrived inside the chamber via submarine, the construction crew would pump out the water. After Jiang Yan's team entered and exited the warehouse, they'd return to the submarine, and the chamber would be reflooded. But now, with the water depth far exceeding calculations, no one knew how long the chamber could withstand the pressure. Also, with the 8-legged insects present, night operations would be much more dangerous than in daylight. According to plan, they couldn't afford to wait until the next day to proceed. Second, before the apocalypse, this area had many anchored buoys. Now, very few remain. Our divers found evidence of recent destruction. As Song Haido finished, the previously quiet conference room erupted in hushed whispers. Jiang Yan's brow furrowed. Beside her, Yi Qing whispered, "Someone beat us here." Mo Jingsheng swept his gaze over the crowd, his eyes as sharp and cold as a blade. Everyone immediately fell silent. This means that, in addition to the worsening environment, we may also face hidden enemies. They could be somewhere at sea, or already lying in wait at the underwater warehouse. Song Haido paused, looking to Mo Jingsheng. Seeing Mo Jingsheng nod, he continued. To avoid attracting unnecessary enemies or mutated creatures with artificial lights, we'll begin underwater operations as soon as we arrive. The warehouse team will have an additional 10-person security squad. Your diving suits are custom-made for insulation, acid resistance, and protection, but you must avoid any damage or leaks during the operation. Also, with the increased water pressure, our calculations show the dewatering chamber will last no more than an hour. So, Song Haido looked at Jiang Yan. The time spent inside the warehouse and dock must be kept under 50 minutes. Jiang Yan replied, "No problem." She could collect things very quickly, just a second, really. But she couldn't be sure about the warehouse layout or whether they'd reach the core area smoothly. She hadn't expected that this national-level zero-cost shopping spree would be so much harder than the one she'd done before. And this was only the first stop. After Song Haido finished, everyone began discussing the issues, using a lot of technical jargon that Jiang Yan only half understood. Mo Jingsheng stood up and glanced at Jiang Yan. "Let's go confirm the rest of the details." Jiang Yan nodded. Okay. Li Haoyang, Yi Qing, and the others followed. Once inside a smaller conference room with the door closed, Mo Jingsheng finally spoke. For this treasure hunt, besides our own team, higher-ups will also send several squads to other locations to clear obstacles ahead of us. Jiang Yan was surprised. She'd thought everything was up to the Yaoben base alone. They know our route? Yes, Mo Jingsheng replied, his expression growing more serious. But according to the plan, after clearing enemies, they're supposed to wait for us or set up obvious markers. Sun Jingtao frowned. So, Captain, you suspect something's happened to them? Mo Jingsheng, yes. He continued, so once we're underwater, everyone must be extremely careful. The enemy can't move the heavy equipment like aircraft carriers yet, so it's possible they're lying in wait for an opportunity. Jiang Yan and the others nodded. Kong Wu scratched his head. I wonder if anyone else has a storage artifact like Sister Yan? No, Mo Jingsheng said firmly. The logistics team brought in some hot chocolate. Everyone drank some. They couldn't eat a full meal before diving, but given the uncertainties ahead, they couldn't go hungry either. Hot chocolate was high in calories, better than a full meal. After drinking, Jiang Yan felt a little dizzy. Half an hour had passed. As they neared the destination, all ships went on high alert. Suddenly, the radio crackled. Report. We found the bodies of ordinary and mutated humans. Estimated time of death, 3 days ago. Mo Jingsheng shot to his feet. Let's go take a look. Everyone was about to head to the deck to prepare for the dive anyway. When they arrived, the teams responsible for installing the dewatering chamber were already busy. The temperature was still low, but everyone was sweating under their heavy protective suits. Away from the work area, several freshly recovered bodies had been laid out. But bodies was a stretch. They were little more than skeletons wrapped in debris. Clothes and flesh had been stripped away by aquatic scavengers. The bones, after days of UV exposure, looked as if they'd been smeared with coal dust, blackened and riddled with honeycomb-like holes. As they approached, Zheng Yongliang and several senior professors were already there. These are mutated humans, and these are ordinary ones. There hadn't been time to run samples through proper instruments, so identification was based on limb proportions. Jiang Yan noticed that one of the ordinary corpses was at least 1.9 meters tall. Judging by the bones, the build seemed foreign. Mo Jingsheng crouched down, silently examining one of the skeletons. He took a thin metal rod from Zhang Yongliang and poked at the remains. A black metal tag was revealed on the corpse's neck. Li Haoyang started in surprise. Captain, is this from that mercenary corps? Mo Jingxing pressed his lips into a tight line, his expression more grave than ever. After a long moment, he said, "The Rongqing underwater recovery mission is suspended. Jiang Yan and Dr. Song will remain on the ship for now. Yiqing, Song Qian, you're responsible for their protection." Jiang Yan was stunned. "Captain Yu." Mo Jingxing didn't answer. Instead, he ordered Li Haoyang in a cold voice, "Get the assault team into diving suits. In 3 minutes, follow me into the water for reconnaissance and a second sweep." Li Haoyang clenched his fists and volunteered, "Captain, you should stay here and command. We still don't know what dangers might be lurking underwater. How about I lead a team to check things out first?" Mo Jingxing didn't bother to explain. He shot Li a sharp look, his presence commanding. "That's an order." As soon as he finished speaking, the deck began to shake. Before anyone could react, the surface of the sea suddenly surged with violent waves. Boom, boom, boom. Not far away, several massive water columns, mixed with debris, shot skyward. A few ships were instantly tossed aside by a tremendous force. The sudden turn of events startled everyone. The professional teams working on the deck looked at the sea in panic. "An earthquake?" Song Qian shouted to those nearby, "Everyone, hold on tight." Kong Wu took a deep breath. "What the hell is happening?" Yiqing frowned, darted over to Jiang Yan, and grabbed her arm. "Everyone, drop what you're doing and get back inside the ship." Mo Jingcheng steadied himself, picked up his binoculars to scan the distance, and gave the order in a loud voice. Boom. Another deafening crash. An even bigger wave crashed toward the ships. Huabao's body rapidly expanded, several vines shooting out. "Mom, should I help?" "Yes, go." Jiang Yan took a deep breath, her eyelids twitching. "Be careful." "Huabao, okay." The violently rocking ships gradually steadied as Huabao's vines latched onto them. Slap. A bloody severed hand landed on the deck in front of them. Mo Jingqing's eyes narrowed, and he reacted instantly. It was an explosion. "Quick, have the fleet fall back." 10 minutes later, the sea finally calmed. The air was thick with the salty tang of seawater and the metallic scent of blood. There were bombs planted at the warehouse entrance. The team that went down earlier, along with our advance party, accidentally triggered them. All 12 members didn't make it. Li Haoyang had just finished reporting when the water began to tremble again. Before Song Qian and the others could grab their binoculars, Huabao, who had extended its vines to scout the area, secretly told Jiang Yan, "Mom, there are sharks out there. And other creatures that look like piranhas. Those sharks look terrifying. They're almost as big as that icebreaker. They must be mutated. Their saw-like teeth are almost as sharp as mine. Oh, and there are swarms of bugs, too. Should I go take care of them?" Huabao licked its crimson tongue over its fangs, itching for a fight. The sight of those fierce, giant sharks had it fired up. It had never faced such formidable opponents before. Song Qian put down his binoculars. "There are sharks, ones I've never seen before. Must have been drawn by the blood. And those things that look like 8-legged bugs, probably attracted by the shockwave from the explosion." "Captain, should we pull back for now?" he asked. Mo Jingqing's jaw was tight, his eyes burning with anger. "Fall back. Pass the word. All underwater operations are suspended immediately." "Yes, sir." Song Haida sighed. "It's my fault. I was in a rush, hoping to recover the supplies during these 4 hours of daylight. If only we'd waited." Mo Jingqing cut him off with a raised hand. "Doctor, if anyone's to blame, it should be me, as captain and chief commander. But now isn't the time to assign blame. Our priority is to find a solution and prevent further casualties." "Yes, sir." Jiang Yan frowned, glancing at Huabao, who had already leapt into the water. She made something up. "Captain, maybe we shouldn't retreat too far. It looks like those sharks are fighting." Huabao couldn't stray too far from her. If the fleet pulled back too much, Huabao would have to return as well. If these mutated sharks stayed in these waters, even without the bombs, their chances of successfully resuming operations would be close to zero. unless they waited it out, hoping the sharks would eventually leave. But how long would that take? No one knew. Mo Jingqing caught her meaning and gave her a look. Are you sure? There was a deeper meaning behind his words. Jiang Yan nodded. I'm sure. The others were confused. Sure about what? Mo Jingqing swept his gaze over the deck. Have all ships check for new casualties. The destroyer will hold position. All other vessels, retreat 1 nautical mile. The destroyer is to be ready for rapid withdrawal or immediate attack at any moment. Not far away, a soldier on watch asked in confusion, with all these weapons on our ships, are we really afraid of some sharks? Are you stupid? Sure, our weapons could wipe out those sharks easily. But have you thought about what attracted them in the first place? If we kill them, all that blood and those bodies will just attract even more sharks or who knows what other bloodthirsty predators. The soldier fell silent, unable to argue. Oh my God, they really are fighting. Is this a case of there's always a bigger fish? Kong Wu raised his binoculars, watching the churning waves and the occasional shark fin breaking the surface. Zhang Yongliang hurried over. Kong, let me borrow your binoculars. When he saw the underwater battle, he froze in shock. Those sharks have leopard spots. They're leopard sharks, the fiercest in the ocean. And they're mutated. The only creature that could take them down. Could it be a megalodon? Dr. Zhang, megalodons are ancient creatures, the real overlords of the sea. They've been extinct for ages, just fossils now. How could they still exist? Another elderly professor stammered, trembling. It's not impossible. Don't forget, the S&P lab managed to create mutants and evolved humans, even that stitched-together 8-legged bug. Extracting DNA from fossils isn't out of the question. Maybe those 8-legged bugs are fighting the sharks. Even though they're much smaller, in nature, natural enemies aren't always the same size. That's possible. The mutated leopard sharks are huge, but there aren't many of them. The 8-legged bugs are small, but they have numbers and are aggressive. No sooner had the professor finished speaking than countless massive whirlpools suddenly appeared on the water's surface. The whirlpools were caused by several leopard sharks being dragged under by some powerful force. Boom! Another explosion. But this time, the blast was much weaker than before. Mo Jingqing stood firm, glancing at Jiang Yan out of the corner of his eye. She was staring intently at the distant water, a trace of worry in her eyes. He noticed Yiqing still gripping Jiang Yan's arm and said, Jiang Yan, I need a word with you. Okay. Jiang Yan nodded, only then realizing her arm was being held. Yiqing, I'm fine. Yiqing let go. The two of them walked aside. Mo Jingqing looked into the distance before speaking. Your trump card is impressive, but you must keep it hidden. Jiang Yan glanced at Hua Bao, who was using 12 vines to drag several mutated leopard sharks underwater and devour them, and asked in confusion, What do you mean? To everyone else, the transparent Hua Bao was invisible. Only she could sense it with her mind. She hadn't expected Mo Jingqing to figure it out so quickly with just a glance. Mo Jingqing glanced at the others, then lowered his voice. A gentleman is innocent, but harboring a treasure makes him guilty. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow and glanced at Hua Bao in the distance. A gentleman is innocent, but holding a treasure makes him guilty? That's right, Mo Jingqing replied, then looked at her seriously and said, But don't worry. I'll keep your secret. I won't let the authorities or anyone else harm you. As Mo Jingqing spoke, Jiang Yan suddenly felt a strange sensation inside. She'd felt the same thing before. When she gave Kong Wu the spiritual spring water, he'd spoken to her with this same feeling. She could tell whether Mo Jingqing was telling the truth. Not just Mo Jingqing, she could sense it from anyone who had drunk the spiritual spring water. The more they drank, the more obvious it became. Besides being able to tell truth from lies, those who drank the spring water also seemed to be more inclined to side with her. Again, the more they drank, the more pronounced this effect. Ever since Kong Wu recovered, he practically wanted to bare his heart and soul to Jiang Yan all day long. But honestly, Jiang Yan didn't like this feeling. After all, everyone is an independent, free individual. Unless absolutely necessary, she didn't want to use this ability too much. Seeing her fall silent, Emo Jingqing grew a little worried. What's wrong, Jiang Yan? It's nothing. Thank you. Jiang Yan pulled herself out of her thoughts and smiled faintly. Just then, Li Haoyang's voice came from nearby. The sharks are gone. Those 8-legged bugs and the unknown aggressive creatures are gone too. Hearing this, Jiang Yan and Emo Jingqing turned around at the same time. From the perspective of an ordinary person, the once shark-infested sea was now calm and still. No sign of sharks or any other dangerous creatures. Only the corpses of many 8-legged bugs floated on the water's surface. Zhang Yongliang exclaimed in amazement, an ant shaking a tree who would have thought these bugs were actually the shark's natural enemies. This discovery would be a huge achievement in biology. If it could be confirmed, back before the apocalypse, it would have been Nobel Prize material, another elderly professor said, still shaken. Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. From Jiang Yan's perspective, Hua Bao, now full and satisfied, was swimming back with the current. She had no idea how Hua Bao did it, but all those creatures that had been picked clean left not a single trace of blood behind. Hua Bao extended a vine, hooked onto the rope on the boat, shrank down, and hopped onto Jiang Yan's shoulder. Mom, I threw the shark skeletons to the bottom of the sea just like you said. And I also detonated the remaining hidden bombs, as well as those ugly bugs with nanobombs inside them. Well done, Hua Bao. Jiang Yan praised her telepathically. Emo Jingqing glanced at Jiang Yan. Seeing her relaxed and smiling, he finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. By now, almost an hour had passed. Although there were no more dangerous creatures in the water, the earlier explosions had left it murky, with visibility close to zero. Li Haoyang walked over and asked, Captain, Doctor, there are 3 hours left until dark. Should we continue our operation? Song Haitao frowned deeply and looked at Emo Jingqing. What do you think? Every day they delayed added another day of uncertainty. But if they pressed on now, the risks were still considerable. Emo Jingqing gazed into the distance, thought for a moment, and made up his mind. We'll delay by a day. That night, everyone involved in the operation felt heavy-hearted. No one had expected such a remote place to be hiding such dangers. Before bed, several assault team members who had gone diving to check things out returned. There's a deep crater blown out in front of the warehouse door, and we found some fragments of official soldiers' name tags. The metal door has a few cracks, but the interior seems unaffected. But this also means neither side has anyone left. The explosives must have been planted by the enemy before they left. The mutant sharks are nothing but skeletons now, and there are lots of 8-legged bug corpses on the seabed. The mortise and tenon grooves that used to fit the water extraction module around the warehouse door have been deliberately destroyed. After the reports, Mo Jingqing and Song Haita spent the night working out a new plan. Jiang Yan didn't get involved. She returned to her room early, taking Hua Bao into her space. Lately, the room had been very safe, with Yi Qing and Song Qian taking turns on guard, so she didn't need to leave Hua Bao on duty outside. The next morning, as soon as the sky brightened, Jiang Yan woke up. After breakfast, she left her space, drew back the curtains as usual, and looked outside. Her pupils shrank sharply. What the? The sparkling waves were gone. In their place was a field of black sludge, filled with countless mutant creatures and debris trapped in the muck. There were crabs, fish of all sizes, sea snakes, mud eels half buried in the mud. Some were opening and closing their mouths, on the verge of death. Others were already dead, their bodies blackened like charcoal. A faint mist was rising, evaporating rapidly. Jiang Yan thought she was seeing things. She rubbed her eyes and looked again. The scene was unchanged. Hua Bao was startled too. Oh my God. Mom, where's the seawater? Where did it go? She hurriedly opened the door and knocked on her neighbors' doors. Captain. Dr. Song. Emo Jingqing and Song Haidao's rooms were tightly shut, with no answer. Outside, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from time to time. Jiang Yan, you're awake? Hearing her voice, Yi Qing walked in calmly. He was carrying a pouch of space fruit puree, a pack of compressed rations, and a cup of freshly made instant coffee. I brought you breakfast. Thank you. Jiang Yan took the coffee. Seeing his calm face, her anxiety eased a little. What's going on outside? How did things change so much overnight? Jiang Yan didn't even know how to describe it. If she hadn't seen a shark skeleton half buried in the black mud nearby, she'd have thought the whole fleet had been teleported somewhere else in their sleep. No, even teleportation in novels wasn't this bizarre. Dr. Song and Mo Jingqing are already handling it, Yiqing said, handing her the compressed rations. Eat something first, and I'll explain. Jiang Yan had already eaten in her space, but she still took the food, opened the packet, and took a small bite. Our planet just experienced a magnetic pole reversal. Jiang Yan was so shocked she almost spat out her biscuit. A magnetic pole reversal? Yes. Normally, it only happens once every 42,000 years, but now it happened all of a sudden. To be precise, it occurred around 6 this morning. It was so early, and you were tired yesterday, so Mo Jingqing and the others didn't wake you, Yiqing explained, handing her a compass. Jiang Yan was stunned. The needle, which used to point to the South Pole, was now pointing north. She instantly understood. So the seawater suddenly disappeared because of this? Exactly. Yiqing opened the fruit puree for her and handed it over. Fortunately, it didn't vanish all at once, so the ships weren't affected much. I can't eat anymore. Jiang Yan pushed the puree away. So now, going to the warehouse should be a piece of cake, right? Before, they needed to dive and use water extraction modules. Now, they could just walk over. The distance from the ship to the warehouse wasn't far, and they had plenty of equipment and materials on board to build a simple, safe path. It's easier than before, but the geomagnetic reversal has caused UV radiation to spike dozens of times. The temperature has also shot up to over 30 degrees today, so our operation will have to wait until evening. Because of the reversal, starting today, the days will be shorter and the nights longer, so we should have more time to work. Yiqing paused. There's another problem. The reversal seems to be a result of the catastrophe simulation lab, but we don't know how long it will last. Dr. Song and the others are in the conference room right now, running simulations and working out countermeasures. Jiang Yan was taken aback. You mean, if the magnetic field flips again, the seawater that disappeared could come back? Yes. And if it does, it probably won't be as gentle as when it left. We could be facing tsunamis or other secondary disasters. Jiang Yan. She picked up the walkie-talkie, about to ask Mo Jingqing where he was, when Yiqing said, all electronic devices have failed due to the magnetic reversal. Jiang Yan. She stood up and looked out the window, her brow furrowing. The fish that had still been gasping for air when she first left her space had now fallen completely still. Everywhere she looked, there was devastation and not a trace of life. The mud was rapidly solidifying as the moisture evaporated. It seemed that the creatures that had survived the extreme cold would soon be wiped out by this new catastrophe. As evening approached, Mo Jingqing returned with an exhausted look on his face. Although the sudden disappearance of the seawater hadn't caused major casualties, some equipment and personnel had still suffered varying degrees of damage and injury. As both captain and chief commander, Mo Jingqing personally led the team to inspect and confirm the condition of all vessels before he could finally relax a little. Jiang Yan, change into your wetsuit and oxygen protection suit. We leave in 10 minutes. Yiqing, you too. With that, he headed inside. When he came out again, he was fully geared up. The oxygen protection suit was another crucial piece of equipment, with oxygen bladders attached to the suit itself. Wearing both suits together was uncomfortable, but the more cumbersome it was, the clearer it became. Tonight's mission was probably far from simple. Mo Jingqing added, to avoid any unexpected situations, you'll come with me in a bit to store some oxygen tanks and a submarine in your spatial ring. Okay. By the time the three of them reached the deck, the sun had already dipped below the horizon. Song Qian, Li Haoyang, and the others were already fully armed and standing by. Song Haitao and Sun Jingtao were there too. Besides the core team members, there was also an assault squad equipped with heavy weapons. Each person's tactical backpack had 2 large diving fins hanging from the side. At a glance, it looked a bit odd, almost comical. After the geomagnetic reversal, all electronic devices had failed, so a few soldiers had to manually lower the spare gangway. There was a helicopter pad on the escort ship nearby and helicopters in the storage bay, but unfortunately, with the electronics out, the helicopter's control panels were also useless. Mo Jingsheng looked into the distance. "We'll walk over." Jiang Yan nodded. "All right." A soldier jogged over. "Captain, the gangway's ready. The ground is dry. Shall we depart immediately?" Mo Jingsheng nodded slightly, swept his gaze over the group, and raised his voice. "We don't know when the geomagnetic reversal will end, so our operation tonight is a race against time. I need everyone at your absolute best. Let's win our first battle of this mission." Everyone responded in unison, "Yes, sir." "Is everyone ready?" "Ready." With a commanding wave, Mo Jingsheng shouted, "Move out." The group filed down to the ground. Even through thick soles, protective suits, and face shields, Jiang Yan could still feel the heat radiating from the ground and air, and smelled the strange odor lingering everywhere. In just a day, the thick layer of mud had completely dried out. The odd smell mostly came from the secondary fermentation of mutated sea creatures' corpses. The ground was rugged and full of pits and bumps. To avoid attracting unknown creatures with too much light, only a few people had their headlamps on. A squad leader with a gun said, "Some spots still aren't dry. Be careful as you walk." "Got it." It was only about a kilometer from the destroyer to the warehouse entrance, not far. But with everyone wearing wetsuits and bulky protective gear, carrying tactical backpacks and the dim lighting, the trek wasn't easy. The air was hot and stifling, and after a while, most people were drenched in sweat. "Why don't we just take off the protective suits now?" "The sun's gone," Soldier A whispered. Soldier B replied, "Are you stupid? There's still UV at night, just not as strong as during the day." Soldier A grumbled, "Worst case. We just get a tan. What's the big deal?" Soldier B shot him a look. "Didn't you attend the morning briefing? The captain said UV radiation can cause skin cancer and other illnesses, maybe even mutations. You sure you want to risk it?" Soldier A fell silent. Yiqing had been walking beside Jiang Yan. After a while, he tugged at her backpack. "Jiang Yan, let me help you." Jiang Yan declined, "I'm fine. Why don't you check on Dr. Song?" Although Song Haito was older, he seemed in better shape than some of the younger soldiers. Still, Jiang Yan was a bit worried about him. So she had Hua Bao stick close to him, just in case the rough ground caused a fall or something. "All right. Take care of yourself," Yiqing said, heading over to Song Haidao. Half an hour later, the group reached the so-called warehouse entrance. Only then did Jiang Yan realize that the warehouse was built on a cliff by the sea. The cliff wasn't very high, but had previously been submerged by seawater. A previous explosion had blown away part of the mountainside, exposing a section of metal wall. But Jiang Yan could tell at a glance that this wasn't the same alloy as the Yaben base, just ordinary metal. Outside the door, several large and small craters remained from the explosions. In the largest crater directly in front of the door, several giant, charred skeletons of mutated sharks lay. Mo Jingsheng seemed to have anticipated this. "Set up the ladder bridge." At his command, several soldiers carrying anti-slip patterned planks quickly moved to the front. "Yes, sir." Whoosh! 2 steel cables shot across to the metal door on the other side of the pit. In less than a minute, a 1-meter-wide bridge was set up. "I'll go first," Li Haoyang volunteered. Everyone in the team had undergone rigorous training. They could easily cross much narrower, slicker balance beams than this. This one was wider than what they were used to, and now there were safety ropes as well. Jiang Yan looked at the thin planks in surprise. "That thin? Can they hold us?" Dr. Song explained, "Yes, this is peak material, which was already widely used before the apocalypse. It's as light as plastic, but as strong and hard as steel. Most robots before the apocalypse were made from this." Jiang Yan nodded, realizing that she always seemed to pick up new high-tech terms around Song Haidao. With that thought, she had Huabo extend its vines along both sides of the bridge for extra safety. Once everyone who needed to enter the warehouse had crossed, Mo Jingsheng came over. Jiang Yan, you first. I'll bring up the rear. Okay. The group reached the entrance. The assault squad set up a perimeter outside. Mo Jingsheng led the rest inside the warehouse. There wasn't much high-tech inside, just a standard pre-apocalypse air raid shelter. However, this shelter had a door leading to the sea, making it a semi-enclosed dock. After opening several massive iron doors, a long tunnel appeared before them. Sun Jingtu was amazed. There's still power here? Li Haoyang nodded. There's a backup generator. It can withstand massive tsunamis and earthquakes, should last at least 10 years. After walking a bit further, they came to a pitch-black wall. As Jiang Yan searched for a handle, Song Haidao took off his glove and placed his palm on the wall. A flash of light and a small green square appeared. He then removed his face shield and pressed his right eye to it. To Jiang Yan's amazement, 2 beeps sounded and the door opened. Mo Jingsheng turned around. Other than Jiang Yan, Dr. Song, Song Qian, Li Haoyang, Sun Jingtao, and myself, everyone else stays at the door. Yes, sir. The armed soldiers turned to stand guard. With a glance from Mo Jingsheng, Li Haoyang pushed open the door. Inside the warehouse, 2 aircraft carriers sat quietly, surrounded by rows of fighter jets and advanced weaponry. Jiang Yan was utterly stunned. The might of a great nation. To see it with her own eyes was overwhelming. This was not your average shock. It wasn't just Jiang Yan who was stunned. Yi Qing, Li Haoyang, and the others were equally shocked. In the past, the 4 of them had only ever seen these symbols of national power on TV or online. Now, seeing such a colossal machine right beside them, a surge of pride welled up in their hearts. Noticing the awe and astonishment in their eyes, Mo Jingsheng smiled slightly. You can get up close and experience it for yourselves, even touch the hull if you like. But you must wear gloves. No problem. Yi Qing replied, striding quickly toward the aircraft carrier. Sun Jingtao, Li Haoyang, and Song Qian followed right behind. Song Haitao, who had been on carriers many times before, remained calm and collected. Jiang Yan turned to glance at Mo Jingsheng. Why do we have to wear gloves? Mo Jingsheng narrowed his eyes. These 2 carriers, along with all their equipment and weapons, will eventually be handed over to the state. He paused. After the handover, the authorities will conduct a thorough inspection. I don't want them to find Yi Qing and the others' fingerprints on board. That wouldn't be good for them. Jiang Yan drew in a sharp breath. She hadn't expected there to be so many details to consider. But then again, Mo Jingsheng's meticulousness was well known. He checked his tactical watch, then pulled 2 special scanners from his backpack. We'll need to do an inventory before the handover. Want to help me with it? Huh? Jiang Yan's lips parted in surprise. Do we have to count the fighter jets and everything too? She'd thought she could just touch the carrier and store it away, but clearly there was more to it. Yeah, but don't worry. These scanners can automatically identify and log everything. As long as our numbers match, we're good. Jiang Yan glanced at the carrier. It stretched so far she couldn't see the end. Even with the scanners, just walking around it would be no small task. She thought for a moment, then remembered something in her storage space that might help. Captain, can you ride a hoverboard? I can, Mo Jingsheng replied, puzzled. Why? Jiang Yan had already taken off her backpack and pulled out 2 foldable hoverboards. Song Haidao, watching her produce yet another item, exclaimed, Jiang, how do you fit so much stuff in that bag? The backpack looked ordinary, but everything she took out was clearly bigger than the bag itself. It made no sense. Jiang Yan just smiled. Doctor, I have no idea. The 2 of them hopped on the hoverboards and rode side by side. 20 minutes later, they'd finished scanning and logging everything on the carriers, including the fighter jets. Li Haoyang and Yi Qing split into 2 teams and checked the remaining storerooms in the dock. Jiang Yan stood in front of one of the carriers, placed her hand on it, and asked, Shall I store it now? Mo Jingsheng nodded. Go ahead. Song Haitao and the others stood by, eyes wide, holding their breath as Jiang Yan performed her magic trick. In the next instant, the carrier vanished. Then the second carrier disappeared into Jiang Yan's storage space as well. Seeing only the bare rails left on the ground, Everyone finally let out a sigh of relief. Li Haoyang said, "There are a few more supply depots nearby, full of rations and other materials. There are also 2 equipment workshops with spare parts for carrier maintenance. Should we take those too?" Song Qian added, "The side we checked was all logistics warehouses, ammo, jet fuel, a few medical supply stores. Let's take those too." Jiang Yan nodded. "As long as it's not fixed in place, I should be able to store it." "I'll come with you," Mo Jingxing said. Compared to the carriers, these were just odds and ends, but having a proper inventory was always better. All right. Jiang Yan finished collecting everything, which took about half an hour. "Let's rest for a bit. We'll head back in 10 minutes, Mo Jingxing said, glancing at Jiang Yan, whose face was flushed. Okay. Everyone took off their protective masks and sat down. Just as they were about to take out their own water, Jiang Yan handed out a few bottles. "Drink these." She'd added a little spiritual spring water to these bottles. Jiang Yan knew everyone was exhausted, and drinking this would help them recover quickly. Otherwise, she wouldn't have wanted them to drink it. After all, the more they drank, the more loyal they'd become to her. It almost felt like she was casting a spell on them. "Thanks." Yiqing was the first to accept, then scooted closer to her. "Tired?" "My shoulder's available," he added, not too loud or too soft, but just enough for everyone to hear. Li Haoyang immediately protested, "My shoulders are broad too. I can lend them to Miss Jiang." Mo Jingxing punched him, pretending to be annoyed. "Who's are narrow?" Li Haoyang, reporting, "Captain, mine are narrow, the narrowest." Jiang Yan almost burst out laughing. Sun Jingtao chuckled and smoothed things over. "I'll pass. I'll leave this opportunity to you single guys." Song Haita watched the young people with a smile, his old eyes growing slightly moist. After resting, they got up to head back. "Huh, that's weird. I suddenly feel completely recharged." But Li Haoyang suddenly noticed he smelled a bit funky, but seeing everyone else looking calm, he kept his doubts to himself. He figured it was just from sweating so much earlier. So what if he stank? He'd been a soldier for years. When had he ever smelled good? Once everyone was safely back on the ship, the compass still hadn't changed. That meant the magnetic pole reversal hadn't ended yet. At this rate, the next day's UV radiation and the resulting secondary disasters would only get worse. "Hey, is it getting windy?" On deck, a soldier monitoring the environment turned to his comrade. "Could you get Professor Liu and the others up here?" Professor Liu was one of the meteorology experts on board. A nearby sentry was confused. "It's just wind. Why the fuss? It looks like a tornado." Back in her cabin, Jiang Yan took off her protective gear and wetsuit, her body covered in sticky sweat. No one knew when the missing seawater would return. To be safe, she left Huabao in the room and entered her storage space. She took a hot shower, ate a self-heating hot pot, then returned to her room. She'd barely stood up when she heard a rattling at the window. Huabao was perched there, staring outside. "Mom, there's a tornado." Jiang Yan sucked in a breath. These natural disasters just never stop, do they? She opened the door, but Mo Jingxing and Song Haitao hadn't returned yet. According to protocol, as Mo Jingxing always said, after every mission, they had to organize materials and prepare reports. Jiang Yan just had to confirm and sign her part and temporarily act as the archive manager, storing the documents in her space. Standing guard at the door were Song Qian and 2 unfamiliar soldiers. "Jiang Yan." "Miss Jiang." Jiang Yan nodded at the 2 soldiers, then turned to Song Qian. "Aren't you going to rest?" "As long as I'm not on a mission, I'm resting," Song Qian replied. "There's a tornado outside, but it's not a big deal. You should get some rest." Jiang Yan glanced around and saw soldiers running back and forth in the corridors. "Is everything okay?" Some containers on the freighter got blown away. The destroyer's searchlights and torpedo tubes were badly damaged, but the rest was saved in time. Soldier A chimed in, "Luckily, all our cabin windows are reinforced with bulletproof glass. Otherwise, the wind would have destroyed them." Jiang Yan frowned. Just then, the ship shook violently. Soldier B said, "Here we go again. Unbelievable. This tornado's come back 3 times already." Jiang Yan asked, "Where's the captain?" Song Qian replied, "No idea, but he said you should just stay in your room." Jiang Yan saw several people in lab coats rushing out with medical kits. "I'm going to check it out." Knowing he couldn't stop her, Song Qian followed. The tornado raged all night, finally stopping at dawn. The ships were battered and bruised. The decks were covered in a meter-thick layer of black sand and dust, along with the remains of sea creatures. Everyone donned protective suits and, despite the heat, finished cleaning the deck. Then, wild winds picked up again. Back to the cabins. Yes, Jiang Yan spent the day indoors. With no training or study scheduled, she busied herself tending to the lettuce she'd planted in pots. Thanks to the special black soil from her space, the lettuce sprouted and grew quickly. "Mom, it's all black and gray outside now. Does that mean some of the UV is blocked?" Huaba bounced around the room. Jiang Yan paused her watering. "Sort of. But we're stuck here too." With the sea gone, the ships were stranded. The thick dust was as bad as the previous black smog, so they had no choice but to stay put. Huaba looked outside. "It's crazy out there, like the end of the world." Jiang Yan couldn't help but laugh. "It is the end of the world." Huabao, fair point. A week later, the demonic wind finally stopped. But with the dust gone, scientists found that the UV levels had shot up again. The cancer risk was now 100%. Mo Jingxing had no choice but to order everyone to stay inside unless absolutely necessary. During this time, every ship had its share of casualties. The freighter, less sturdy than the destroyers and frigates, suffered the most in the tornado. Due to improper handling, some oxygen tanks leaked, causing heavy losses. Other exposed parts on the ships were mostly lost, though most had spares. Still, Mo Jingxing ordered a full personnel reassignment for the treasure hunting team. Su Dai, Mo Shiyao, Jiang Yi, and the others moved to the destroyer. Su Dai hadn't seen Jiang Yan in days. As soon as she arrived, she grabbed Jiang Yan's hand, nearly in tears. Another week passed. The compass needle finally began to shift. Jiang Yan knew the magnetic pole reversal was likely ending. Half a month later, some electronic devices finally came back to life. The north-south needle was almost back to normal. As the day of the pole reversal's end approached, Mo Jingxing and Song Haitao grew ever more vigilant. The sea had disappeared slowly, but that didn't mean it would return gently. Everyone braced themselves for the worst. A month later, the missing sea finally returned. It brought typhoons, tsunamis, and a second wave of insect swarms. These bugs weren't the eight-legged ones from before. They looked more like terrestrial creatures that had adapted to water, and they were just as numerous. There were also a few mutant tiger sharks, and some unknown eel-like creatures with nanobombs inside them. Despite all their preparations, the fleet still took a hit. Fortunately, Huabo secretly worked some magic, at least preventing several ships from being swept away by the typhoon. 3 days later, the magnetic poles finally stabilized, and UV levels gradually returned to normal. Another 3 days passed. After all the ships were repaired, they set sail again for their next destination, Qinqing. Before the apocalypse, Qinqing was a high-altitude city. It was very cold and housed the country's main big data storage facilities. Besides big data, 2 of the nation's precious photolithography machines had been secretly moved there before the disaster. It was also home to the top AI research center. A wealth of scientific data, astronomy, geography, biology, chemistry, history, culture, and more, was all stored there electronically. With this data, humanity's scientific progress wouldn't be set back by centuries or millennia. There was one more thing not marked on the treasure map. Part of the National Gold Reserve was stored there. This batch of gold was part of what Mo Jingxing owed Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was looking forward to this trip. After witnessing the grandeur of the domestically built aircraft carriers, she was excited for every future treasure hunting destination. Time flew by. With new disasters constantly erupting and frequent interference from hostile forces, the treasure hunting team's schedule kept getting delayed. 3 years passed in a flash. After Jiang Yan stored the last batch of genetic material vital to humanity's future, she finally relaxed. There was only one stop left, Musin Base. The legendary rebel base rumored to be in league with Shui Miao Miao and the enemy forces. Standing on the deck, gazing into the distance, Jiang Yan was deep in thought. Over the past 3 years, they'd visited several places and small bases, but aside from seeing many mutants, they'd found nothing else. Shui Miao Miao and the so-called enemy forces played hide-and-seek, vanishing whenever the mighty Staolong appeared. According to Mo Jingsheng's latest intel, Musin Base was the enemy's main stronghold within the country. Jiang Yan ran her fingers over her dagger, a cold glint in her eyes. She was about to face Shui Miao Miao at last. This time, she would personally end this ruthless monster's life. It was one of the few wishes she had left in this second life. Mo Jingsheng's voice sounded behind her. Jiang Yan, I didn't expect to find you here. Jiang Yan turned to see him and Yiqing approaching side by side. Behind them were Zhou Haotian and Jiang Xiaoyue, the 2 youngsters. Though still baby-faced, the 2 carried guns and looked full of spirit. In 3 years, they'd grown quickly and were now being trained as potential elite soldiers under Mo Jingsheng. Yiqing had matured a lot and, through his own ability, had become deputy captain. He wasn't interested in rank or fame, but the fleet needed both Mo Jingsheng and people like him. He had no choice but to accept the position for now. Jiang Yan glanced at the time. It was exactly 10 a.m. and smiled at them. What's up? She knew that unless something special had happened, Mo Jingsheng and Yiqing wouldn't come looking for her at this hour. Mo Jingsheng's lips curled into a smile. We have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Jiang Yan smiled indifferently. Either way is fine. Good news, the Musin Base has already been secured by our forces ahead of schedule. In a bit, we'll just need to go and take over the offshore launch tower. Jiang Yan was taken aback. Does that mean we can return to Yaben Base earlier than planned? Musin Base was different from other locations where major national assets were stored. Elsewhere, if you encountered hostile forces, you could just go in and fight. But inside Musin Base, besides the enemy, there were many ordinary survivors and some scientists secretly held hostage by Shui Miao Miao. They had to rely on strategy, not brute force. The original plan had allocated at least 2 or 3 months for the Musin Base operation. She hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. Of course, she knew that higher-ups had arranged for other teams to help clear obstacles, but judging from their previous experiences, the hostile forces clearly had the upper hand. She never imagined that Musin Base, supposedly Shui Miao Miao's last stronghold, would fall so easily. How did it happen so fast? Jiang Yan voiced her doubts. Mo Jingsheng didn't answer directly, only putting on a mysterious air. We had an inside man. An inside man? Jiang Yan was surprised, but quickly understood. Both the Lian and Musin bases had spies planted in Yaoben Base. It was normal for Yaoben Base or the higher-ups to send skilled agents to infiltrate and undermine the enemy, tit for tat. Mo Jingsheng continued, but there's another reason. Too many people at Musin Base were eating 2-legged sheep humans. A severe prion virus outbreak occurred. Human-to-human transmission was obvious, and with many ordinary survivors disappearing from time to time, public resentment finally erupted. Jiang Yan felt a weight lift from her chest. So, what's the bad news? The bad news is Shui Miao Miao escaped. Mo Jingsheng paused after speaking, glancing at Jiang Yan and seeing her brows knit tightly. He added, he escaped to the Jinshin base. Jinshin base? Hearing the name, Jiang Yan lost her composure. Isn't that the last remaining metal base among the rumored 5 elements, gold, wood, water, fire, earth? That's right. So, are we? Jiang Yan glanced at the dagger in her hand, still going to Jinshin base? On the treasure map, Musin base was the final stop. Once all the supplies were secured, the entire fleet would return directly to Yaoben base. Jinshin base was said to be far away, and it was a special base that could move flexibly on the sea, with no fixed coordinates. If they went there and then returned, it would likely be even harder to destroy the disaster simulation lab. The multinational joint forces had already reached the enemy's ground stronghold. The ground and aerial offensives were meant to proceed in tandem. The aerial assault was time-critical, and the ground attack couldn't wait much longer. Thinking of this, Mo Jingsheng shook his head. We're not going. Our top priority now is to finish collecting supplies from Muzan Base and return immediately to Yaoben Base. We need to build the launch platform and prepare simultaneously for both the mission to destroy the disaster simulation lab and the Mars launch. Don't forget, we've already missed one Mars launch window. Every 28 months, there's a window for launching to Mars from Earth. They'd spent 3 years on the road and already missed one. After we finish at Muzan Base, my mission will be complete. I'll apply to go on my own. Before I leave, I'll hand over all the supplies to the state, Jiang Yan said, glancing into the distance. After all, rebuilding the launch platform isn't something that can be done in a day or two. Yi Qing clenched his fist. I'll go with you. Mo Jingsheng looked at Jiang Yan, then at Yi Qing, and couldn't help but laugh. You two are oversimplifying things. Jiang Yan was puzzled. What do you mean? Mo Jingsheng, Jiang Yan, you've collected all this stuff. Have you thought about where it'll be stored when you get back to Yaoben Base, even if you hand it over to the state? Just those aircraft carriers alone, there's no extra space. Mo Jingsheng, Yaoben Base is built from special metals and can withstand a nuclear blast. But the biggest problem is there's a shortage of materials, and it's impossible to expand further. Mo Jingsheng, also, as long as the disaster simulator exists, this planet is at risk of total destruction. If you hand things over now, what's the point? Jiang Yan sucked in a breath. So, all that stuff can only be handed over after everything is settled? That's right. Mo Jingsheng nodded. And it won't be a short wait. You need to be mentally prepared. Yi Qing frowned slightly, hitting the nail on the head. So, after we return to base and before the supplies are handed over, is Jiang Yan still a free agent? Yi Qing's words instantly woke Jiang Yan up. Mo Jingsheng didn't answer directly. After a moment's thought, he said, Jiang Yan, the fruits of victory are hard-won. During the period after we return to Yaoben Base, you protect the national treasure and the country protects you. The meaning from above was clear. If Jiang Yan still didn't get it, she'd truly be dense. I know you both hate Shui Miao Miao to the bone, but rest assured, the country won't let such a monstrous traitor off easily. Mo Jingsheng seemed to read Jiang Yan and Yi Qing's thoughts and continued. If you want to take revenge personally, I can request that he be captured alive and brought to you. But from what I've heard, Shui Miao Miao is no longer the person you knew before the apocalypse. Jiang Yan and Yi Qing spoke in unison. What do you mean? Mo Jingsheng, you know about artificial intelligence, but have you heard of brain-computer interfaces? Jiang Yan nodded. I've heard of them. Before the apocalypse, that Musk guy who launched a bunch of Starlink satellites was researching brain-computer interfaces. Mo Jingsheng, then have you heard of the L organization? L organization? Yi Qing thought for a moment. I think I heard about it back in Xiangqing. Jiang Yan, supposedly, the organization is made up entirely of scientists. Even ordinary staff are high IQ talents. If your IQ isn't at least 170, you can't get in. But after leaving Xiangqing Base, I never heard of them again. Mo Jingsheng, the S&P lab is part of that organization. It's made up of science fanatics, some from foreign powers. But their research scope is limited, and their expertise has boundaries. That's why the hidden force behind Shui Miao Miao kidnapped some scientists. The technology Shui Miao Miao acquired is even more advanced than Musk's, and it's already in clinical trials. The Shui Miao Miao most people saw before was actually a body double, someone who'd undergone plastic surgery to match his height and appearance. The real Shui Miao Miao has been researching immortality and genetic evolution. His limbs and torso have long been useless. Now, he's just a freak whose brainstem is housed in a machine. Jiang Yan was shocked. So those mutant eight-legged bugs we saw before were indeed products of the S&P lab, and Shui Miao Miao used similar technology? Mo Jingsheng nodded. That's one way to put it. Yi Qing was confused. Shui Miao Miao is from Anming City. Before the apocalypse, he was notorious for his crimes and did have some local power. But I still don't get how he could wield so much influence. Jiang Yan added, even if he's just a frontman for the forces behind him, this kind of research isn't something ordinary people can access. How did he get permission to use it on himself? Or, as you described, this immortality tech isn't even mature yet. Why was he in such a hurry? Zhou Haotian and Zhao Xiaofei's eyes reddened as they exchanged glances. Xue Miaomi wasn't just Jiang Yan and Yi Qing's nemesis. He was also the one who murdered their parents. Whenever they thought back to what happened at Shallow Bay, they wished they could tear that monster apart. As for the technical terms Mo Jingxing mentioned, the two of them were a bit lost, but didn't dare interrupt. Over the 3 years of the treasure hunt, they'd kept up with their studies, often joining Song Haitao and the others for various meetings and lessons. They'd picked up a lot by osmosis. But today's conversation was not only information-heavy, but also sounded like something out of a fantasy novel. They, too, wondered how Xue Miaomiao had suddenly become so powerful. Have you ever considered that those mutants and mutated creatures are test subjects for the forces behind Xue Miaomiao? Is it possible that some of Xue Miaomiao's genes or traits match or resemble those of the real power behind the scenes, making him their ultimate experiment? Jiang Yan fell silent. Yi Qing looked at her, lips pressed tightly together, saying nothing. Hey, Sister Yan, look, what's that? Zhou Haotian suddenly pointed into the distance. Jiang Yan looked up. Not far away, a military speedboat packed with armed soldiers was racing toward their destroyer. Before the destroyer's guards could even call out, the approaching boat quickly raised an official flag. Mo Jingxing glanced at the flag and said calmly, "They're on our side." If I'm not mistaken, they're from the Jiang Xiaoyue base. Jiang Yan shot him a look. Jiang Xiaoyue base? Mo Jingxing smiled. Yep. Speak of the devil and he appears. Even so, they couldn't afford to let their guard down. The next second, a broadcast came over the speakers, instructing the other boat to slow down and prepare for a boarding inspection. As usual, the destroyer lowered a speedboat and several soldiers sped out to intercept the incoming vessel. After confirming their identities and completing the inspection, the two boats returned to the destroyer, one after the other. Jiang Yan noticed that the leader on the Jiang Xiaoyue base's speedboat was a formidable-looking female soldier. Suddenly, a question popped into her mind. By the way, Captain, I've always wondered, why were the 5 major bases established at the start of the apocalypse named after the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth? The Lai Yan base represented fire. The Yaoben base represented earth. The Musan base represented wood. The Jiang Xiaoyue base represented metal. After the apocalypse, many other bases had sprung up like mushrooms after rain, but at best, they were just temporary shelters. In terms of scale, defense, technology, and supplies, they couldn't compare to the 5 major bases. Jiang Yan did a mental tally and grew more puzzled. But isn't there no base representing water? Mo Jingxing's lips curled into a mysterious smile. I don't really know the exact reason. Some say it's about the cycle of the 5 elements, mutual generation and restraint, but I can't really comment. It's like how, during the pandemic, the hospitals were named things like Laishanshan. There's always a story behind it. As for why there's no water base, well, these days, water is the one thing this planet isn't lacking. But actually, there is one. You'll find out later. Jiang Yan and Yi Qing exchanged glances. What about the other reincarnators? I don't think we've heard anything about them. Mo Jingxing's eyes darkened. For the country, or rather, for the future of all survivors on this planet, they sacrificed themselves. Jiang Yan was shocked. What do you mean? It's not just our country that has reincarnators. Other countries do too. Mo Jingxing glanced at the group. What I just told you, pretend you never heard it. Jiang Yan glanced at Zhou Haotian and Zhao Xiaofei beside Mo Jingxing, but chose not to press further. Mo Jingxing had suffered plenty of injuries over time and had drunk a lot of spiritual spring water to heal. If Jiang Yan pushed him, he'd probably tell her everything. But since he was clearly choosing to keep quiet, it likely meant this was a state secret. Besides, Sometimes knowing things you shouldn't isn't a good thing, especially for kids like Zhou Haotian and Jiang Xiaoyue, who didn't yet have the ability to protect themselves. Half a month later, the Xiaolong fleet left Musin base and officially set course back to Yaoben base. A week later, after 3 years and 5 months, the Xiaolong fleet finally returned to Yaoben base. When they set out, there had been 1 destroyer, 2 escort ships, an icebreaker, a cargo ship, and a total of 368 people. By the time they returned to Yaoben base, only 198 remained. Aside from a few elderly people who died of natural causes, most of the lost were soldiers who died in the line of duty. Some logistics personnel were killed by unpredictable natural disasters. The cargo ship loaded with supplies had been lost to a hurricane and explosion during one of their treasure hunts, sinking to the bottom of the sea. Jiang Yan finally realized that, strong as she was, she couldn't save everyone. The spiritual spring water had miraculous effects, but it couldn't bring back those who had already crossed death's threshold. When they first set out, every time she closed her eyes and subconsciously thought about those who had drunk the spring water, little dots of light would appear in her mind. After returning, she forced herself not to think about where those people were. Because if she wasn't careful and closed her eyes, her mind would be filled with countless little dots. The remaining 198 people had all drunk the spiritual spring water, more or less. And all of them were genuinely loyal to her. After returning to the base, Jiang Yan and Yi Qing's group were assigned to a special area by Yaoben base's current leader, Li Hao. In fact, the entire treasure hunting team, all 198 survivors, were housed together. Mo Jingqing and Song Haidao's research team disappeared for a while. Jiang Yan guessed they'd gone to report their findings to the higher-ups. As the core of the treasure hunting team, Jiang Yan received the strictest protection and the highest level of care. Food, clothing, housing, transportation. She got the best the base had to offer. But to Jiang Yan, it felt more like she was living in a 5-star prison under constant surveillance. After all, as Mo Jingqing had said, any one of the things she'd collected could overturn human history. The hostile forces hidden within the country had been temporarily dismantled, but there was no guarantee new threats wouldn't emerge. And those powerful weapons and high-tech items weren't just a matter of storage space. Given the current situation, there was no way to quickly prepare a secure environment for such advanced materials. Jiang Yan's room, except for the bedroom and bathroom, was equipped with 360-degree high-definition infrared cameras. She simply gave up on entering her space. The last few treasure sites they'd visited had yielded a lot of gold and jewels. Mo Jingqing had finally handed over all the gold and jewels he owed her. After sneaking Huabo into her space, Jiang Yan stayed outside. Her days were spent visiting Yi Qing and Su Dai, chatting and hanging out. Their security wasn't as tight as hers, but every time Jiang Yan visited, at least 4 fully armed soldiers followed her everywhere. After a few visits, Jiang Yan grew tired of it. Being watched all the time was exhausting. So she stayed in her room, took out the books she'd bought before the apocalypse, and read them one by one. When the serious books got boring, she switched to a few web novels. They were all by a female author named Yi Nua Wei Tian. One was called Buying an Island, Raising a Pichio. The fake heiress becomes a tycoon, a satisfying rich girl story where the heroine is a fake heiress, the hero is an ancient god, and the plot is even more extravagant than anything Jiang Yan, once the daughter of Anming's richest family, had experienced. Another was A Convenience Store Falls from the Sky. After connecting past and present, she wins big, about a heroine who gets a magical convenience store that lets her travel through time, helping young Li Shimin secure his throne in the Tang dynasty. After her own rebirth and getting her space and Hua Bao, these kinds of stories felt especially relatable to Jiang Yan, and she devoured them in just 2 nights. She thought that, when she had time, she'd write down her own experiences as a web novel. The apocalypse and disasters would eventually pass, and humanity would see the light again. By then, there probably wouldn't be many survivors with the time or energy to write web novels. But that was for the future. Jiang Yan remembered the pile of Lego sets and craft materials she'd bought before the apocalypse. She gave some to Su Dai and the others, and kept some for herself. Whenever she had time, she'd build Lego sets or make crafts, making her days in the five-star prison surprisingly fulfilling. Yiqing and Su Dai would come visit too. Just like before they left the base, they'd cook hot pot, play cards, and chat for hours, enjoying each other's company. 3 months passed quickly. One day, Mo Jingjing, who had been gone for a long time, finally returned with 2 pieces of news. First, Shui Miaomiao was dead. Both her original self and several clones had been killed by Gene Xian base's leader, Gene Roland. Second, the higher-ups wanted to see Jiang Yan. A number of clones? What do you mean? Jiang Yan shot Mo Jingjing a sidelong glance. You mean clones? Mo Jingjing's expression grew grave. Something like that. But, according to the human genome sequencing experts, they call it mirror life. Mirror life? Jiang Yan was completely baffled by this new scientific term. But that wasn't the point. Jiang Yan double-checked, "Are you sure they're all dead?" "Yeah. We tested the DNA of both the originals and the clones. They're all dead. We also managed to rescue some scientists. Oh, and there was a girl named Shui Qian Maixiu, a relative of Shui Miaomiao. She'd secretly helped us quite a bit before. But she died when a mutated virus in her body flared up, causing her whole body to rot away." Jiang Yan, that girl must have been one of Shui Miaomiao's victims too. Suddenly, a memory flashed through her mind. "Back in Xiangqing, I ran into Shui Qian Maixiu. She was driving a magenta Mercedes, and the interior was covered in strange patterns. I've seen those patterns in a lot of places. Also, when Shui Miaomiao was at the Blazing Base, she specifically captured some young girls and locked them in pure gold cages. I didn't understand it at the time, but now I'm starting to wonder, were they secretly conducting some unspeakable experiments? It's hard to say. These people, obsessed with immortality, would stop at nothing." Mo Jingjing clenched his fists and continued. "We suspect that the people behind Shui Miaomiao initially wanted to use other people's perfect bodies and organs to achieve physical immortality for themselves. But when that failed, they turned to artificial intelligence and brain-computer interface technology, hoping to achieve immortality of the mind instead. But now that plan is finished. And once the disaster simulator was set to automatic, it was like opening Pandora's box. There was no way to shut it down. Someone that stubborn would never accept failure. In the end, there's a high chance he'd choose to drag all of humanity down with him." Jiang Yan frowned. "But what if he's ruthless enough to experiment on his own body? Like Shui Miaomiao did?" Mo Jingjing shook his head. "Impossible now. That kind of experiment requires professional scientists and specialized equipment. We've already taken control of their main base on the surface. Our people abroad also found a large number of organs abandoned in formalin. That means, after the apocalypse began, some of these experiments were being conducted simultaneously, both at home and abroad. But later, they developed new viruses and hormones, so crude organ transplants were abandoned. Still, for the sake of their research, they killed a lot of people. Even sending them to a military tribunal would be letting them off easy." Jiang Yan fell silent, deep in thought. She hadn't expected that organ transplants, mutants, and evolved humans were all just sacrifices in the ruling faction's pursuit of immortality. She'd forgotten what Mo Jingjing had mentioned before. The enemy activated the disaster simulator, treating the entire planet as their laboratory. And the survivors, like them, were nothing more than lab rats, forced to endure all kinds of disasters. Since we've already taken control of their main base, can't we just destroy the disaster simulation lab? How could he possibly drag all of humanity down with him? Jiang Yan asked, puzzled. Mo Jingjing's gaze darkened. Maybe. Nuclear explosions are also programmed into the disaster simulator? Jiang Yan froze. If no one could destroy the disaster simulator, the planet would be subjected to endless disasters until it was completely wiped out. If someone did manage to shut it down, it might trigger the system's self-destruct protocol. Devastating disasters like nuclear explosions could be activated instantly. These consequences weren't impossible. So, whether humanity could successfully land on Mars had become the only hope for survival. Thinking of this, she asked, by the way, is the offshore space launch base finished? After the Xiaolong fleet returned to the Yaoben base, Song Haitao and the others began building the offshore launch base. Despite the frequent disasters, more than 3 months had passed. The basic structure should be done by now, right? Yeah, the main construction is wrapping up. Once the final inspections are done in a few days, the space equipment you collected can be handed over. If all goes well, we'll make it in time for the next Mars launch window. At that point, destroying the disaster simulation lab and launching for Mars can happen simultaneously. After speaking, Mo Jingcheng looked at her with interest. You don't seem very interested in my second piece of news? Being received by the top leaders as a national hero was something most people could only dream of. But Jiang Yan seemed completely unfazed. The second piece of news? Jiang Yan caught his meaning and sighed. Honestly, after handing over the supplies, I'd really like to just disappear quietly. After years of Huabao's endless eating and chewing, there wasn't much gold left in her space. Her space and Huabao had both undergone earth-shattering changes. Some new functions she'd never imagined had appeared. She really wanted to find a chance to explore them herself. Unfortunately, her cooperation with the government wasn't officially over yet. She wasn't truly free. She'd been waiting for the day she regained absolute freedom. Mo Jingcheng let out an "oh," a flash of disappointment in his eyes. Where are you planning to disappear to? Jiang Yan smiled mysteriously. That's a secret. His voice softened. Will I be able to find you? Jiang Yan thought for a moment, then smiled. You should be able to. Not just him, anyone who'd drunk the spiritual spring water would be able to find her. Mo Jingcheng relaxed. Oh, right. As for meeting the top leaders, let's wait until you've handed over all the supplies. That way, it'll be less of a burden on you. Jiang Yan gave him a grateful look. Okay. 6 months later, the Mars launch window had arrived. The offshore launch base was fully built and tested. Despite some failed and successful test launches in harsh weather, thanks to the scientists' tireless efforts, a short-lived, single-function navigation satellite was finally launched into orbit. Qin Ziho had also returned. Over the past few years, he led teams to search for survivors, bringing back many people. According to the plan, this would be the last time anyone was brought back. All survivors, regardless of their previous status, were moved into the core area of Yaoben base. Other large bases did the same. If a nuclear explosion really happened, the survivors in these major bases would be the last humans left on the planet. The bases were stocked with enough food and water to last at least 10 years. The filtration systems and liquid oxygen tanks could also provide fresh air for at least a decade. Those taking the SS Zone ship to Mars would attempt to build a new home upon landing. If they succeeded, the remaining humans would gradually migrate to Mars, bit by bit, like ants moving house. Of course, that was the ideal scenario. At 12:30 a.m., the core conference room of the base was brightly lit. Song Haitao stood energetically before the screen, outlining the plan for the next day. We've analyzed the weather, and tomorrow at 3 p.m. will be the best window. At that time, the manned spacecraft heading to the disaster simulator will launch directly. After launch, those with SS Zone tickets must immediately return to the base and enter the SS Zone. If anything happens, the SS Zone will launch straight for Mars. With that, a passenger list, marked with professional specialties, appeared on the screen. This list had been carefully screened many times. Not only did you need enough contribution points, but your physical condition had to meet the requirements. After all, not everyone could withstand the physical strain of launch. Not to mention, the journey to Mars would take time, and space travel itself was a huge challenge. Aside from a few scientists, Jiang Yan didn't recognize most of the names. Because Mo Jingcheng had given her a boarding pass, her name was on the list too. But unlike the others, whose specialties were listed as biologist or botanist, her specialty was marked with a string of stars. That meant her contribution was classified. Some people glanced over at Jiang Yan. She ignored their looks and suspicions, scanning the list from top to bottom, but didn't see the top leader's name. She looked at Mo Jingcheng. He seemed to read her mind, quickly scribbled a line on a piece of paper, and handed it to her. He said he wants to stay here and fight alongside everyone. Jiang Yan. On stage, Song Haidao succinctly went over the pre-launch precautions. Then, his eyes moist, he swept his gaze over everyone and said loudly, "This planet is humanity's cradle, but we cannot live in the cradle forever. So, let's wish for the ultimate success of our mission against the disaster. And let's also wish those heading to Mars in the SS zone a safe landing, that you may open up new frontiers and continue the flame of human civilization." The next day, in the SS district, Jiang Yan and the others were waiting for news of the rocket launch from Noah's Ark when they received devastating news. The crew who took the manned spacecraft to space to destroy the Calamity Simulation Laboratory, including their leader, Dr. Song Haidao, IT expert Jiang Yi, who was in charge of cracking the system key, and 6 other astronauts, had all heroically sacrificed their lives. The spacecraft was damaged during a battle with the laboratory's onboard weapons. Although the crew had a chance to escape, they chose a self-destruct attack to completely eliminate the Calamity Simulation Lab. They crashed the ship into the lab, turning themselves and the vessel into dust in space, leaving no remains behind. Upon hearing the news, Jiang Yan was utterly stunned, tears streaming down her face. How could this happen? Aside from age, Dr. Song Haidao was the most experienced astronaut among them. The manned spacecraft had been modified, equipped with cannons and other offensive weapons based on fighter jet designs. Song Haidao's health had long since made him unfit for space travel. But after drinking the spiritual spring water Jiang Yan gave him, he passed all the medical checks again. Even the scar on his face had healed completely. So, despite the dangers, he volunteered to lead the mission. Before departure, he told the young backup astronauts who could also pilot the ship, "We have a good chance of success this time. I haven't had many opportunities to make a name for myself in my life. Please, let this old man be selfish just this once." The young astronauts knew Dr. Song wasn't seeking glory. He just wanted to give them, the younger generation, a better chance to live. Though the mission was nearly impossible, everyone still hoped the crew would return safely. But they never came back. Jiang Yan and several young soldiers were sobbing uncontrollably. A few older scientists who had worked with Song Haidao bowed their heads, wiping away tears. Mo Jingsheng's eyes were red, but reason and responsibility told him he couldn't afford to grieve for long. The doctors crashed into and destroyed most of the lab. Part of the Calamity Simulator's attack system is damaged, but... "Jiang Yan, are you okay?" He handed her a tissue from his pocket, not caring about others' stares. Tissues were incredibly precious after the apocalypse. This pack was actually given to him by Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan tried to hold back her tears, but couldn't stop them. She pulled out a handkerchief to wipe her face, forcing herself to calm down. "Just go on, I'm listening." Everyone else perked up to listen. Mo Jingsheng said, the core module of the Calamity Simulation Lab activated its self-preservation program and was sucked into a meteor field while escaping. The simulator has lost its attack capabilities, but its core system is still running. Jiang Yan gradually composed herself. "If it can't attack anymore, does that mean it'll be much easier for us to destroy it now?" Mo Jingsheng frowned. In space, the magnetic field in the meteor field is problematic. Even if we launch another armed spacecraft, the bullets won't reach the simulator directly. The magnetic field throws off all precision attacks. "Jiang Yan." "Commander Mo, do we only have one armed manned spacecraft left?" asked Dr. Li. Mo Jingsheng nodded. "Yes. These armed ships were hastily developed after the treasure hunt mission. After the apocalypse, technology and equipment were scarce. Building 2 ships had already exhausted everyone's resources." Another professor said, "The problem isn't whether we have a ship, but that even if we reach space, we can't attack the lab." Mo Jingsheng paused, then gave the order, "So, everyone, proceed with Plan B, take the SS District ship to Mars." "What? Are we giving up on another launch?" Li Hao and Qin Ziping walked over. It would be futile anyway, everyone sighed. Mo Jingsheng nodded. Those who can go to space are the nation's pillars. The higher-ups don't want more needless sacrifice. Song Haidao's assistant, Sun Ziqing, wiped his tears and gritted his teeth. Maybe we can research more. There must be a way. I'm going to the restroom, Jiang Yan said, glancing at everyone as an idea formed in her mind. Mo Jingsheng nodded slightly. We'll depart from SS District when you return. Jiang Yan entered the restroom, summoned her space, and brought out Hua Bao, the carnivorous plant. Then she changed into a different outfit. When she reappeared in a red and white spacesuit, everyone was stunned. Qin Ziping looked her up and down. Jiang Yan, that's not the suit for Mars. Spacesuits were specially designed for different destinations, with different functions and colors. Less than an hour until the optimal launch window. Commander Mo, I want to talk to you, Jiang Yan said, glancing at her watch. Mo Jingsheng, now reinstated as base commander and in charge of all launches, nodded. All right. They entered a side room. Before Jiang Yan could speak, Mo Jingsheng seemed to know what she was thinking. Jiang Yan, the nation's future rests on your shoulders. You can't go. Jiang Yan replied solemnly, I'm the only one who can solve this. As soon as she finished, Mo Jingsheng felt himself lifted into the air by an invisible force. He struggled in shock but couldn't break free. Is this the backup you used to kill those mutant sharks before? Yes, Jiang Yan nodded. My powers are far greater than that. Trust me. She glanced at Hua Bao, now fully upgraded after consuming all the gold. Jiang Yan wasn't 100% sure, but even if she failed, she could just hide in her space forever. The heavy equipment she had stored would just gather dust in her inventory. Half an hour later, Jiang Yan and Mo Jingsheng returned to the launch site. A few minutes later, the new manned spacecraft was ready. With the command to ignite, the rocket carrying Jiang Yan and an invisible carnivorous plant shot into the sky. Soon, the ship reached its designated orbit. Time ticked by. Finally, the hatch opened. Jiang Yan, in her spacesuit, stepped out as trained. On the ground, in the makeshift command center, everyone held their breath, eyes glued to the screen. Hearts pounded in their chests. Some even clasped their hands in silent prayer. Mo Jingsheng's brow was deeply furrowed, veins bulging on his arms. Suddenly, as Jiang Yan fully exited the airlock, the screen went black. What? What happened? Check it now. The connector was attacked by unknown dark matter in space. Panic broke out. Commander Mo, what do we do? Mo Jingsheng pressed his lips together, cold sweat soaking his back. Everyone, hold your positions. Don't panic. He wanted to believe in Jiang Yan. She had told him she might cut the video feed to keep her backup secret. But he was clearly nervous, though he didn't show it. Jiang Yan, you must come back safe. I won't allow anything to happen to you. In space, Hua Bao, perched on Jiang Yan's shoulder, began to grow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fully upgraded, it unleashed all its hidden vines. 96 vines, each ending in a mini, toothy head. Jiang Yan looked at the meteor field ahead. Hua Bao, go. Okay, mommy. One vine held her wrist, while the other 96 shot out like swords. The vines grew longer and thinner, unaffected by the magnetic field. Soon, Hua Bao sniffed out a unique scent. Mommy, I found the lab. Jiang Yan gripped the vine left with her. If you can destroy it, do it. If not, we'll retreat into the space. Okay. The vines wrapped around the floating metal module. A cold mechanical voice sounded from the module. Beep. Lethal threat detected. Initiating self-destruct and ground nuclear strike. Countdown 5-4. As the warning sounded, countless invisible shockwaves radiated from the module. Before it could explode, the 96 vines wove a tight net, 96 mouths opening wide, spraying golden light that devoured everything inside. Ability: Vine, Carnivorous Flower. Current level, Level 10, Max, Flowers, 1 plus 96, Vines, 1, Main, plus 96, Side, equals 97. Unlocked skills: 1, Devour, 2, Tame. 1, Devour. Max. The flower's lips act as a black hole, devouring all matter. 2. Tame. Max the flower's dew is spiritual spring water. The more you drink, the higher your loyalty. The space's owner is your only master. On the ground, the black screen flickered back to life. Everyone cheered for a second, then froze. The whole screen was filled with golden light, as if all the gold in the world had been ground to dust and scattered in space. 3 hours later, the manned spacecraft returned safely. As the hatch opened, medical staff rushed forward, only to see Jiang Xiaoyue walk out, perfectly unharmed. This. Everyone was stunned again. After a moment, someone shouted, "Jiang Xiaoyue, hero." "No, Jiang Xiaoyue, my goddess. My idol." Jiang Xiaoyue. Mo Jingsheng stepped forward to help her, but Yiqing rushed out, eyes red, half hugging her. Su Dai and Sun Jingta followed, teary-eyed, wanting to hug her but not daring. They only learned later that Jiang Xiaoyue had gone to space alone. "You can't be so reckless," the lead doctor almost fainted. "Do you know the dangers of returning from space?" Others had to be carried out, but Jiang Xiaoyue walked out herself. Still, the medical team was anxious, treating her like a national treasure. Yiqing looked embarrassed, but said, "I know." The doctor was even angrier. "You know and still did it?" "All right, listen to the doctor," Mo Jingsheng said casually, pulling Yiqing away. But Yiqing still clung to Jiang Xiaoyue. "The higher-ups are watching," Mo Jingsheng whispered in his ear. "If not for that, would you have gotten the first hug of the century?" Yiqing sighed, looked at Jiang Xiaoyue worriedly, and finally let go. Jiang Xiaoyue steadied herself and looked up at the sky. Before she left, the sky was overcast. Now it was clear, with even a few white clouds. Was the calamity over? When I left, the whole planet was covered in black clouds from space. When I came back, the clouds were still there, but turning white. "Has ground monitoring changed?" Jiang Xiaoyue asked Mo Jingsheng. "Is the disaster over?" Mo Jingsheng nodded. "Yes, some air quality readings are dropping. The atmosphere seems to be repairing itself. UV levels are down. The calamity is probably ending." Everyone cheered. "Does that mean our lost planet is coming back?" "What's done can't be undone," Mo Jingsheng said. "But with our efforts, we can make this planet and Mars cradle humanity again." A day later, Jiang Xiaoyue set off for Mars with the SS District. With the Calamity Simulation Lab destroyed, the original Escape and Immigrate plan was changed to a Mars Immigration plan. Passengers now included some scientists and top infrastructure experts. A year later, Jiang Xiaoyue returned alone after delivering supplies. 3 years later, a new Ocean City cluster was built around the Yaoben base. A new national treasure storage facility was completed, with high-security, climate-controlled warehouses. Jiang Xiaoyue spent 7 days and nights handing over all supplies. With the preserved technology, new advances were made at the base. Holographic projection was used to recreate rainforests, gardens, blue skies, and white clouds scenes from before the apocalypse. Though digital, people could finally escape the cold, gloomy base. Led by Mo Jingsheng, Jiang Xiaoyue visited a Doomsday fortress. She declined all high-ranking positions and privileges, and after donating supplies, left Yaoben base on the Xiaolong-class destroyer. The destroyer, a gift from the authorities, was equipped with priceless missile defense and advanced weapons. Now renamed Anming after Jiang Yan's hometown, symbolizing peace and light. Joining her were 197 people from the treasure hunt: scientists, captains, soldiers, loaders, builders, chefs, cleaners. They could have stayed at the base, but because of their secret mission, they would be under lifelong protection and surveillance. When they learned Jiang Xiaoyue was leaving, they all wanted to go with her. The authorities agreed, really. They followed Jiang Yan's wishes. She accepted. As for the top survivor, Mo Jingsheng, he wanted to go too, but his responsibilities wouldn't allow it. After a day and night, the destroyer stopped at a mountain near Dongshan, not yet submerged by the sea. Jiang Xiaoyue led everyone ashore and, to everyone's shock, casually stored the destroyer in her space. They were amazed, but accepted her powers. "Sister Yen, are we building our own base here?" A builder asked, already planning how to use the resources. If only we had excavators and machines, he said, knowing Jiang Yan's treasure chest could provide anything. Su Dai came over. Jiang Yan, I can help too. What can I do? Yi Qing, Sun Jingtao, and Li Haoyang also volunteered. Yi Qing, Song Qian, and Li Haoyang had bright futures at the base, but chose to follow Jiang Yan, giving up everything. As for Kong Wu, Jiang Yan's #1 fan, he never wanted to leave her side. Mo Shiao also came over. Jiang Yan, if we're building a base, there's a lot of cleanup. Should I ask my brother or Zipping to send some soldiers to help? After Jiang Yan returned from Mars, Mo Shiao told her she was engaged to Qin Zipping. Though they had nearly 200 people, only half were professionals. Jiang Yan smiled and asked, "Thank you, but if you could have a paradise here, and this is the entrance, would you want it by the sea or farther away?" Paradise. Everyone was stunned. Sister Yan, we know you have powers, but this is all ruins. How could there be a paradise? Yeah, but with you leading us, it'll become paradise sooner or later. Everyone chimed in with flattery. Jiang Yan was amused and exasperated. Hua Bao, can you turn down the taming effect? A little flattery was nice, but every day was too much. Hua Bao's vines twisted like a steel wool ball. Mommy, the spring water tames people. Maybe the creek water can weaken it. Jiang Yan decided to try it. Hua Bao worried, if they go back to normal, aren't you afraid they'll betray you? Jiang Yan shrugged. You still have your devour skill, right? Anyone betrays me, eat them. Jiang Yan, what do you mean by paradise? Mo Shiao asked, taking her hand. You didn't catch anything on Mars, did you? She suspected Jiang Yan had caught a space virus. Jiang Yan smiled, looked around, and announced, watch closely. It's time to witness a miracle. With that, a white light flashed. A barrier appeared before them. Everyone was dumbfounded. Some pinched themselves to check if they were dreaming. Shall we go in? Jiang Yan patted Mo Shiao. Okay. Without hesitation, she stepped through the light. Everyone followed. Seeing the green mountains, blue sky, and white clouds, they were stunned again. My God, that's the legendary black soil. That's a creek. That's a grassland. That's a forest. That's a mountain. That's the sea, an unpolluted sea. This water is cool and sweet. It's real, not a hologram. This black soil even has earthworms. It's real. The seawater is salty and a bit bitter. Can I eat some grass? Everyone was moved to tears. Jiang Yan was touched too, realizing that copying her space into reality was a good decision. Yes, after Hua Bao devoured all the gold and jewels Mo Jingsheng gave her, it fully upgraded. The space also upgraded. Though still small, its ecology was like a mini planet. A new function was unlocked. As the space's owner, Jiang Yan could copy her space into reality space. She could choose what to copy. The space had strong self-defense. Only those authorized by the owner could enter. Those who drank the spring water and were loyal to Jiang Yan were temporarily authorized. Reality space could be moved at will by Jiang Yan's thoughts. If placed in water, people would emerge in water, hence, Jiang Yan put it on a hill. Su Dai wiped her tears. Jiang Yan, is this the paradise you meant? Jiang Yan nodded. Yes. Honey, I told you hugging Jiang Yan's thigh was the best choice ever. Su Dai hugged her. Jiang Yan, need a bed-warming maid or a big pendant? Jiang Yan laughed. Ask your husband first. Su Dai grinned. He can't compare to you. Sun Jingtao pouted. Jiang Yan, need a male pendant. Su Dai glared. Sun Jingtao, are you asking for trouble? They chased each other onto the grass, lying down, gazing at the sky, happy as can be. Jiang Yan smiled at the loving couple. Zhou Haotian, Zhou Haoyue, Zhao Xiaofei, and Miao Miao came over. Sister Yan, need a mini pendant? We can act cute and roll around. Another female soldier shyly asked, Sister Yan, need a back massager or singer? Senior massage technician number 38 from Xiaolong here, a burly man announced. He was the team's nutritionist and masseur. Jiang Yan couldn't help but laugh. Sister Yan, can we live here? A ship's chef asked. Jiang Yan nodded. Of course. But everything here is empty. We'll have to build our own home. I'll provide some supplies. With a thought, she produced machines and materials. Excavators, chainsaws, 3D printers, bricks, cement, tables, paper, pencils. And lots of food and drinks. Help yourselves. Coffee, milk, tea, cola, water, beer, pizza, everything you could want. I'll design. I'll cut wood. I'll coordinate. Jiang Yan watched everyone work energetically, pleased, and produce tents. We'll have to squeeze into tents tonight. In such a beautiful place, I'll sleep on the grass. Me too. Me too. A soldier suggested, Sister Yan, why not bring out the destroyer? There are cabins, we could use fewer tents. Good idea, Jiang Yan said. What's your name? Guqin, reporting. Got it. With a 3D printer, villas and apartments were quickly built. But Jiang Yan didn't let anyone move in immediately. As before the apocalypse, she made sure to ventilate and remove formaldehyde before letting people move in. She hadn't bought furniture before the apocalypse, so everything was handmade by the team's craftsmen. The black soil in reality space was put to use. Agricultural experts led people to plant vegetables, fruits, and herbs. Everyone was busy and happy. Somehow, Jiang Yan had gotten a bunch of eggs. Soon, with expert care, the space was full of chickens, ducks, geese, fish, even ostriches. Jiang Yan lived in the largest, most luxurious house built for her. But she treated it as a temporary stop. Once inside, she'd return to her own space. The spiritual spring, apple pods, animals, and reindeer stayed in her private space. It was her own world. Time flew by. Soon, another new year arrived. Li Haoyang accompanied Jiang Yan to inspect the new wheat fields. Sister Yan, have you thought about bringing more people into our paradise? Now everyone in reality space lived better than before the apocalypse. But outside, though the calamity was over, people still lived underground, day after day. I'd like to, but it's not allowed, Jiang Yan said, pointing up. Space is limited, only 200 people at a time. There were 198 left from the treasure hunt, so 2 spots remained. One went to Mo Shiyao's fiancé, Qin Ziping, the other she kept in reserve. Qin Ziping had drunk a little spring water. But like Mo Jingsheng, he had to shoulder national duties. Jiang Yan didn't want to bring in more people. She just wanted a peaceful, free life. More people, more trouble. She had no grand ambitions. On New Year's Eve, after the reunion lunch, Jiang Yan took a glass of wine to the terrace alone. Su Dai and Sun Jingtao came out. Jiang Yan, it's almost New Year. Any wishes? Jiang Yan raised her glass to the moon. May all wishes come true, and may the new year be safe and smooth. And you? She smiled at Su Dai's belly. Su Dai had miscarried before the apocalypse and couldn't conceive again. They'd adopted Zhou Haoyue, her brother, and Jiang Xiaoyue. But after living in paradise, she was pregnant again. Jiang Yan remembered the pink nursery she'd seen on the Anming and was genuinely happy for them. I hope the baby is born safely, Su Dai said, caressing her belly. Jiang Yan smiled. It will be. Jiang Yan, I have a small New Year's wish, Su Dai began, when 2 tall figures approached Yi Qing and Mo Jingsheng. Behind them were Mo Shiyao, Kong Wu, Li Haoyang, and others. Su Dai was surprised. Commander Mo, what brings you here? Mo Jingsheng smiled at Jiang Yan and got straight to the point. The Mars immigration plan has entered phase 2. The base there is up and running. To thank you for your contribution, the authorities will name the base after your hometown. Mars will become humanity's second home. When you visit Anming Base, you'll feel a sense of belonging. Also, for the next Mars inspection, they'd like to invite you. Jiang Yan, do you like this New Year's gift? Jiang Yan didn't answer immediately, swirling her wine thoughtfully. A chilly breeze blew, and in her red dress, Jiang Yan shivered. Yi Qing quickly took off his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Mo Jingsheng's brow twitched, but he changed the subject. I heard you talking about New Year's wishes. What are they? Su Dai touched her belly, glanced at Jiang Yan, and said, I hope Jiang Yan can be my child's godmother. Godmother. Jiang Yan was surprised, then smiled. Of course. Mo Jingsheng took a deep breath and said, in that case, I apply to be godfather. Su Dai. Everyone. Yiqing blushed and stepped forward. I want to be godfather too. Su Dai was overjoyed, then said, Jiang Yan, maybe you should just accept them all. Jiang Yan. The scene was awkward. Everyone looked between Jiang Yan, Yiqing, and Mo Jingsheng. Mo Jingsheng coughed and changed the subject. Jiang Yan, do you think naming the base after your hometown is appropriate? Waiters arrived with wine and champagne. These were bottles Jiang Yan had bought in France before the apocalypse, each worth a fortune. Jiang Yan gave champagne to Su Dai and the kids, and took a glass of red wine herself. The others took their drinks. Mo Jingsheng looked at Jiang Yan. You haven't answered me yet. Jiang Yan glanced at him, then at the others, sipped her wine, and said, Now that you mention it, it reminds me of a saying. What is it? Everyone looked at her. Jiang Yan put her glass back on the tray, stroked Hua Bao curled up in her arms, and smiled. Home is where the heart finds peace.